Pakistan versus Australia.
It's to taken! Bowling to Smith, who lifts him up superbly. It's twin tons. What a joyous moment for Usman Khawaja.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power. Store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning and welcome back on day 2 of this third and final test match for Henley Homes and Tyre Power. Another stinking hot day at Gaddafi Stadium. They're conditions Australia's middle order must take advantage of when resuming at 5 for 232. Their position weakened by losing 3 wickets in yesterday's final session. When Shaheen Shah Afridi struck twice in the third over of the test, for a brief moment it looked like a day that might run totally against the grain from what we've seen in this series. But a 138-run stand between Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith steadied the ship nicely for the visitors. After tea, it took a reverse swing intervention from teenage sensation Naseem Shah to open up the afternoon for the home side, trapping Smith in front for 59 before finding the edge of Travis Head for 26. Between times, Khawaja's outside edge was also found by Sajid Khan, 9 runs short of what would have been another century on this bumper comeback for the veteran. Now the responsibility shifts to Cameron Green and Alex Carey, who both started well before stumps against the second new ball. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin on day 2 is Crickbuzz's Australian correspondent Bharat Sundaresan. Baz, we've said this a bit over the last few months, but might today be the day when Cameron Green really makes his presence felt as a test number 6?
Yeah, good morning, Adam. Yeah, could this be the time of his life? Could it be Green Day? Look, it started very promisingly. There was that one cover drive he pulled off of Hassan Ali, and I saw Hassan Ali ask for Cam Green's bat at the end of the day. He just wanted to see, just have a look at the bat. It just sounded so good when the ball came off it, and everything was perfect with that shot. We gave it rave reviews, of course, but just the positivity he's brought to the crease in terms of his footwork and how well he's played spin so far. All bodes well. He's got a few starts in this series, but this is his opportunity to go big.
We saw yesterday, it was Naseem Shah, the 19-year-old, who really looks like the kind of guy who's got this long career ahead of him, with the old ball bowling so cleverly to Stephen Smith, bowled to a plan, outside the off stump, tempted him, then bringing it back with reverse swing. He'll be a big factor on day 2.
Oh, very much so. I thought it was the most matured performance from Naseem Shah in what is still a very young career. He started at 16, of course, in Australia. He was a pick of the bowlers even before he got those 2 wickets. He was very consistent with his lengths. He'd gone just for 14 runs in his 12 overs. He kept the Aussies honest. They had to make sure they were in line ball after ball. And once, he had them set up, he just used that reverse swing cleverly to get rid of Smith and Head.
Thank you, Bharat Sundaresan. We'll hear from you and your contributions throughout the day here at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore, as Waqar Younis makes his way over to the summariser position to begin this second morning. It's Cameron Green there on 20 alongside Alex Carey, who resumes on 8. Green hit a couple of boundaries, including a glorious cover drive to finish his work before stumps were called after 88 overs. So they missed out on 2 overs last night. They probably should have got an 89th in, but there wasn't a real urgency there. And they're bowling with the second new ball. They held back on that for 3 overs when it was due, because Naseem Shah was generating so much movement with the old ball. But they did take it, so they'll get a second bite of the cherry here this morning with that second new ball. Naseem Shah looks as though he'll bowl the first over from the pavilion end. Yesterday, he sent down 19 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 40. Shaheen Shah Afridi, who got Pakistan started to begin the test match. Australia, of course, won the toss and batted. He took 2 for 39 from 15, but made the double breakthrough in the third over of the test match. David Warner leg before wicket for 7. Then Marnus Labuschagne caught behind for a second ball duck. That was followed by the big partnership between Smith and Khawaja, worth 138, which took them from over 3 of the test match to about half an hour after the tea break. But once Smith fell, it did give Pakistan that opening, and they took full advantage. And we're at the Waqar Younis end of the ground in our commentary position, and I welcome Waqar Younis for the first time today. Good morning, Waqar.
Good morning, Adam. How are you today?
I'm wonderful. We heard from Sean Tate speaking, that the Pakistan bowling coach these days, the former Australian quick, on television on your broadcast, and he was so thrilled with the mature performance of Naseem Shah in particular. You must have been chuffed as well.
Yeah, very happy. I mean, we normally, when you talk about maturity, we talk about Hassan, we talk about Shaheen, but, you know, the youngster came in, bowled superbly.
First ball of day two, Naseem Shah over the wicket to Carey, leaving alone outside the off stump. Straight through to the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan, but nice carry.
Yeah, the new ball will go through. It's still relatively new. It's just only, what, 4 overs, 5 overs into the new ball. They took it last night. Didn't see much of a swing, but the old ball did. Old ball was, you know, he bowled quite nicely. He had full control on it. And good to see Babar Azam showing trust in him and giving him a new cherry.
Naseem to the crease. Bowls to Carey, who finds that, wouldn't say the middle of the bat, he looks to drive out through cover. Takes a look at the bottom of his blade after contact is made. Yes, that Sean Tate interview this morning, he referred to the first 45 minutes this morning. It could set up the entire series for Pakistan, and in a way that's the way this series has evolved. Each session feels like it could be the one, and if it is the one for Pakistan, if they can go through Australia's lower middle order, then it could be game on for them later today. The conditions are going to be great for batting.
Yeah, that's what they say. I mean, test match cricket, every session is crucial, important.
Naseem bowls to Carey. This time getting runs through cover point on the drive, square driving. Again, doesn't get all of it, but will get a couple and move into double figures. Carey 10, Australia 5 for 234.
Even yesterday we saw in the morning, the ball doesn't really travel that quickly onto this outfield. A little damp maybe, run scoring is a little bit hard. This new ball will probably come onto the bat much better. The runs will come quickly, but then on the other side there's always an opportunity to pick up wicket. With Carey, you know that he's a kind of batsman who will look to score runs, who will not get bogged down. If it's there, he will go after it.
Conventional 6-3 field, 2 slips in a gully. Naseem Shah bowls back of a length and Carey defends from the crease.
Yeah, once again starting with the very similar style, way with Naseem has bowled yesterday. He was hitting the areas beautifully, and that's what I think Sean Tate must have spoken to him. You know, every coach from overseas, whoever comes here, they always you know, cherish this bunch of fast bowlers, because they're always there to put in hard yard, put in hard work, and Naseem Shah is no different. He's a wonderful talent.
Passes umpire Raza, bowls here to Carey, working through the onside now off the front pad. Bit of movement there based on the reaction of the bowler, but it's squeezed out for the single. 5 for 235. Carey's up to 11.
Yeah, Pakistan got to be careful. They don't want to leak too many runs. Pakistan a little bit short on batting, I would say. They left out Fahim for Naseem Shah, which I thought was a decent idea, decent thinking. But then again, when I look at Hassan hasn't really bowled that well so far, but he is one of those characters. When he gets into groove, he will be a different breed. So far, Naseem Shah, out of the 3 fast bowlers, easily bowled the best, and that's why he's been given a new ball. And good of Babar to showing more trust in a youngster.
So first ball for Cameron Green this morning, facing Naseem Shah down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. So the end of the first over on this second morning. Australia 5 for 235. Our coverage for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. The 3 runs for Carey coming from that Naseem over. He's 11. Green's on 20. The partnership worth 29, having came together about 7 overs before the close of play last night. And surely it'll be Shaheen Shah Afridi from our end. Yes, and it will be. He's just given the length well wide of the off stump. Through to the gloves of Rizwan. Just a bit of a loosener there from the spearhead, who yesterday got the first new ball moving around, and that was enough to see off Warner. And then Labuschagne in the space of 3 deliveries, leg before and caught behind respectively.
Yeah, he was outstanding with the new ball yesterday. Pakistan losing the toss, and it was a good toss, I thought, win and picking up early wickets. Devon Warner struggled throughout against Shaheen. They're still really not finding the right rhythm.
Shaheen to the crease here, away from us towards Carey. That's Fuller. Beautifully played through the covers. Alex Carey on the drive and towards the rope it goes. A big diving effort. Hassan Ali dragging it in. Really nicely done by him, keeping it to 3. But encouraging signs from the South Australian Carey, twice piercing the offside field so far today. He moves to 14. The score up to 5 for 238.
It wasn't really a booming drive. It was just well-controlled stroke, just check stroke. And great job by Hassan Ali at mid-off. The timing was so good. The ball just was racing away. Gave it everything, saving every run. It is crucial from here on that Pakistan don't let Australians get away with it. They have got 5 wickets already. They need to open up the gate early on once again with the new ball.
So it's a Afridi to Green. Over the wicket. Green, the big right-hander, comes forward and pushes to mid-wicket. I was saying to Bharat at the top of the show, Waqar, that this is a huge day for Cameron Green. Yet to post 3 figures at Test level. He's looked likely, of course, 3 half-centuries in Australia, 48 at Rawalpindi to start this series. He's got plenty of starts and looked pretty good last night too.
Yeah, you know, the number he bats, it is hard to get into triple figures. Sometimes you have to bat with the tail enders or a lower batsman, and you run out of partners. He's a very compact player, no doubt. But once he gets going, he's still got Carey with him. If they can put up a partnership, there's no doubt that he can get 3 figures.
Staring down the track at Shaheen Afridi, coming forward, looking to square drive, but it's cut off at point by Sajid Khan. No single.
When I look at Green's batting, the way he's batted so far in this series. It seemed like he's a very, very compact, very defensive, very good, technically very sound, such a big man, technically very sound. I can't sort of think of him being a big hitter. I know you guys talk about him, that he is a fantastic hitter of the ball when you talk about T20s and white ball cricket. It's amazing how he changes himself.
Shaheen to Green, who pushes off the front foot, again out towards cover point, this time just enough into the gap that he can get himself his first run of the day. He's 21, 5 for 239 the score, 1 ball left in the 90th over.
When you're 22, I mean, you only know one way to bat. Either it is, you know, the way Warner used to bat when he first arrived, or you're a very defensive player. He's one of those players which I have gathered that he understands the game really well. He reads the pitch really well. The way he played in Karachi also. You know, he understands that when to sort of change gears and when to really push hard. You know, someone who probably Australia will think, okay, next 10 years, he's the man.
Oh, they're making a huge investment in him at the moment. Last ball of Shaheen's first over of day 2 is well outside the off stump. It doesn't carry through to Rizwan, wearing it on his keeping pad. So 90 overs gone. Australia 5 for 239 with Green on 21, Carey on 14. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Cairnstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
It's Adam Collins and Waqar Younis on our call here at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. The second morning where Pakistan have an opportunity here. If they can get an early breakthrough with the second new ball, it'll open up the Australian lower order. Pat Cummins, Carter to come in at 8, then Mitchell Stark. And then the 2 spinners, Swepson and Lyon. Naseem Sharp, he's bowled 20 overs, 2 for 39. He's got just 1 slip in a gully and a catching cover. Running in towards Green. Delivers here, close to the stumps. Green goes back and defends out towards mid-wicket. No is the call. Interesting, you observing Green up close for the first time and sort of wondering where this extra gear is for him. It's a really interesting point because we don't get to see it too often.
No.
I mean, we have seen it a couple of times batting in Test cricket in the second innings. We've seen him pop balls into the grandstand a number of times, but it's as though he's only liberated to play that way deep into a Test match when chasing declaration runs. He's very cautious as a starting point and does take a long time to get going. Nothing wrong with that, but he isn't one to burst out of the gates. Facing up here, nice drive, picks out mid-off, well played.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's only 22 years of age, and the way he reads the game or the way he changes his gauge, that is something very unique. You don't see that. If I have to look back and see some of the all-rounders which Australia has produced in the recent past, in the likes of Mitch Marsh and the likes of Watson, and I mean they know one way. They're hard hitters, and if it's there, they'll thrash the ball.
Naseem to Green, back of a length again. Green goes back and tries to force it past point, but picks out Sajid Khan. There won't be a single.
But he is one of those characters, what I have gathered so far in this small time, that he changes his techniques. He doesn't really have that big back lift, which most of the all-rounders you'll see, because they're looking to hit the ball. He is, short back lift and punches the ball. He's a strong guy. So if it goes in the gap, it'll travel. It's not that he's totally sort of blocking it, but he's punching it. He's just not really taking those sort of big risks of just playing those flashy drives.
Naseem to Green again. Bowls here on his hip, shoutfully before it spits out towards backward point. That's missing the second set. Youthful exuberance there from the teenager. Stays at 5 for 239. And we're just hearing a couple of vuvuzelas for the first time today. I was going to point out, Waqar, that we were able to enjoy the silence for a little bit here on commentary. Normally through the headphones, it's the horns honking all day long.
Oh, it'll come.
But it'll start.
It'll come. Just wait. It's just a little bit early for the Lahoris, I will say.
But was that a part of it when you were playing here, that the horns? I feel like that might be a comparatively modern thing, the vuvuzelas.
It is very modern things. We used to, in our days, it was like more like whistling and probably those bottles banging on the seats.
Great image there. Naseem Fuller, Green forward. Good cricket all round. Again, a little bit of tail back to the right-hander, which we were able to detect on our replay screen from the previous ball. It was nowhere near the stumps, but it was just that movement that he's getting back towards the right-hander, which always keeps the stumps in play.
Yes, and especially playing on this sort of surface, you have to just keep attacking those stumps from a good length. If you just go a little fuller, it becomes a lot easier to hit out. So just have that fear in batsman's mind that I'm just bowling a little bit of back of the length, so the seam might come into play. This is a new ball.
Naseem finishes over to Green. He's in behind it. Nice sturdy defence, pushing towards mid-on. Well played by the West Australian, getting a big stride in. The end of 91 overs, Australia 5 for 239 with Green 21, Carey on 14. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
A vital start to day two. Australia need to get through the challenge of the second new ball, and Pakistan have their opportunity now. Australia have got through 15 minutes so far and added 7 runs, and Shaheen Afridi will continue from the Waqar Younis end. He's got a slip in a gully, so that second catching man has been taken out. Stays over the wicket. Carey, well forward in defence. Shaheen does the work in his follow through.
Are you just giving this end a Waqar Younis end, is it?
Well, I decided on the basis that you're on our... Of course, we could call it the Waqar Younis Wasim Akram.
Fair enough, because I'm sitting here, is that?
I mean, Waz might be listening. He might be listening back in Melbourne.
Yes,
I hope he is, and if he is listening, g'day to you.
Yeah.
But maybe when Shaheen moves to left arm around the wicket, it might be appropriate that we describe it as the Wasim Akram, given how fierce
right in the middle, isn't it, at the moment?
Yes. Well, we did see against Australia many times when he was left arm around. Goodness me. Left arm over Shaheen to Carey. Playing forcefully through point. Gets a single. Nearly pierces the gap there. Collected by Azhar Ali. 5 for 240. Carey up to 15.
You can't bowl an ordinary delivery to carry. Maybe you can to Green because he's still sort of looking to settle in. Green is a kind of batsman that if you bowl him a bad ball or you give him a little bit of width where his strength is, he will punish you. And so far we've seen all these runs being scored this morning that it's just a little bit room and he just crashes it. He tries to hit it hard.
So just one slip, catching cover as well, and a gully. Shaheen bowls to Green, who plays from the crease. No real footwork out towards point. He's picked out Sergeant Khan 4 times already this morning, and he stays on 21.
Yeah, he plays with a little bit of open face of the bat because he's tall. He allows the ball come close to me. He doesn't really go long way forward. He doesn't really lunges forward, but he keeps his eyes really close to the close on the ball and make sure that he plays very close to the body.
Hasn't really invited Green to drive as yet. Did you get a look at the pitch this morning out in the middle for television?
Yes, I did, and it is still a very good surface. No real demons still, but the sun's pounding down.
Shaheen now goes around the wicket to Green. It's full and straight and defended out to cover. So now he's at the Wazim Akram end, let's say.
I think it used to be called FC College End because there's a college right behind where we are, and that college is a very old college, and it was named after that. The stadium, Gaddafi Stadium, was built back in the 60s, I think, or maybe I'm not sure exactly, but is named under Gaddafi, Colonel Gaddafi, who came and who just allotted this or whatever happened, but that's the name from that.
Shaheen bowls around the wicket to Green, driving down the ground. Nice little push, well timed down towards long on. They'll take 2, diving stop, relay effort between Hassan Ali and Noman Ali. They're happy with a couple. Green up to 23, 5 for 242. Good signs for Green, getting on that front foot, stride in, well timed, didn't try and overhit it.
Yeah, just a little punch, isn't it? It didn't try to hit, that booming drive. Still very careful, very watchful. But anything close to him, that's where he looks to punish. Anything short, he just sort of dabs it to that point fielder. So don't bowl him full.
Shaheen to finish, wide of the crease, around the wicket to Green, down the leg side. He tries to clip it, but doesn't make contact. Rizwan does well, moving away to his left. End of the 92nd over. Australia 5 for 242 on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability. And Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day mate, got some tyres?" And they'll say, "100% we do." The store-wide super sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Kumo tyres. And that's why they're experts in tyres. Tyrepower.com.au.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, with Adam Collins and Waqar Younis on the call. But in the middle of the over break there, we saw some hot chips on the screen. That was 20 past 10 here in Lahore, but obviously getting into it. All the fun of the fair at these Pakistan venues, which are more than just cricket grounds. We've noticed across the 3 weeks we've been here that often built inside the walls of the cricket ground are retail shops, restaurants and all the rest of it.
Gaddafi Stadium over the years have changed so much, not the ground that much, but around the ground has changed so much.
The scene, changing angle around the wicket to Carey, driving out towards mid-off, no run.
They've got so many restaurants around this area. When there's no cricket on, this is one of the busiest place in Lahore. Very good restaurants, some sweet restaurants and sweet shops, and there's some beautiful cafes around the corners, nice coffee, all those brownies and all that. I used to come and because I was staying at the high performance center when I was a bowling coach and a head coach also, I used to come and enjoy those cafes.
Naseem bowls to Carey, off the front foot, can't beat cover, no single there, it stays at 5 for 242. Yes, we got taken to a cafe around the corner from here the day before the test match. Elanta, I think it is.
Cafe Elanta, yeah.
That was gorgeous.
It's a very, very famous restaurant, that MM Alam Road. you're probably talking about. There's a, there are few restaurants, few top restaurants. There's a Japanese restaurant where we went last night.
It's a Sumo, was it?
Yeah, Sumo. Sumo was nice. And then and Cafe Lanto, that's a very, very good restaurant too.
The seam delivers, and Carey looks to force off the front foot, but does the work in his follow-through. A little bit of movement back towards the left-handy. I got to Sumo before the test as well.
Did you?
So that there are a few, and we went up to a place last night that was overlooking the mosque.
The mosque, Badshahi Mosque.
Yes,
that's a very nice restaurant. The food there is very good. I enjoy the food there. The kebabs, the mince that make it on a big tawas, and of course the gravies and the big rotis, big naans. I don't know if you had those.
Yeah, we absolutely did.
Yeah, it's a very sumptuous food there, and the area is quite nice. You just sit on the top of the restaurant. They've got this,
the seam for Carey, playing off the back foot. Yeah, I mean, the view looking down at the mosque from 5 stories up.
Oh, beautiful.
We were learning about the fact that it was the biggest mosque in the world for a time there back in the 19th century.
Yeah, that's right. And you just enjoy being there because in the evenings when there are less people there, you see the history there. There's a temple also, Hindu temple also. There is Gurdwara, the Sardars, and because that community over there, that was a very central, what we call of Lahore, and there were a lot of different religious houses there, different cultures were there, so it is an amazing place.
Naseem around the wicket to Carey, driving through the covers, doesn't quite get all of it, but does find the gap, might get a boundary still, and he does. Well played, Alex Carey, who's wanted to get on the front foot and pierce the field in that direction throughout the course of the morning so far. He moves along to 19, and it's 5 for 264.
Nothing wrong with the delivery. What a delivery that was, but Carey was up for it. Just leaning forward and allowing the ball to come to him, and drove it so beautifully through that mid-off and cover region, and the ball raced away. What a player. He plays with hard hands, and he might have a little bit issues playing on this sort of pitch because sometimes the ball doesn't come on that well, and there will be an issue, but at the moment he's looking good.
Last ball here, Carey leaves alone a ball that was swinging back towards his off stump. Good contest between the teenager and the left-hander. He's 19, Green's 23. We'll have a change in commentary after the break with Australia. 5 for 246, our coverage for Henley Homes, built with confidence, henley.com.au.
Introducing the Drive Car of the Year. The all-new Kia Sportage. Awarded for its new turbo engine that gives you progressive performance. The Kia Sportage has a boldly sculpted sportsback design and soft touch leather interior, making it a natural leader. Kia Sportage, the Drive Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Good morning from Lahore. Geoff Lemon hopping in with Waqar Younis alongside me. Another bright sunny day. Pakistan looking for that breakthrough. They've been using the new ball so far this morning. What have you...
Good morning, Geoff. And every morning it's kind of breezy. It's not that hot. Maybe we're just under the umbrella, that's why. But it will get steamy. It will get hot. Yesterday it went up to 36, 37. So be ready for a hot day.
Shaheen around the wicket to Green, bowls a bouncer. We haven't seen the short ball used many times. You wanted that yesterday, Waqar.
Yeah, I wanted. Bouncer is a delivery which can really unsettle the batsman. And I don't think Pakistan did use that weapon that well. They did well in Karachi and Pindi also, but in the later stages of the game, they learn a little bit late, I feel. They're both very young bowlers, if you look at it. But that's a good delivery, that last one.
Shaheen round the wicket and punched away off the back foot by Cam Green. He's going to pick up 4 for that. That is a beautiful piece of timing through point.
Yeah, that is short of the morning. A punch through that cover point. The ball was a little short. I think I was looking for another bouncer, but didn't really, banged it short. It was just short of a length, a little bit outside the off stump, and Green was up for the challenge. Beautifully hit, nice on top of the ball.
250 on the board now for Australia. Shaheen considers his options. One slip, a gully, two out for the hook, deep square leg and a long leg. Around the wicket, bouncer again.
That's
that
better.
One's shorter.
I mean, when you're bowling to Green, you know that is very tall, so you have to bang it very short on this slower surface to get it up to his nose or a right shoulder, should I say. So when you are bowling a short delivery, make sure you don't try to just bowl a short. Just bowl very short delivery. That's the only way you can get up there. He's already bowled 2 bouncers in this over, so this one has to be fuller.
Well, yeah, a bouncer that's head height for Cameron Green would be a wide to David Warner, so you do have to adjust.
I know.
A long way for this very tall Australian. Shaheen switches to over the wicket so he can pitch up, clipped away off the pads for a single by Green, 5 for 251. Green has 28.
At 251, that's not a bad total with 5 wickets down after especially losing 2 early wickets there. I think they put up a good show, the Australians. At one stage yesterday in the first session, we all thought that Australia might lose more wickets and they can be in trouble. They're just slowly, getting into in a situation where they can say, okay, we are safe, or we can just maybe push Pakistan on the back foot. Pakistan playing with 1 less batsman, so don't forget that Pakistan tail is a lot longer than the previous match. No Fahim Ashraf, so they're probably thinking if we can get up a couple of early wickets, which Pakistan did.
Shaheen bowls full and whips down the leg side, or an attempt anyway by Carey. He's missed out.
So they can really come in good. New ball is crucial on this surface. We haven't really seen the Australians sort of getting those breakthroughs early on. Maybe in the second inning at Karachi they picked up 2, but then Babar played a knock which was unbelievable, and then of course Abdullah Shafiq, and then Mohammad Rizwan, and then the tail enders. I thought they batted really well, but it doesn't happen every day, does it?
You can't pull an innings like that out whenever you want it, obviously. Shaheen in to Carey, who's driving hard into the ground. On the bounce back to the bowler. So the end of the 94th over, 5 for 251. What I really wanted to ask you about was Naseem Shah's work last night, just towards the end of the day, when the new ball was due and he decided to keep the old ball for the 81st over.
Yeah.
Got it reversing and got the wicket of Travis Head. How would a decision like that unfold? Whose decision would that be to press on with the old ball?
I think that decision probably starts off with Naseem Shah himself, because he's probably taken the initiative, saying, okay, give me 1 over, I'll just bowl with this ball, and if there is, because at that time there were 2 spinners bowling, don't forget, so giving him the ball was really old, and I'm sure Babar has consulted with him and with Rizwan and all.
Have Noman Ali bowling spin for the first time today. Left arm orthodox spinner setting his field. He's got a slip. He'll be turning it away from the right-handed Cameron Green. He's got a short leg in place as well. Otherwise a pretty conventional field. No one in the deep, although mid-off is set pretty deep, and Cameron Green is coming forward and driving a run to exactly that spot. Comfortable single as he jogs through, 5 for 252.
Yeah, I think Pakistan's making a small mistake by just giving away easy singles. Noman is a fantastic talent, no doubt about that, and he controls the game really well. So there's no point having that mid-off back on the boundary on a very first ball. The Green is not going to come out and then thrash you. Just have faith in yourself. Keep the fielders up in the circle, and then maybe if you feel that he's coming after you, then you can push the fielder back, because early on you need to put the batsmen under pressure. Don't give them easy singles.
The mid-off becomes a long on for Alex Carey, the left-hander. So that one player back in case he goes big. He doesn't. He drives to cover instead. Might having the mid-off back also be to try to get Cameron Green playing that way and bring the slip into play? Would that be part of it?
Oh, he'll be still playing that, because he likes to play, that drive. He doesn't really go big booming drive, but he just likes to push the ball. So that is always in the play.
Noman bowls to Carey, who defends.
But if you keep that mid-off back on the boundary, and there was no fielder on the offside, which was sort of catching. If you want to put that mid-off fielder back on the boundary for green, then you've got to have a fielder in catching position on the offside, a little bit closer to, a little bit straighter. So if he pushes it, it should go in the air.
Like an extra cover.
Yeah.
Noman bowls with a little more dart, and it is smacked through cover by Carey. Straight through extra, along the ground. A lot of bottom hand in that shot. 5 for 256.
He's a good player. He's a very good player. I really like the way he approaches the game. I like the way he, dominates the bowler, and he doesn't get bogged down. He's one of those characters that if the ball is in his zone, he will go after runs. He will not say, okay, I'm just going to spend more time and wait for later on to score runs.
Very busy sort of player, Carey. Certainly in the white ball formats. Reverse sweep, that's busy. And that's a little bit risky, but he plays it along the ground to backward point. Sajid Khan fields. There'll be no run, but again, showing some intent.
That's what I do not understand. That, why do you need to play such a, high percentage risk involved shot, while you're getting the ball in the middle of the bat, just play straight. There's so many gaps on the offside. There are many gaps on the onside. There's only one fielder. There are two fielders on the onside which are on the boundary, so there's plenty of gaps.
Noman bowls outside off stump, punched away by Carey, straight to cover. The over comes to an end. 95 overs bowled. Alex Carey on 23, Cameron Green on 29, and Australia 5 for 256.
Tyre Power Store-wide Super Sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Kumho tyres. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power Store-wide Super Sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. 5 for 256, the Australian score. This good partnership building between Alex Carey and Cameron Green. Waqar Younis has left us for the moment. Thanks to him for his company over the last half hour and over the course of this Test series. Wonderful to settle in with one of the greats of Pakistan cricket. And Simon Kadich will be coming in just a moment. So we're going to see Hassan Ali for the first time today. He's warming up. And he's got the ball in hand, running in now to bowl to Cameron Green, who's coming forward and defending. There'll be no run on that occasion. Breeze blowing strongly across the ground. Flags all aflutter. Hassan Ali walking back to the top of his mark. He's got a slip, gully, and a couple in the covers, really. Conventional and an extra, plus a mid-off, mid-on, and 2 in the deep on the leg side. Cameron Green defending to the shorter of those 2 cover positions, and Simon Kadich is hopping into the co-commentary chair for the first time today. Good morning, Simon.
Good morning, Geoff. Good morning to our listeners.
Lovely to have your company again. Slightly less roasting day than it was yesterday, at least so far, so they'll be a little more comfortable out there.
Yeah, definitely. There's a stronger breeze today. You can see the flags, the top of the pavilion at the far end, flying nicely in the breeze. Very good start by Australia. These 2 young men have started very positively, particularly Alex Carey, off driving the ball, cover driving the ball beautifully.
Who's defending, and I think Bharat mentioned this off the top of the show, but we were sitting in a traffic jam for a long time last night and decided to crank some tunes to keep ourselves entertained, and we ended up playing a lot of Green Day, and then we realised maybe it's a sign. Today is Green Day.
Well,
it could be.
The way he's looking at the moment, he's got off to a good start, moved to 34. The signs are good, but he knows there's still a lot of work to be done in this Lahore heat.
Now the heat will increase as the day goes on. Noman bowls outside off stump, cracked away by Green. That ball keeps really low, and Green, he's got such long arms, he managed to get down to it and hit it to point. No run.
Yeah, he's going to have to force himself to try and play Noman off the front foot as much as possible here, because that ball is not bouncing And the danger is he'll go looking for a cut shot that potentially might chop back onto the stumps against the angle of Nouman Ali.
The left armour delivers once again, a little bit of loop and backing away. Green's punching off the back foot, not listening to Simon Kadich, down to long off, gets a single. 5 for 264. But the other danger is if he's playing like that to a straight ball and it comes through, then bang, 3 reds.
Correct. He might have been speaking to Usman Khawaja though, because he's made a lot of runs off the back foot here in this tour so far.
Yeah, he has. He's camped back there on that back foot, and been very good with his hand-eye coordination. I mean, you're always taking that risk that it's really just hands and bat at that point if you're not in line with the ball. So Nouman Ali having a long chat with his captain before he decides to bowl the next ball. Alex Carey, the one tapping away. You can hear in the effects mic on the leg stump. An easy ball to pick off for a single. Deep backward square leg. Azhar Ali comes in off the rope to field. 5 for 265.
Yeah, this is a big spell for Pakistan because they know this ball's still quite hard and they know they probably have to plug up an end with spin and then be able to rotate their quicks in this heat, the 3 of them, in short, sharp bursts of 3 to 4 over spells. And given that Nazim and Shaheen have already had 1 spell each with that second new ball, this spin roll is going to be crucial for them through this first session.
Nouman to finish off the over. Nice curving delivery in towards the middle stump, and again Green's backing away to play that ball into the covers. No run. 97 overs gone. 5 for 265. After the break, Adam Collins will join Simon Kadich.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Excellent start for Australia on this second morning, adding 33 runs with Green really finding his groove. That force going, absolutely clouted it. He's moving through the gears there with Alex Carey.
Yeah, he certainly used his height to his advantage on that 4 off Shaheen Afridi. He can stand tall on those deliveries, and while they might be high for other batsmen, he just crunched it through backward point.
Hassan Ali to Carey. Bowls here. First ball of a new over. Defended back down the pitch. Does the work in his follow through. So Carey's 26. Green is 35. And we talked about it off the top of the show. There have been a few opportunities in the last, let's call it 3 months, where Green's woken up of a morning and there's been the chance. There's been the window for him to not just prove that he's good enough to play at this level, but to take a game away from a side. And what better chance? It must be 36 degrees already here at Gaddafi Stadium. Carey on strike. Hassan bowls to him here off the front foot, finds one just wide of gully. Fawad Alam does the fielding. Nice work there from Alex Carey, moving to 27 with soft hands. 5 for 266 is the score. And this is surely that for Green. A chance to bat for 2 or 3 sessions, get the monkey off the back in terms of 3 figures at test level, and take Australia beyond 400.
Well, this is an opportunity for both these young men, because starting today's play, it's the first time in this series where Australia have been probably even with Pakistan after day 1, having lost the 5 wickets, and knowing that first innings runs were going to be crucial. So this is a great opportunity for these 2 young men to potentially have a match-winning partnership to set Australia up for victory and then to win the series.
Hassan Ali, 1 slip to Green. Bowls here. Green gets all over it in defence. Nice big stride.
And that opportunity hasn't really presented so far because Khawaja or Smith or Labuschagne or any of the top order have already done the bulk of the work when they've come to the crease. Whereas this time, when they came to the crease last night, it was game on. A couple of late wickets with Khawaja getting out, Head getting out. And if Pakistan had struck a couple more times last night, Australia would have been in all sorts of trouble. But these 2 have steadied the ship nicely.
Hassan to Green on 35. And That'll be at least 36 with a clip off the front pad down to deep backward square. They come back for two. Good running. One of two men stationed out there for the short ball that we've seen very little of so far through the course of this innings. Green 37, Australia 5 for 268 with 2 balls left in this, the 98th over.
So these opportunities don't come around that often, particularly early in a career, to win a Test series here in Pakistan for the first time that Australia have been here since 1998.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's not just about what's here in front of them, but what it could mean as an investment in the next stage in their career. Hassan bowls to green, defending out towards mid-on, just knowing that you have the ability to be a match winner at Test level. That must be a big step in the direction of being a star. Yeah, definitely, and I think they got through that period last night. It was reversing when they came to the crease. Then they had the second new ball to contend with. You know, the scoreline was such that Pakistan had the momentum in the Test with those late wickets. But the way they both looked this morning in this first session, they both looked magnificent. Alex Carey's cover driving and off driving has been superb. Hassan Ali to finish. 2 out on the leg side, a deep point as well. Carey from the crease, punching to mid-on. No run down there to Norman Ali. 5 for 268 the score after 98 overs. Green 37, Carey 27. A partnership is now worth 62. Our coverage for Henley Homes, built with confidence. Henley.com.au. A hot and steamy morning here in Lahore. I went up to the roof before play today, Kat, which I didn't know there was a roof on our media centre, but up there, a gorgeous view back towards the mosque at the well, I guess the Waqar Younis end of the ground where we are. Over the old roofs, the arches here, the Mughal architecture we were talking about yesterday, the red brick everywhere here. It's a mighty ground, and yeah, privileged to be here covering this third and final Test match, the first series between these nations in Pakistan since 1998. And a day where Australia need to make the most of the conditions. Norman over the wicket to Carey, reverse sweeping, ends up with slip, albeit on the bounce. Babar Azam in weight in that direction. Thankfully that was on the bounce, because from behind we couldn't see whether it hit the ground or not. We were obscured. Babar Azam took that comfortably. And he just gestured to Carey saying, do it again, mate, do it again. Next time into the mitts. Norman, the veteran, 35 years of age, bowling to Carey, who's well forward, lunging in defence, back down the track. Well, Alex Carey made it very, very difficult for the spinners in Karachi, because he played the reverse sweep so well, the lap sweep, the hard sweep. He just slog sweep. He had them all, and both spinners did not know what line and length and what pace to bowl with. Norman to Carey here. He goes back and defends, no concerns. Carey spoke well before this Test match around mostly his wicket keeping, but the confidence that 93 at Karachi brought him. He said he hasn't yet got any tape on his fingers, which is a great sign for a wicket keeper, especially last week at Karachi when it was shooting through him, and of course keeping up to the stumps for almost the entirety of the final day, that he's got through without so much as a scratch on those fingers. Norman bowls here. Carey forward in defence, out towards mid-off, no run. So he is building in confidence, not only as a batter but as a wicket keeper too. Yeah, he certainly kept beautifully in that second Test in Karachi. And it's easy to forget, Alex Carey was an AFL footballer, and they are serious athletes, AFL footballers. So, you know, when you look at the ability, and he's an acrobat behind the stumps to the quicks when he's standing back. Norman, wider of the crease to Carey, who again comes forward this time, defending off the splice of the bat down to mid-wicket, no single. He's a physically very fit man, obviously, with that background, and to go that distance and to be as consistent and clean as he was in Karachi was testament to his character and also his fitness to be able to withstand that test. Yeah, last ball here for Norman, bowling to Carey, reverse sweep, gets it fine, or gets it square, I should say, but it's collected on the bobble by Sajid Khan there, denying a single. So, end of the over. 99 bowled, Australia 5 for 268. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres.
As we enjoy the summer of sport, hear all the big moments on the SEN app. Cricket.
And the first century of the series belongs to Travis Head.
NBL.
The pass, Golding, the take, the shoot, the three!
Tennis.
Serves up the middle and finishes with an ace.
And season 6 of the AFLW.
Quick snap off the right, she's got it through.
Download the SEN app from your chosen app store. Also available on Apple CarPlay. All sports, anywhere, anytime. The SEN app. It's your home of sport.
Hassan Ali will continue from our end, the Waqar Younis end, also known as the college end, the northern end, the mosque end. It's got many, many names, but we'll rotate through all of them. Look, the Wasim Akram end, if you want, when he's bowling from over the wicket, as he does here to start his over. At Cameron Green, a slip in a gully. Hassan delivers and Green pushes off the front pad out towards mid-wicket. No single, with Babar Azam on the job out there.
Yeah, Cameron Green there, just probably getting a little excited. Not sure there was a single on there. Good call by Alex Carey. It was well fielded at mid-wicket by the skipper, Babar Azam.
I caught a stat that might be of interest to you overnight, noting that Marnus Labuschagne, since going to #1 in the world, averaging 26, which means his batting average has dropped 7 runs in that space of time from Melbourne to Lahore. Hassan up to the crease here. Green forward defending, getting to the onside, no single. But of course, he still made contributions, but from where he was, he's just to scale back a little bit, and the crown sits heavily on his head, perhaps, as the ICC #1 player.
Yeah, look, it's interesting because when you look at this series, I think he's looked in fantastic touch. I mean, he played beautifully in Rawalpindi. We know it was a good wicket, just fell short there of the 100, and then ran himself out in the first innings in Karachi, and then looked good in the second innings there for another 40-odd, and then yesterday probably played at a ball he didn't have to and paid the price with another duck.
Hassan bowls to Green, driving through the offside out in front of deep point. He struck it so well, though, that it might reach the rope. A lot of work to do from the sweeper. Cut off with the boot, old school. They come back for a third. Who's doing the work out there? Sajid Khan, he's been a busy boy this morning. The score advances to 5 for 271. Green into the 40s, and wow, that was just all timing, wasn't it?
It was. That was just beautifully eased through cover and just pushed at the ball. Didn't really have any sort of flourish with the bat swing at all. He timed it magnificently, and it took a fantastic piece of footwork from Sajid Khan to keep that ball from touching the rope.
You've got to admire that. You wouldn't get away with it in Australian cricket these days because it's such a taboo to use your boot, Cat. I think that is going to go with the coaching theory that if you can get your boot to it, you can get your hand to it. But the Pakistanis have a slightly more agricultural approach to this, as we've seen throughout the series, and most of the time it's paid off. Turning the clock back. We've seen plenty of school kids in today. Make a bit of noise now. Hassan Ali away from us, around the wicket. Full to Carey. Sneaks through, ends up with Rizwan. Inside edge. It's given. Well, it was just the bowler going up. Hassan Ali liked that. Alex Carey reviews immediately. That was umpire Aleem Dar, who had a decision to make. It was a full delivery between the bat and the off stump, or at least that's how it appeared. Rizwan did well to collect it low to the turf, and Hassan Ali was the only real man appealing. This will make for an interesting first replay before we go through the technology.
Yeah, I just wonder whether Aleem Dar's given that out LBW, because it looked like a dipping slow ball, and whether it's hit his foot or the bat, I don't think they were appealing for the court behind, because I think he might have given this out LBW.
Okay, so the umpires have come together as we wait for the first replay. So did it kiss the boot, perhaps? Oh, the soft signal's given out, which would suggest it is caught behind.
Oh, okay.
Right, so Aleem Dar has given it caught behind. And presumably, the fact that there's a soft signal required, I mean, their review sent upstairs by Australia. They've got 3 in the bank. So first replay here. It dips on Carey. Bounces right next to his boot. And there is deviation. And I'll tell you what, there might well be a sound that's the stump. Your thoughts, Kat? It's missed the bat.
Oh, that's unbelievable. It might have hit the stump.
I reckon it's hit the stump. That might be the deviation that's been detected. And it has landed in front of Rizwan. We're going to go through the process here. Ultra Edge says there's a spike, but I can't see how that can be ball on bat unless it was the Q end, and even if it was, that would have been straight into the turf. The second Ultra Edge spike is the ball hitting the stump. That's what it is. That's why Aleem Dar's been duped. He's seen the ball move, sure. There's been a deflection, yeah. Off the off stump.
Yeah, you can understand why it's been given out, probably from the noise and the timing of everything, but that's a very good review from Alex Carey. I thought from distance here that it might have just clipped his boot, but it missed the boot, missed the bat, and hit the stump. Amazing.
We've seen a few of those recently, Cat, in games we've been covering where the ball's hit the stump and the bails haven't come off. Well, add that to the list.
Well, it was a beautiful piece of bowling because it dipped on Alex Carey and it was just a fraction away from clipping that off stump properly. It obviously just tickled it, but so close to getting the job done, that ball from Hassan Ali. Beautifully bowled.
Why don't we see him bowl more slower balls, Hassan Ali? One of the best in the world at that delivery that dips. And yes, it did actually bounce in front of the wicketkeeper, Rizwan, so it wouldn't have stood in any case. Surprising that was soft signal out. Bizarre cricket. Hassan Ali, penultimate ball of his over. That's more conventional. Back of a length, defended out to point, no single.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a ball that he should use on this surface, particularly with the lower bounce, particularly with potentially a bit of variable pace and bounce as this wicket starts to tire. And he's got a catching cover in for a drive, so it's the perfect ball for this situation. Mid-off, mid-on, a setback. He can bowl it like he did, and that was just a whisk away from really hitting the stump harder.
And it landed a foot in front of Rizwan. To finish, here's Hassan Ali. Defended out to mid-on. They won a single. Good running from Carey. He'll retain the strike on 28. He's there with Green on 40. It's a partnership worth 66 Australia. After 100 overs of 5 for 272, our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day mate, got some tyres?" And they'll say, "100% we do." The store-wide super sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Kumo tyre. That's why they're
To NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Well, all I can say is thanks to DRS, Aleem Dar and Ashan Raza have been saved from peak embarrassment, because we got a replay between overs and that was a howler. Noman Ali from the pavilion end, bowls to Carey on the sweep, out through mid-wicket, struck it well, but it bounces a couple of times before reaching the sweeper. It's Azhar Ali doing the work out there. He moves to 29, 5 for 273. A howler on the basis that not only did it miss the bat by a mile, that can happen when the ball hits the stump. I can understand that, but they gave soft signal out. It bounced a foot in front of the wicketkeeper. How are they appealing? A point of interest for our newspaper colleagues, I'm sure, Pete Lawler and Tom Deason, who'll be filing copy for lunch. Noman delivers on the back foot. Cameron Green finding the gap there. No deep point, gets another boundary. He's hit 3 in that direction so far today, Cameron Green. That's his 5th so far in the innings. He's 44 Australia, 5 for 277, and that needed to be put away. The worst delivery we've seen from Noman so far this morning.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery. Just too much width on offer there. Cameron Green just rocked back, placed it beautifully, and got it through the point region for 4.
So they did have a deep point after he played that square drive off Shaheen, but not for the spinner. Noman bowls to Green. He's forward in defence, back down the pitch. That's better, more flight, 82 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, it's been an interesting line of attack from Noman to Green, because he's given the stumps away a lot, and it's a little bit surprising given that he's got the short leg in play and he's got protection at mid-wicket to attack the stumps.
Can he get Green dancing? Noman bowls. He does come out of his crease here and takes the single on offer down at long off, easing it down there to Shaheen Sharafredi. 5 for 278 the score. Green up to 45.
Yeah, Green's just happy to take the single to deep mid-off. No risk. I'm not sure why Pakistan have employed it for as long as they have. No one's really gone over the top yet.
Yeah, a couple of half centuries in the Ashes, Green. He averaged 33. That was to finish the series. He didn't start well, but got better and better. And then 48 Rawalpindi and got a start. 23 at Karachi. 5 away from a half century here. Back to Carey on 29. Noman over the wicket. Reverse sweep. Gets a single. To short third, where there's a fielder position for that exact shot. Sajid Khan. Carey into the 30s. 5 for 279.
Yeah, it just looks like Alex Carey's found the reverse sweep harder to play here. in Lahore compared to last week in Karachi. I just wonder whether this wicket's a little bit less predictable with the pace, and maybe Pakistan have just slowed it up fractionally to him because he hasn't quite got the timing of it right yet.
So this will be the last delivery before drinks. So closing out the first hour on day 2, Noman Ali. In at green, around the wicket, green. On leg stump, wants one to square leg and sends Carey back. Good decision as well. There was no one there. So the end of 101 overs as drinks are called onto the field, I believe. Just watching for the men in the high-vis vests. Yes, here they come. So Carey 30, Green on 45. They've taken Australia from 5 for 232 at the start of play to 5 for 279 as we say goodbye to Simon Kadich. We'll hear from him again after lunch. He'll be replaced by Peter Lalor after the break. Our coverage of Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Naseem around the wicket to Carey, driving through the covers. Doesn't quite get all of it, but does find the gap. Might get a boundary still, and he does.
Shane round the wicket, punched away off the back foot by Cam Green. He's going to pick up 4 for that. Bowls with a little more dart, and it is smacked through cover by Carey. Straight through extra, along the ground. Hassan Ali up to Green, who's cutting him away for 4. Powerful shot, behind point, absolutely lays into it. You could hear it was a wood chopper's sound.
Away from us, around the wicket, full to Carey, sneaks through, ends up with Rizwan. Inside edge, it's given. Well, it was just the bowler going up. Hassan Ali liked it. Alex Carey reviews immediately. Bounces right next to his boot, and there is deviation, and I'll tell you what, there might well be a sound that's the stump. The second ultra spike hit the ball, that's what it is. That's why Ali duped his ball. The deflect, the off stump. Session day 2 here at Gaddafi Stadium with Australia, 5 for 279. I'm Adam Collins. I'm joined by Peter Lalor, and in a moment he'll be joined by Geoff Lemon. But Pete, your thoughts on that bizarre call behind? That not only did it miss the bat and hit the stump, it landed a foot in front of the wicketkeeper. Lucky we have DRS.
Lucky we did have DRS. An extraordinary decision. Hassan Ali bowling, Carey batting. Bowler's gone up. The umpire's given it out, caught behind. We've looked on the review. It's missed the bat. It's clipped the off stump. But that's not the most extraordinary thing. It's bounced a foot in front of Mohammad Rizwan. Now, your mind immediately goes to the worst possible scenario in that situation. You forgive the umpire because there is a snick, but you think, what on hell was the wicketkeeper doing appealing for that? But I'm going to suggest something to you. Mohammad Rizwan is one of the most popular players in the Pakistan camp with the Aussies. I think Mohammad Rizwan went up for the LBW. The foot was close to the ball. Okay, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt until he tells us what happens. But there's no wicketkeeper in the world who's going to seriously claim that catch. Is there?
No.
Or am I being Pollyanna here?
Cameron Akmal might have given it a go. Back in the day, but
bad old days. This is a new Pakistan team, and he's a very popular guy, and he just strikes me as a very straight guy.
Yeah, and if a fielder wants to claim a dodgy catch, they claim a dodgy catch that's landed an inch in front of their hands, not one that's landed 3 feet in front of their hands. Yeah. So there was no way. It was very, very clearly not at. I thought he was going up for the LB as well, and I'm still curious about on the replay. I think that ball has hit the toe of his boot. Because there's a slight snicko spike as it passes the foot. Now, we're not seeing this now. We're seeing the snicko spike where it hits the stump. But right at the start, and I may be wrong, I was just watching the replay inside, but I thought it just brushes the toe of the boot. There was a noise as it went past the boot. If it did so, that should have been an LBW referral, and maybe they've made even more of a mess of it, or maybe I'm wrong.
Well, from my angle, it didn't, but I'm more often wrong than you.
Sajid Khan will continue round the wicket, and Alex Carey will continue because he's not out, regardless of how conversations are here. A little paddle sweep and a deep back with square leg. Hustles back for a second run. Good one-day international running. He's got 32, Carey. 5 for 281.
So Carey has added 24 this morning. Cameron Green has added 25. This has been just what Australia needed. I thought they could get, they were in danger of getting rolled over early. They need to get that score up to 350. They look like they might do it. I was putting money on 280, not that I put money on anything, except that plate that brings the bill at dinner.
Yeah, well, you would think that given the series we've seen, 350 would be skinny, even if they did get to that, but they've at least got to get there first. Carey defends the next ball. I think it's also important because they want to have faith in this pairing in that sort of middle to lower order that is still being tested. Travis Head 5, Green 6, Carey 7. They're the relatively new players as Carey comes forward to defend.
My men who went out to the middle this morning say that 350 is a really good score here. I mean, we've got to see both sides bat on it, but this isn't the wicket we've seen in the first 2 tests, and there's a suggestion that at last we might see one that breaks up, Geoff.
Sajid Khan, a lot of flight, smacked by Carey on the bounce to mid-on just for a second. The Pakistanis were excited. They thought that Naseem Shah might be in the market for a catch, but it bounced in front of him.
I tell you what has been very impressive this morning has been the batting of Cameron Green. That off drive, that square cut, that late cut, he looks balanced.
Bit of flight again from Sajid Khan, defended out into the covers. That's actually Fahim Ashraf at mid-on, so he's substituting. I'm not sure who's off the field. Shaheen's out there. Naseem is out there. Sajid bowls on the leg stump, turned away to mid-wicket. They'll dart through for another single. Good running from the Australians. 5 for 282 after 102 overs. So Carey, 33, Green, 45.
And Australia have added 50 in the morning session, just in the first hour, have they? That's right. Yep, 232 to 282.
232 it was last night.
Yep. And we got a change of bowling here.
Looks that way. A fair bit of milling around out in the middle.
Norman Ali was off the field. He's just come back on.
Okay, yep. So Shaheen Shah Afridi has the ball in hand. He's doing a lot of shining. He's down on one knee in front of Naseem Shah as if in worship or praise, shining the ball on the underside of his thigh. And now he's given Naseem the ball, and Naseem Shah will have a bowl. He's got a slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. That's the offside field. On the onside, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg and a long leg. That deep square leg position has been barely used in this test match. They've had one through the whole innings, and it's almost never gone to them. They've bowled very few short balls. So a puzzling position to have, giving away that much territory on the leg side.
Watching for the reverse swing here. He's covering the ball.
Here we are. New ball, 20 overs old. Naseem Shah bowls in at the toes of Carey, who defends. So they took the new ball after 83 overs in the first innings.
So
it's only 19 overs old, that means.
Yes, but yesterday it went about 14th, 15th over. It went the condition today. It's a stiffer breeze. It seems to be coming from the other direction. So, and we know how sensitive reverse swing and the conditions can be, can't we? The relationship between the two is what I'm trying to say.
Naseem bowls to Carey around the wicket, looking for that one to swing away a bit. Carey drives it compactly past the bowler for a single. 5 for 283.
It's a really good point you make about Australia looking for runs from this lower order, Carey and Green, and they've certainly delivered here in spades. It's a really important partnership.
Well, after Carey's good innings in Karachi as well, 93 he made.
Doing the sums here, I think this pair have put on 70 odd, haven't they?
Did some work last night, yeah.
77 runs, 21.2 overs.
Very important runs they've been, Naseem. And there is a little bit of movement in the air as Green drives. Not a lot, but just a hint of a way shape, I think. That one wobbled slightly in the air.
Yep, crowd catch there. They all got a bit excited. They thought that Bubba Azam had put that one down, but Bubba's not going to drop one like that. Although he did. When it matters, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
It can happen. It can happen to anybody. We saw Steve Smith drop a few in the previous test match. That doesn't happen very often.
No, he did have an excuse, I reckon.
Naseem bowls to Green, who's driving a over-pitch delivery, straight to mid-off, no run.
He did say to us like, that slip score was up a lot closer than it normally is, and certainly tests the guys in slips. Certainly tested Steve. We saw Cameron Green pounce and a beauty early, didn't we? He's got lovely hands, Cameron Green. I'll say again, he's a fantastic cricketer. He's looking really good here at 45.
His reflexes are remarkable. Naseem up to bowl to Green, who defends. That one came in a little bit. Naseem thinking he might have snuck through onto the pad, didn't do so. I don't know if there's any physiological basis for it, but it seems, Pete, that a really large person should not have super quick reflexes, super quick hand reflexes, footwork, all the rest of it. I say this as a fairly tall and cumbersome person myself.
You're projecting, Geoff, as my wife would say.
Well, look.
Hi,
our brain signals have a lot further to go to reach the end of the arm and get back again.
Right, okay.
So surely there must be some scientific basis for this. But Cam Green rips up the rule book. Naseem to end the over, bowls a good length, and Green's defending, looking for a run, won't get one. 103 overs gone, 5 for 283.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Cairnstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Tyre Power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres. That's a great deal unless you drive that 3-wheeled car that Mr. Bean used to have. Then you only need 3.
I'm only riding my electric bike from now on.
There we go.
It's getting delivered on Friday.
Beautiful.
Yep. Do Tyre Power make tyres for the electric bikes?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
I'd be surprised. They have the power. They've got to make the tyres. Sajid Khan.
Geoff. So you're talking about big guys and lack of coordination. I just have to ask you one question. Have you ever watched American basketball?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is true. They are quite large and coordinated. Sajid round the wicket, defended by Carey, coming forward. Maybe it is just a case of projection, as you say.
Yeah, but having said that, they don't deal with balls around their ankles a lot or below their knees all that much, do they?
Also, a basketball's pretty big. Sajid, some flight in at middle stump. So if you can't pick up a basketball, you're really in trouble.
We're talking about coordination here.
Yeah.
They really are extraordinary athletes, aren't they? And I think Cameron Green would probably be a pretty good basketballer by the look of him.
Sajid, lots of nice loop, driven away by Carey. Sajid testing him in the air. Carey gets a run. Wide of mid-off, 5 for 284.
We were actually watching the warm-up this morning, and Josh Inglis was playing with a rugby ball. And you can learn a lot by watching a warm-up. And by God, that kid is coordinated. He is just a natural at ball sports. Once upon a time, you saw Test cricketers who were genuinely uncoordinated, weren't they? You know, I always go back to Jim Higgs. Funnily enough, Steve Smith has a touch of Charlie Chaplin about him, but you would never call Steve Smith uncoordinated. They're just...
Sajid over the wicket, darts it through at Green, who squeezes it out to short leg and then has to lunge for his ground, worried he might be run out after tipping out of his crease.
Smith is more unorthodox, I think.
Sajid flat again, and it pops up leading edge into the offside. Nobody there for Green. Look to turn it to the leg side, and the ball bobs up towards point.
Got a bat pad waiting there. Mid-wicket is probably not going to get that one, and A short mid-on, is that, Geoff?
Yeah, I think that's what I'd call it, a short straight mid-on. Green playing off the back foot again, and he could be in danger from one that keeps low. He keeps this one out, but it's a dangerous game. 104 overs bowled, 5 for 284.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
We spoke to Steve's son, Jet Johnson, who's in action this weekend in the Trans Am Series and is racing at Phillip Island for the first time ever.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big learning curve. It's a pretty unforgiving track if you end up having off. So,
you're not
I'll try not.
Yeah.
I'll try not.
No, you're not going to have it off.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. The score is 5 for 284. It's day 2. Australia won the toss and batted yesterday. And Naseem Shah is coming into bowl, attempting a Yorker, flicked away by Alex Carey for long leg for a single, 5 for 285.
Well, it's just gone with the angle there across the batter. No sign of the reverse swing. I think this sort of sharper breeze today might be upset any chance of getting reverse at this point. Certainly hiding the ball as if it could be there, or he wants it to be there. It's wishful thinking at this stage.
Well, the flags have just dropped momentarily, so I wonder if the breeze has dropped at ground level. The flag's on top of the grandstand. Over the wicket, the right armour to the right-handed Green, wide on the crease, angling in. That did reverse. That did go, Pete. He's kept this ball out, Cameron Green, but that ball started outside the off stump and tailed in. Not extravagant, not Waqar Younis when he was devastating it in, but that went.
No, well spotted, Geoff, well spotted. But a little bit off his pace today. It's about 10 kilometres, 8 kilometres an hour slower than what he was bowling yesterday. Not quite into his workload. Maybe he's feeling the stiffness because he really put in yesterday, didn't he, the teenager?
Huge.
It was a fantastic bowling effort.
Oh, he was wonderful yesterday. He was bowling 146 kind of region, getting the ball to reverse, important wickets, got Smith, got Travis Head when they both looked set. Cameron Green coming forward a long way with a stride to meet that next ball early, try to negate any swing as he defends it back to the bowler.
Yeah. Now, that breeze yesterday I thought was coming more from that sort of easterly direction, but today it's coming from the opposite side. It's coming from the west. Weather conditions have been quite strange in Pakistan. It was very, very cold before we arrived in Karachi and Islamabad, and then it went up 15 degrees for our arrival, which was good.
Jumped straight from winter to midsummer, temperature-wise. The breeze is back up now. Flags fluttering again. Naseem bowls to Green, who reaches for it, plays it on the bounce into the gully. Naseem Shah won't mind that. Cameron Green has got a real tendency to put his hands outside his off stump and play at the ball that way.
Yep, hit it sharply on the bounce to Fawad, but I'm there. I've got a degree of confidence in him outside of off stump. He does tend to middle the ball, but of course it's reversing now, so we'll see what happens. Important not to get out when it starts to reverse, not to expose the next batter in.
That's the absolute key at this point, but how long will it reverse for? Because if it's going after 20 overs, it could just keep going.
Yeah, it did yesterday, didn't it? We saw it from the 20th over right through to past when the new ball was due.
5 for 285. Naseem to Green, full, driven to cover. Overpitched that one and didn't give it any chance to do anything in the air. But it's difficult against Green. He's got such a big stride forward.
It gets out, head over the ball. Reaches down because that stick's not quite long enough for him to play in the stance that most batters play in. Why don't they make longer bats? Or you're not allowed?
There is a maximum size limit, so you can get a long handle if you get a custom-made bat.
A long handle, but not a longer blade.
You can get a long handle and a long blade. There is a long blade possibility as Naseem bowls to Green, who's working it off his pad to mid-wicket. There'll be no run, but I imagine he's probably got a longer blade. But he's got a blade as long as he's allowed to have. I imagine after 105 overs, the score is 5 for 285.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
5-2-8-5. Yeah, I was talking to some bat makers at Woodstock in the UK recently about getting one. I'm 6'5", and they did offer the long blade and the long handle. You can get the extra elongated that. As we start a new over, and Sajid Khan gets driven down to mid-off for a single. Alex Carey dashes through. 37 he's got. 5-2-8-6.
And that's 5 runs. It's gone for 4 overthrows.
What have they done there?
Rizwan is not having, well, the return wasn't great, but it's gone through him. Over his arms looking pretty unhappy with that. But not the best morning for the keeper.
He just flinched away from that a bit, that ball. It hit a nasty spot on the square and popped up a bit. He leaned the other way.
Well, he has got very sore fingers. We kind of flinched away from it, didn't he? We have seen him wring his hands in pain a few times through this series. I suspect if he went off for a scan, he might find that some damage inside.
So Carey's gone to 41. He's got 4 bonus runs. A real loop this time from Sajid to Cameron Green, who just gets on the front dog and defends.
Poor old Sargent's gone to 1 for 74 too. That's 4 runs. Shouldn't be against his name.
He bowls Sajid flat on leg stump this time, and Green just plays it off the back foot, digs it out to that short straight mid-on, who's standing about 8 paces wide of the non-striker. Waiting again, and Green off the back foot, back to the bowler.
Whose fielding efforts are a bit better than his teammates in that instance. Stops it with one hand.
He's been excellent in the field through the last couple of tests, Sajid Khan. A lot of loop. He's trying to tease Green in the air, get him playing an expansive shot at something. He's got a big gap on the offside. Got a mid-off and a cover. There's plenty of room square of the wicket on the offside. Green can be tempted to play. Sajid tempts him again, and he does pick that gap, Green. Just gets a single as cover gets off to cut off the ball. And is the end of the over. 106 of them gone. 5 for 291 after the break. It'll be Adam Collins with Pete Lawler.
We've got 5 minutes to go in the half. Jennings passes to Pearce. Len runs from dummy half and fires the ball at Sutton, who sends it down to the 22. Picked up by Johnson. Oh, huge hit from McQueen. Or is it Turner? Whoever it is offloads to some other guy in green. He's tackled by a big fella and some other really big fella. Someone passes it back, and now it looks to me like everyone's cuddling.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Adam Collins joining Peter Lawler on what's been just about the perfect morning for Australia. They've added 85 runs, or should I say this pair have added 85 runs, but they've taken it from 5 for 232 to 5 for 291. Both men nearing half centuries.
Added 59, have they, this morning?
That's right. Naseem Shah, pavilion end to Green, into the gully on the bounce. Well, deflected there by Fawad Alam.
Pleasing in 2 respects. And it's not like we didn't know it, but one, they pushed that score up to 291 when there's every chance that they could have been all out the way that ball was moving around yesterday. Of course, this is a newer ball. Second respect, Cameron Green just keeps confirming our expectations of him. What a find he is, and what a cricketer he is, and what a cricketer he's going to be if we keep him on the path, and he keeps tracking at this rate.
Yeah, credit for picking him when they did. I mean, the easy thing to do would have been to have given him another year or 2 in domestic cricket, but they thought he was ready, and he is ready. It's working. The same bowls to Green from the off stump, pushing out towards mid-off, no run. And when you're bringing a player in at number 6 at age 21, as he was when he made his test debut, you can't expect him to be a superstar overnight. It is an investment. It is a medium-term strategy, but the only way you can go on to have the sort of career that you want from Green is to allow him to experience what it is to be an Australian cricketer. It's no work experience program, but you can kind of get away with it with maybe one cricketer per generation that gets the lengthy apprenticeship, and that's what Green's getting here.
It's the Greg Chappell throw him in at the deep end principle, and he'd certainly shown everything that he needed to show in Sheffield Shield cricket. Firstly as a bowler, then when he got those stress fractures.
Nassim delivers to Green, beating it outside the off stump. You haven't said that today. Just a little bit of movement. Might have held it time. We're behind Green from our angle, but that didn't look like it was far away from kissing the edge on the way through to the gloves of Rizwan. Watching the replay here, that did move back towards Green, but he played inside the line of it.
Yeah, just started to reverse in the previous over that Nassim bowled. He has been an outstanding bowler in this test match, talking about young cricketers. Missed out in the last test, played the first one. We saw him make his debut in Australia a couple of years ago.
Sure did.
And that was a pretty tough experience for him. But look at him now in his 12th test match. He's a very good cricketer.
Another player they've really backed in here too, a third quick on a track like this. Nassim bowls to Green, defended, back down the pitch, no run. I mean, you'd be excused for looking at this surface a couple of days ago and thinking, well, if anything, we need an extra spinner. But they've gone the other way, and it's worked so far. Hey, Pete, I've got a little theory to float with you, or at least a thought bubble, based on that dismissal that wasn't earlier.
Yeah.
This bowling that you can understand why Alim Dar was duped into thinking it might be leg before due to the deviation, and there's obviously a big error with respect to the catch that wasn't. But just purely back to the ball hitting the stump, the same delivers to Green, defending out into the offside, no run. Haven't we seen this in recent times to think that there might be something going on here? I mean, the ball hitting the stump and the ball coming off, that was Men's World Cup. 5 that I can remember,
wow,
5 that I catalogue.
Good stat.
It happened obviously with Ben Stokes at the SCG a couple of months ago. Happened with Carey here.
Yeah.
Philosophically, I mean, it might take a bit of time to go through this. I know Law 29 states that the bail must come off or be fully dislodged to be out. But philosophically, isn't the very idea of a bail to detect whether the ball's hit the stump? As Nassim Shah completes the over, Green defends. We'll take a break and come back to this with Australia at 5 for 291. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Back on strike on 41, Green down the other end on 46. Most productive partnership late on day one and into the morning session. They're about half an hour away from batting through it. Sajid starts a new over to Carey, who wants one down to mid-off, but won't quite get one down to Hassan Ali. It stays at 5 for 291.
So looking at your theory about the bails, once upon a time, bails were flimsy wooden things that used to blow off in the breeze.
Exactly.
These things have got AA batteries in them, haven't they? Are these Christmas tree arrangements? Yeah.
So there are a couple of different elements to this that I want to go through with you. Sajid bowls to Carey as forward in defence. First is how heavy the bails are, which was always the point that was made in white ball cricket. Why are we seeing this so often in white ball cricket per the 2019 Men's World Cup? Well, it's the Zing bails that are doing it. Now we see them in Test cricket. Sajid bowls reverse sweep Carey through the gap. What a shot that is. Beautifully played out towards the Qadir enclosure. It moves Australia along to 5 for 295 and Carey to 45. That was perfect.
He's really got that. I've seen him struggle with the run the centre, but he played that.
It's an easy shot for 1. 5 for 310. Carey's got 54.
But that delivery with which he did get to, or off which he got to 50, just jumping out, closing the face of the bat a little too early, a lot like Usman Khawaja yesterday. Sajid Khan has got a few balls to grip off the surface.
He's got a short, straight mid-on, as well as a short leg and a slip. Green steps away, plays off the back foot, hits down the long on for a single. So they're milking the off-spinner down the ground comfortably now. 5 for 311. Green goes to 53. So the field swaps over once again. Right-hander, left-hander, left-hander, right-hander. 100 partnership. And twin 50s for these two. They're doing a wonderful job for Australia now. Sargent, flight. Carey comes forward, and that one did turn a little bit. That gripped. And it took an outside edge, but Carey was playing with such soft hands that the ball went along the ground to point rather than popping up in the air anywhere. Sargent, the reverse sweep comes out. And Carey beats the field this time for 4. He's got that one right out of the middle. Alex Carey loves that shot. Messed one up earlier. He's nailed it this time. 112 overs gone. Australia 5 for 315.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Canstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres. 5 for 315. Carey 58, Cameron Green 53. And you and Adam, Bharat, were talking about one of my pet topics. Get rid of the bails. What do you need bails for? Something I'm not entirely sure whether I believe this argument or not. I just find it interesting. Around the wicket goes Shaheen, down the leg side, and Rizwan sprawls, ends up flat on his stomach as he dives across to stop that ball. But I think there is a logic to say that the reason bails exist is so that you know when the stumps have been hit. And therefore, if the stumps have been hit, you should be out. The idea of dislodging the bail was only so that an umpire could be sure that the stump had been hit. But an umpire can be sure now because you have light-up stumps, you have snicko, you have slow-motion replays, all the rest of it. It's very easy to tell in a televised game that a stump has been hit. Not saying you do this at lower level. Shaheen, round the wicket, driven solidly to mid-off, and they belt through for a single. There's a misfield. Shaheen's not happy. As the Australian pair were able to get through without much risk after Noman Ali fumbled that ball. 5 for 316.
This law number 29.1, the wicket put down, which is has a lot to do with bails and what constitutes as the wicket being put down. One bail coming off, it has to completely come out of its slot, as we all know now.
Yes, has to come out and stay out of the grooves, the spigots, the bits attached to the bails, down the leg side from Shaheen. And again, that's hurt Rizwan. He's in some trouble out there. He's wringing his right hand once again. I think he did himself some damage on day 1. And now he's got his hand between his thighs, pressing it, trying to alleviate the pain. And he's got a couple of teammates standing around him concerned. So Rizwan is a tough character, but he might be in some strife for carrying on here.
And there's been a few times during this series where he's wrung his hand, but it's the first time he's taken his glove off and he seems in considerable pain. It doesn't look like the physio was coming out.
Nobody's coming out. Hassan Ali and Abdullah Shafiq went to him to see how he is, and now he's walking back to his position, throwing his head back. He's still in pain, so he's going to continue, but he's doing that thing that you do when pain is coursing through your body, where you curse and you expostulate. You try to somehow get something out that helps release that pressure valve a bit. But he's got his glove back on. He will continue keeping to Shaheen Afridi, who's being hit hard by Alex Carey, but straight to mid-on. I suppose that's Rizwan. Keeps on keeping on.
Keep on doing what you're doing. And yeah, just on the bail situation. Now that you are using Zinger bails, and I did bring up an incident with Adam where I umpired a game for the first time with Zinger bails and I just couldn't switch it on. And as luck would have it, the ball did hit the stump and the bail didn't come off because they are heavier than a normal bail.
Shaheen over the wicket to Carey, who defends a full ball.
I'm sure international level umpires don't have the same issue with zinger bails. And now that you have started using these bails in Test cricket, yeah, maybe the time has come. I mean, well, give them their work.
We first noticed it as a common thing, I think, in the 2015 World Cup.
Yeah.
When there were a lot of players, there were half a dozen incidents of the ball hitting the stumps, often quite solidly, and the bail not dropping. So if it is harder to dislodge a bail, maybe you need to reconsider the bail coming off. 5 for 316. Shaheen down the leg side. He's going up in an appeal, but A, Rizwan didn't catch it, and B, there was no bat on it. So classic Shaheen area. 5 for 316 after 113 overs.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Next to win, and he's done it!
That is a remarkable save. Very elegant from instead of eyes. It's going to be the crowning moment.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Light and Tim Watson.
This is Trackside.
Tim Gossage.
There's an Izzy for breakfast.
Bensley.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test cricket, 5 for 316. And the other side of the bails argument is that cricket is a weird sport with lots of inconsistencies, lots of strangeness, and that's part of why we love the game, because it is arcane and ridiculous, and there are these peculiarities, and one of them is that you can get out in a way or you cannot get out in a way, but it is inconsistent. Sajid bowls with flight, green drives to mid-off, and that's before you even get onto things like LBWs, where if umpire's call shows a millimetre of the ball hitting a millimetre of the stump and you've been given out, you're still out.
Yeah.
Whereas in real life, that might not have knocked the bail off. Sajid to Green, another forward defence.
And there is so much in cricket that's left to the umpire's judgment. And like I said earlier, if, say, you're playing without bails on a windy day, and it does depend on the umpire to decide whether the ball stump was hit or not.
5 for 316. As the ball's blocked away, Sajid coming into bowl. His fourth delivery, and it's just knocked down to mid-on. No run. Cam Green just thinking about the lunch break, I imagine.
And not long to go now, just 7 minutes from here. Maybe two more overs.
Loops it up. Green uses his feet and uses them well. Drives it along the ground down to long on. So he has been willing to leave his crease. Not frequently, but just now and then. Just to keep the bowlers thinking that they can't be absolutely sure that he will stay at home. That's a single. 5 for 317.
That's something both of them have done really well. They've not just sat back and waited for the loose ball to put them away. They rotated the strike really well, and Pakistan have helped them. They've had trio men back on the boundary often enough.
Sajid around the wicket to Carey, inside edge. Didn't play that with complete surety. The ball rolls back down the pitch. In the end, Carey keeping it out. 114 overs bowled, 5 for 317.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Match Cricket. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan, your company. Alex Carey and Cameron Green in the middle. Pakistan toiling away. Haven't taken a wicket in this opening session. 5 minutes until the lunch break. Australia still 5 down. 5 for 232 last night. 317 now, so they've had a profitable session.
And looks like Babar Azam thinks the only man in the Pakistan team who's capable of getting Alex Carey out.
Well, he
himself. He did it in Karachi.
Yeah, he only bowled 4 overs and took a wicket, which is frankly miraculous in this series. Babar Azam, the skipper, with some part-time off-spin. It's not the highest quality part-time off-spin you've ever seen. He loops one up to Cameron Green, who turns it to backward square leg with some respect. Dot ball.
Maybe Alex Carey might not want to get on strike while Babar is bowling.
Trots in again. Bowls at Green. This time he will get a run off the pads behind square. Just placed that one a little bit finer. No, he decides not to take the run.
Maybe
a couple of steps down and goes back.
Maybe I was right. Maybe Alex Carey does want to stay away from Babar.
Yeah. Really darts the next one through, and Green again almost gets a run, and Carey says no thank you. Just turns it to mid-wicket this time, into the gap. So twice they could have taken on the field, but I suppose no point taking the risks this close to the break. A slip in, the only close catcher, Babar, and this time Green wallops it off his legs, and they'll have to take a run as it goes all the way down to long leg. Through for the single at last, 5 for 318.
Yeah, that's the big battle. Babar Azam versus Alex Carey has been darting everything in. He's deciding to go around the wicket. He backs himself here, bringing the third man into the circle.
Still fussing with the field. He'll have a slip for the left-hander. He'll bring up, he's got a point and a short third almost, and a deep cover point. So I think he's planning on bowling short. Loops it. Big full toss driven down to long off for 1. That was comfortable enough for Carey to get away from strike. 59 for Carey. 5 for 319.
There was a enjoy your lunch ticket from Babar Azam. He's tossed it up. Nice and easy.
Babar. A lot of loop and left alone by Green outside the off stump. Happy to get forward on the front foot and watch that one go through. End of the 115th over. 5 for 319.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
We spoke to Steve's son, Jet Johnson, who's in action this weekend in the Trans Am Series and is racing at Phillip Island for the first time ever.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big learning curve. It's a pretty unforgiving track if you end up having an off, so
you're not
I'll try not.
Yeah.
I'll try not.
No, you're not going to have an off.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test Match Cricket. 2 minutes till the lunch break. Sajid Khan with the ball. The off spinner probably won't get through his over quickly enough to allow another one. Darts it in. Alex Carey, who comes forward and defends, the left-hander. Sajid desperate to get something turning away from the bat. Bring that slip into play. Something before the lunch break. Carey defends comfortably. Gets to the pitch of it with the forward stride.
This is a huge development in Alex Carey's game. The way he uses very soft hands to defend against the spinners. So very important when you bat in the subcontinent. Just play with hard hands when he has to score runs. It's important to have this facet as well.
Sajid, reverse sweep from Carey, and he'll get a run here as it goes fine of the backward point fielder. 5 for 320.
That was delicately done as well. Very different reverse sweep to the two he's pulled off this morning of Sajid Khan. Both going to the boundary. Just a reverse paddle.
Deflection more than anything else. So Carey to 60. Green has 56 and he has 3 balls to face. Pakistan have moved the field around, taken their time, so this will be the last over. Green defends off the back foot into the covers. No interest in attempting a sharp single there. Just turns his back on the ball as soon as he hits it. Walks away to square leg. Takes a moment, trying to mimic the greats of the past. At the moment of composure, flight from Sajid, inside edge on the bounce to short leg. Just think that Cameron Green is a bat pad candidate. If I were the fielding captain out there, I'd have him surrounded.
Yeah, plays a lot of balls in front of his pad.
Reaching forward with long arms. Sajid, flight, back goes Green and keeps it out of his stumps down to mid-on. And that will be the last ball of the over. That should be the lunch break. The umpires tipped the bails off. They're the only ones who could get the bails off in that session. Alex Carey with a life after the ball hit the off stump and the bail was not dislodged. He's still there on 60. Cameron Green on 56. And Australia taken the score under 5 for 320. The partnership, 114. They resumed this morning on 5 for 232. And they have done a tremendous job. Welcome to listeners in Sydney and Queensland joining us for the first time today. So you will have just heard that brief summary of what's happened through the day. Carey and Green batting through the morning session. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan here with you. And Bharat, that's been quite the performance from Australia's younger and less experienced 6 and 7.
Yeah, we've seen what the top order can do throughout this series, and this was an opportunity for Alex Carey and Cam Green to dig their team out of a spot of bother when they lost those 3 quick wickets late in the day yesterday. And they've done remarkably well. They've shown great composure, but they have scored enough runs as well. And the match has gone from maybe being on par, both teams, to Australia kind of beginning to take a lead. And for Pakistan, maybe the second time in this match already where they've left, or they'll feel like they've let Australia off the hook. Had them 2 for 8 in the first session yesterday, and again 5 for 232 when we started play today. And Australia recovered first, and then I've started to go in front.
Well, it has swung back and forth. If you haven't been paying attention, David Warner LBW to Shaheen for 7, and then Marnus Labuschagne nicked off second ball, caught behind for naught. Shaheen Afridi had 2 wickets. Australia had 8 runs on the board. And then Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith put on 138 together. Smith eventually LBW to Naseem Shah for 59. Khawaja went on to 91 before being caught at slip from Sajid Khan, the off-spinner. Travis Head made 26 enterprising runs, was out there for a decent slab of time before reverse swing got him late in the day. Caught behind from the bowling of Naseem Shah again, who's put in a serious shift, still just 19 years old. And so that had Green and Carey together at stumps. They hadn't been together for all that long. They've come out today and batted through the session. And they've added 88 runs in that morning session. So they've not just survived, they've prospered. They've scored at a good clip. Green's hit 5 boundaries. Alex Carey's hit 6. Haven't gone after the bowling frequently, but Carey's pulled out the reverse sweep a couple of times. And Green, when they've given him width and something a bit short, he's been brutal on those balls through point and cover point. So an increasingly impressive partnership for these two that's up to 114.
And they've had to overcome different challenges this morning. They started off with the second new ball, and it did do a little bit, and the seamers came back with some reverse swing. Some deliveries from Sajid Khan have gripped and turned, and I think they've overcome all that, and like I've said, put the pressure back on the Pakistanis.
SEN Test Match Cricket will be with you through the second and third sessions, so we'll hope to have your company there. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan now. Adam Collins, Pakistan fast bowling great Waqar Younis, Australian opening bat Simon Kadich, and the Australians' chief cricket writer Peter Lalor, all part of the coverage over the rest of the day. We'll hope to see you again after the lunch break. In the meantime, let's have the highlights of the morning session and then on with the break.
Is the lunch break on day 2 of the 3rd test, live from Lahore on SEN Test Cricket. Earlier today, Victorian men's coach and SEN commentator Chris Rogers joined Gerard Whateley to talk all things cricket as the Vics prepare to take on WA.
How far into the table have you delved? So it's not the easiest points table to read. 29.47, Victoria, West Australia 24.6, New South Wales 20.07. What are the permutations in the game that starts tomorrow?
I'll make it pretty simple, I think. If we win or draw here in Perth, we host a final, either against Western Australia or New South Wales. New South Wales have to win. But if we lose, then we'll play the Shield final here in Perth and probably stay on. So that's about as simple as I can make it, I think.
It's good motivation, isn't it?
It is. I mean, there's so much to play for. We won't be going into this game thinking of just drawing. We're going to go to really try and win and play the style of cricket we've been playing throughout the season. But we any kind of result and to be able to host a final, that would be fantastic.
Todd Murphy, so he was terrific. He's part of that partnership at the end. He bowled really well for you. So because of the tyranny of it being in Perth, is he not in the squad?
Yeah, we've had to leave him out, which is very unfortunate. I mean, you know, it's debatable we play one spinner, let alone two. Western Australia have to win. So we were always going to turn up and, you know, there was almost going to be branches on the pitch. It's so green. So, you know, it's going to be... They've got conditions to suit their strength, which is their fast bowlers. And so, you know, we have to understand that. And when I had the conversation with Murphy, he completely understood. His time's coming. You know, John Holland's not going to be around forever, and Murph's been tracking, you know, fantastically well. I think he's going to be a big player for Victoria for a long while to come, and particularly if we keep trying to have those conditions at Junction Oval, which is a fantastic pitch and got a good result.
Will Pucovski's in the squad. We've all read the statement from Cricket Victoria and Cricket Australia. Is he going to play tomorrow?
Yeah, at this stage he's you know, good to go. So yeah, we'll make the final decision this afternoon. But he has been tracking well. He's been playing for Melbourne Cricket Club in Melbourne Premier Cricket, and then he played a 4-day second 11 game for us last week and got through that really well. So, you know, we're really hopeful that he'll be right to go tomorrow, and he's had some good success at the Waqar before, scored a 200 here. So, yeah, it's a good boost for us.
What's been your role through that process as it was outlined around the independent medical panel that had been put together?
I think with all of us, we're really been trying to understand exactly what's happening and trying to kind of understand how we can help Will as well and what he needs to do to help himself. I think the findings have been that it hasn't really been concussion as such. It's been as much to do with his anxiety. So, you know, and from that point of view, it does take a lot of understanding to kind of grasp why it's happening as well. So it's been just a lot of support for Will, and hopefully we're all on the right track now.
So the coach and the player, your relationship with him, which I'm sure is close after a couple of years together, how do you sort of guide him through his return to state colours, which we also anticipate?
You just, you know, you keep talking to him and make sure he's in a good place, really, and support whatever he needs. So it's difficult at times because it's a lot to do with what's going on between his ears, and we as a staff have to support him throughout this whole process. You know, we've made sure we've got the right support for him over here this week, and yeah, we're confident that everything's going to be fine this time around.
And James Pattinson, he'll lead the attack. So a green top in Perth wouldn't be the worst conditions for Pato to go at it?
No, I was a bit concerned last week when there wasn't much life in the pitch for the fast bowlers, but you could see that they were a bit frustrated at times, but certainly, you know, they'll turn up and lick their lips with what's being presented. We had a quick look at it yesterday, and there's a beautiful matting of grass over the pitch. So, yeah, Pato, you know, he's probably recognising it's not too many years left in his career. So these are big moments for him, and you know, and the remainder. So he'll be looking at this pitch and like you said, licking his lips and hopefully he'll have a great game. Is he in good shape for it? I was wondering whether we were going to see him again ahead of that previous game. It sort of lost track of him over the summer. Yeah, he had a little niggle through the BBL, so he decided to take himself out of the bubble, and he's been preparing privately and getting himself ready for this push for the Shield final, and it's played out that way, so hopefully he's cherry ripe.
Chris Rogers there. This is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket. Back shortly, live from Lahore. Welcome back to the lunch break, live from Lahore on SEN Test Cricket. Earlier today, Australian men's white ball captain Aaron Finch spoke to the media ahead of the one-day international and T20 squad's departure for next week's series against Pakistan. Here's Aaron Finch.
It's been a long time, hasn't it? So I think playing a couple of games for Victoria was really important for that although I didn't get any runs in one of them, to bat out here on a really difficult wicket was nice to be able to get back into the rhythm of 50-over cricket. I think at times it can feel easier the pace of the game feels slightly less frantic than T20 cricket, so you've got a little bit more time, which is always nice. So, yeah, but can't wait to get over there and get stuck in.
Discussions kind of been had about that World Cup next year, 2023 in India. Is this series the start of, I suppose, planning for that?
Yeah, I think with a lot of the decisions that have been made around the makeup of the squads and stuff, that's with an eye to the 50-over World Cup and trying to link anything that we do back to giving us as much information as we can get for that tournament. But the main goal is to still win the series. You pick a side that you think can win every game and a squad that can win every series. So, but it'll be tough, no doubt. Pakistan are a great side.
Got a pretty inexperienced bowling group,
yep.
Especially the quick bowlers. How do you kind of manage that? Yeah, what do you say from those guys you got?
Yeah, I think one thing that will help is the guys have played a lot of T20 cricket. They're quite inexperienced for Australia, but I think playing T20 cricket will help them in that regard. There's a lot of skill in the group, and guys that have been around one-day cricket for a long time, domestically as well. So having a lot of faith in their own ability, I think, is really important. And when you've got guys like Abbott, he's been around a long time, Berendorf, they've played a lot of state cricket, so I think it'll be fine.
How are you travelling yourself, your own form?
Yeah, I feel really good. I feel as though I'm batting quite well. Like I said, it was a difficult wicket out here at the Junction to play against a really good WA attack, and to be able to get 60-odd on that wicket was nice. Just a couple of slight technical tinkers that I've been trying to work on since Big Bash. So, but they feel like they're starting to bed down nicely.
How's your knee? I think you said a few weeks back that you might get it looked at over the next few months, but you're going to India.
Yeah, it feels 100% at the moment. I've had no issues with it. My rehab's been right up there. Plenty of hammy rehab as well. So just trying to make sure I stay on top of everything at the moment to try and get through what is going to be now probably a really big 18 months. But yeah, it feels 100%.
Been asked for your input, Pitchy, around the selection of a new coach?
No, not about the selection of it. There's been a couple of meetings with the recruiting company that's doing that, but that was just more on my thoughts on where the team's at the moment and where we see the team going in the future over particularly the next 18 months to the 50-over World Cup.
Where do you see the team going over that? I mean, what were the kind of things you'd say and what kind of person do you want for that job?
Oh, I think it's a really interesting transition. It will be over the next probably 2 years, because no doubt we've got a very experienced side at the moment when everyone is available, or very experienced squad. So no doubt over the next couple of years there'll be quite a bit of turnover. So having someone who can manage that, I suppose, transition to players will be really important.
What's Dan Vittoria's role with this group?
So he's come on as an assistant coach, particularly helping out with the spinners. He couldn't make it to be over there for the test matches with some prior commitments, but it's been brilliant having him around. His coaching experience speaks for itself, and his playing experience, his ability to connect with everyone on a personal level, but from a cricket point of view, has been brilliant.
Is that just a temporary role for him at the moment?
Yes, yep.
And you talked about the next 18 months, the 23 World Cup. Is that you're looking still to that to be kind of your sport?
His impact not on just my personal career, but friendship as well was huge. To be able to lean on someone so experienced and so great with the game was outstanding. Sorely missed. I mean, the global impact that he had was extraordinary from cricket. Just a great person.
Would it be extra special later this year if you to defend the World Cup, lift it up in front of the SK1 stand?
Yeah, it'd be pretty special, won't it, to see that renamed. It's a touching tribute to to someone who gave so much to St Kilda Cricket Club, Victorian cricket, but Australian cricket, and some iconic memories from the MCG, which are pretty special.
Just with the guys who are missing.
Is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
We spoke to Steve's son, Jet Johnson, who's in action this weekend in the Trans Am Series and is racing at Phillip Island for the first time ever.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big learning curve. It's a pretty unforgiving track if you end up having an off. So,
You're not
I'll try not.
Yeah.
I'll try not.
No, you're not going to have an off.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick. Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carver Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath. It's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy. Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal!
Djokovic a mile back and he smashes into the net! On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Seam around the wicket to Carey, driving through the covers. Doesn't quite get all of it, but does find the gap. Might get a boundary still, and he does.
Jane round the wicket, punched away off the back foot by Cam Green. He's going to pick up 4 for that. Bowls with a little more dart, and it is smacked through cover by Carey. Straight through extra, along the ground. Hassan Ali up to Green, who's cutting him away for 4. Powerful shot, behind point. Absolutely lays into it. You could hear the thunk. It was a wood chopper's sound.
Away from us, around the wicket. Full to Carey. Sneaks through, ends up with Rizwan. Inside edge. Yeah. It's given. Well, it was just the bowler going up. Hassan Ali liked it. Alex Carey reviews immediately. Bounces right next to his boot. And there is deviation. And I'll tell you what, there might well be a sound. That's the stump. The second ultra edge spike is the ball hitting the stump. That's what it is. That's why Ali Ndar's been duped. You've seen the ball move, sure. There's been a deflection, yeah. Off the off. Sajid bowls reverse sweep Carey through the gap. What a shot that is. Beautifully played out towards the Qadir enclosure. 29th ball of the innings for Australia, and Carey through the onside. He might make it 30. Out through mid-wicket. Bounces 3 or 4 times. It does pass the rope. Carey on the front foot. Gets a single to mid-off and in turn reaches his third Test half-century. Just 73 delivery. Came in with Australia in a spot of bother at 5 for 206. But combining with Cameron Green, they've put on 94 and they're not done yet.
Qadir, the reverse sweep comes out. Carey beats the field this time for 4. Got that one right out of the middle. Alex Carey loves that shot.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. We're waiting for the middle session of the second day to start here at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan with you, and we welcome in listeners joining us for the first time today in Melbourne, South Australia, Mount Gambier and Northern Territory. And the news is good for Australia. At lunch, they are 5 for 320. Cameron Green is 56. Alex Carey is 60. It's a partnership that's worth 114. And Bharat, they added 88 wicketless runs in that session. Looked in complete control with the exception of one strange moment involving the DRS. But Green every opportunity to really make his mark at number 6, and Carey batting beautifully.
Yeah, both looking to cement their places in the side. Cam Green, of course, is the long-term investment for Australian cricket. But Alex Carey, some question marks raised after the Ashes and even after the first test here. But he kept remarkably well in Karachi, got the 93, and he's backed it up really well. And I was just seeing Adam, both Cam Green and Alex Carey sitting together in the air-conditioned confines of the Australian dressing room. It has been a hot day, but they made the most of it, and they are just using this break to just, chat with each other, get tuned up again and walk out there and continue what they've been doing.
Yeah, stinking hot day here at Lahore, scheduled to reach 38 later in the day, not a cloud in the sky. So the conversation in the Pakistani dressing room will be a very different one. For the second time in the test match, but they've not been able to take advantage of taking a clump of wickets. On morning one, Shaheen Sharafaridi picked up Warner and Labuschagne in the space of 3 deliveries, and then Smith and Khawaja were able to steady the ship and lay the foundation for Australia. Well, yesterday when Naseem Shah picked up his second wicket, it was 5 for 206, and they had a chance with the second new ball, and they haven't grasped it.
Yeah, they struck with the new ball and the old ball yesterday, reducing Australia 2 for 8, as you said. But I think this partnership will hurt more, because what Carey and Green have done is not just hang in there, but they've also scored runs at a fair clip. They've really shifted the pressure back on Pakistan and, grabbed the momentum from them, which they would have thought they've finished the day on top, especially when a team wins the toss, bats first on a pitch like that, and you finish 5 for 232. The fielding team had a pretty decent day out. But Australia have really stamped their authority this morning. But the job's not done. Like we saw in Karachi, first innings runs come at a premium. And also it's about batting time and making the most of the best part of batting conditions.
Yeah, and that was certainly plan A at Karachi, wasn't it? It's bat for as long and as deep as they can. They probably came back this morning thinking, well, we'll get to lunch and reassess. But with this 2 going so well, it'll be about trying to bat for the entirety of the second day.
Yeah, and they will also take a lot of confidence from a few deliveries that have misbehaved. There have been few that have kept really low. There have been a few from the off-spinner, especially Sajid Khan, that have gripped off the surface, that have turned. It's not like Usman Khawaja said yesterday, this has been the most difficult wicket to bat on, relatively speaking, compared to the flatbeds we've seen so far in the series. So there is something in there. So even if you don't get 560 or 600, even if you can get to 450 or as close to 500 as possible, it could well be a winning score.
The spin of Sajid Khan, he was the main spinner turned to by the captain Babar Azam before lunch, and it was interesting watching Cameron Green yesterday and today, willing to come down the track and take advantage of his natural gifts, those big legs of his, and get down the pitch to defend. He looks very much at ease against the finger spin.
Very much so. And the first time I saw him in the Shield, the one thing that stands out with Cam Green, for someone so tall, is the balance at the crease. Whether he's playing off front or back foot, whether he's playing against pace or spin. And we have seen that even against England, the likes of Jack Leach could tie him up early on in his innings, because he has shown the tendency to take a little more time, be a little more defensive at the start. But yesterday we saw he stepped out to Norman Ali of the second ball he faced. And even today, what he's done, he can use his reach to completely nullify the spinners, even if there are rough spots in the second innings, if the pitch does deteriorate. So these are great signs for Australia. And I think he's got the tempo right in this innings. He still has played pretty conservatively, but he hasn't really gone into a shell. He's put the balls away. Even, I'm not even talking about the bad balls, even if a little bit of wit, we saw a couple of outstanding off drives from him, back foot punches. And once Cam Green starts playing the on drive, it didn't go for 4, but you know everything's working out for him.
And even the clip they went at, 88 runs in 28 overs before lunch, it reflects that commentary from Pat Cummins before the series, that they needed to know when to try and score more heavily and when to play conservatively. And against the harder ball, it's always been the case for Australia in the series. They've looked to try and turn pressure back onto the Pakistan seamers, and it worked today.
Yeah, and I think Alex Carey's played a huge role in it, Adam. The way he drove early on the up, he wasn't phased by the new ball at all. And then he took on the Pakistani spinners in Karachi, and he's done the same here. He's played quite a few reverse sweeps. Some have gone straight to the fielder, and he's got a couple of boundaries away as well. So I think all in all, the combination of Green and Carey has worked perfectly so far. They've complemented each other as well. And look, I mean, this is a great opportunity for both of them to get to 3 figures and maybe even bigger honours.
There was an unlucky moment for Pakistan when Hassan Ali, just to end the first hour, bowled a delivery from around the wicket to Carey, which dipped on him, a good slower ball, and it seemed to go between bat and off stump. And they went up for maybe leg before, maybe caught behind. Hard to tell in all the hustle and bustle. It was given out by umpire Alim Dar, despite the fact that it didn't carry to the gloves of Rizwan. Watching the replay back, it did hit something. It hit the stump, but the bail didn't come off. So he was a fortunate man after being given out inexplicably by the on-field umpire for a catch that was never so, given how far it bounced before Rizwan.
Yeah, and second straight game that Alex Carey has shown us that his hearing is improving, as well as the second good DRS call from him. Even if this was more obvious, of course, the one I'm talking about in Karachi was when he was keeping behind the wicket. But yeah, interesting. We spoke a lot about bails and, maybe whether the time has come where just the ball striking stump, if the umpire has, noted that the ball has made contact, should be deemed as, the stump has moved, or, so that's a debate for another day. We've already had it today. But yeah, I mean, it was unlucky for Pakistan. I really thought maybe it did take a little bit off his toe, and it could have been a close LBW shot, but they never got down to the LBW review till the end.
So the umpires making their way to the middle now. Ashan Raza and Alim Dar, followed by the players. The players spend a lot more time out in the middle during the lunch break now than ever was the case, and you saw a meeting of the off-spinners union at the breather.
Oh, that was brilliant. It was actually before the start of the day's play. Saqlain Mushtaq, of course, the inventor of the Dusra in the late 90s, and Nathan Lyon, one of the most successful off-spinners the world has ever seen, having a chat about off-spin. You could see they were talking about grips and where they would want the ball to pitch, and about batters. And Sajid Khan, just 28, playing his 6th test match, just snuck in there, and you could see him just next to the learning tree, soaking everything in. and yeah, I mean, it would have been a dream for any off-spinner to be there.
And speaking of Sajid Khan, as he made his way to the middle end, he gave Alex Carey a fist bump and gave Cameron Green a pat on the bum. So that camaraderie we've seen between the teams at Rawalpindi and Karachi has certainly continued here at Lahore as well, as we wait for this middle session to start on day 2. Australia to resume here at 5 for 320. They've been out there for 116 overs, so still plenty of work to do. By no means job done, but an excellent first session. 88 runs, didn't lose a wicket, nullified the threat presented by the second new ball. And they did get it reversing a little bit before lunch though, Bharat, which is why they're starting with seam in this middle stanza. That'll be Hassan Ali from the pavilion end. We saw Naseem especially getting it just to go back towards the right-handed Green.
This will be the next challenge for these two. Yeah, we saw a little bit of reverse swing. We saw in Karachi as well. It's this period between, say, the 26th or the 27th over and maybe up to the 42nd over where the ball is still hard and it's reversing. If they can see this period out, then really happy days for Carey and Green.
So they'll reset here. Carey taking his guard from umpire Raza. They'll start with a slipper gully, a catching cover in close. Deep backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. deep backwards square and fine leg. But Sundaresan, thank you for the chat through the lunch break. We'll hear from you again in the fourth hour of play. It'll be Waqar Younis joining us in our experts chair, just making his way around now from television. We're waiting for play to be called. And it is now. So, beginning hour 3 of the second day. Hassan Ali around the wicket, bowls to Carey. They're on 60, and he'll stay on 60 with that push out towards mid-wicket, no run. Perfect day here in Lahore. Bit of haze in the air, not quite as much as yesterday. Hot conditions, and a great opportunity here for Australia's number 6 and number 7 to really press home the advantage. Waqar Younis, with neither man having made it to 3 figures at test level before. They'll rarely get a better opportunity with this in terms of the conditions, as Hassan Ali makes his way to the crease around the wicket, bowls to Green. He plays from the crease just behind point. That's the first run of the session. He's 61, 5 for 3, 2-1 the score. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Adam. The way things are looking, Pakistan on their heels, walls against, back against the walls, and Pakistan's got to do something very, very quickly. Otherwise, this game is going to slip away very quickly. And both these batsmen, they're very well set now. I mean, they're having no issues. The pitch is playing at its best when you talk about the batting side. And if they continue playing for another hour, I think Pakistan will be in deep, deep trouble.
Yeah, we've seen from both teams through the series have wicketless sessions, and it's how they respond and how they've been able to not let the run rate get away. That was a big part of Pakistan's performance yesterday, keeping Australia to just 232 runs. Sean Tate, their bowling coach, spoke about that on your television broadcast before play. Hassan Ali here at Green. His first ball of the session, Green, off leg stump, coming forward, pushing towards mid-wicket, no run. And he was crediting the fast bowlers, especially in keeping the run rate down so that Australia didn't get away at any point. That's going to be the same here as well, isn't it? They've got a set partnership, can't let the ball tick over too quickly.
Yeah, disciplines are key, are important when you talk about Test match cricket. For me, so far, I think Naseem Shah is probably the bowler who has done that on a regular basis. The others do get a little bit frustrated and has ball poorly at times. But Naseem Shah is one who's bowled extremely well. Hassan Ali bowling his 18th over. He hasn't really bowled that many overs, so he needs to come to the party and bowl those lengths which are required.
He arrives at the crease, bowls to Green here on leg stump again, but this time he's able to turn in fine enough for a boundary.
Yeah, you're offline.
It's going to be given runs, not leg by, so we got a nice bit of the blade onto it there. Moves into the 60. Sorry, Waqar, 5 for 3, 2-5 the score.
Yeah, I mean, you get offline, you get punished. I mean, that was another delivery which was down the leg side, no real pace on it, and it was a little tickle on it, and the ball sort of raced away. The final was very wide, so Pakistan's got to really control those lengths and make sure that the runs don't leak. Maidens is the key. That's how you play Test match cricket. You bowl maidens on the trot, and then you hope that the one ball will get you a wicket.
Partnership with 119 now. Both players in the 60s. Hassan Ali to Green. He goes back and carves this down towards point. No single there. There's still plenty of energy around in the field. You can see Fawad Alam and Mohammad Rizwan sharing a laugh there with Abdullah Shafiq in the cordon. I mean, they still feel like they're in this Test match, as they should. They took their 5 wickets yesterday, but as you point out, if these two are batting at tea, it really will be a situation where Australia can dictate terms in reference to, unlikely to be a declaration, but as far as the way this final session plays out, and they can maybe put the foot down. Hassan Ali gets to Green here. Green drives down the ground. Does he beat mid-on? Not quite. It's carried away by Noman Ali, so they get one. Shaheen Afridi does the tidying up. Takes a ping at the non-striker's stumps. That's the end of the over. Both men, Green and Carey, on 61. 5 for 326 the score. Our coverage for Henley Homes, built with confidence. Henley.com.au. Adam Collins and Waqar Younis with you on the call.
Look, I think Hassan's still struggling to find the right lines and, trying to bowl too full, trying to bowl those Yorkers and try to get wicket. I can understand there's a lot of frustration out on his part because he hasn't really got any wicket yet, and he would love to sort of break this partnership, and that's not really happening. Spinners also been pretty good. This pitch at the moment, I feel, is probably playing the best. Pakistan lucky that they got early breakthrough yesterday morning when Shaheen picked up 2 wickets, and things became a little bit easier. With the new ball, if you pick up early wickets, it's a different ball game, and that's what probably Australians are hoping. And once they go in the field, they'll probably look to do the same damage what Pakistan did with one lesser batsman in Pakistan's lineup. They'll probably feel that they can really rip through.
Once upon a time, it was the job of the ground staff to take to the crease with the hammer. In this series, it's seemingly the job of the captains. Last week at Karachi at the National Stadium, Pat Cummins was thumping the turf, and right now between overs, it's Babar Azam helping out.
I think it's a lot to do with the COVID protocols. They can't come close to each other, those ground staff, so they just give you a clean hammer, and then you have to do the job. Further in this heat, you have to really hammer it down and try to, get those footholds in a right place where you don't slip or you don't twist your ankle.
So Noman Ali is going to get the first opportunity from our end here, the northern end, the Waqar Younis end. He'll be bowling left arm around the wicket.
He's another bowler who's been underbowled, I would say. 117 overs been bowled. He's only bowled 19 of them. A little bit expensive.
Left arm tweaker's got a slip and a short leg, bowling a green on 61. He's down the track and playing down towards long off. An easy single there. He's 62, 5 for 327. So men out at deep point and long off.
Once again, Pakistan starting with the same motions, pushing the fielders back on the boundaries. I can get that they're a little bit worried that you don't want to give too many runs away. But the thing is, if you don't pick up wickets, this game will be taken away from you. You have to really bring the fielders in where Australian batsmen take a bit of risk and try to play those big shot and make mistake. Otherwise, easy singles, they will not have any issues.
Now to Carey over the wicket, 2 out on the leg side. Carey reverse sweep out to deep backward point. The third man patrolling the rope gets a single. He's also 62 now, along with Green, 5 for 205 for 300 rather in 28.
Even the first session, it wasn't really in Pakistan's control. I think the Australians controlled it, where they scored 88 in that session without losing any wicket. So they know if they can score 3+ or 3.5, they're gonna be on top of this game.
No man between the umpire and the stumps, around the wicket to Green, who shimmies forward and wants one to point but won't get one. Not a lot of pressure after lunch here. They've been able to milk singles to the sweepers and reset accordingly.
I think they either have to bring that point fielder inside the circle where they stop the single, or bring mid-off. Mid-off I can understand, okay, keep it back there. But that point fielder, if you bowl nice and straight, that fielder is a waste for me.
And mid-on's half the way back to the rope now as well. Noman bowls to Green, squares him up, spits out past slip. There'll be runs towards deep third. They'll get at least 2. Forward alarm does the fielding. It moves the board along to 5 for 330. Green has 64 of those.
A little bit of spin. That one turned from a leg stump. Just a touch, not much, but just enough to get the outside edge and a couple of runs. Hands are on the head, and people are just being disappointed at the moment, the Pakistanis.
And Green did present all 3 stumps there, so Noman bowls again. Green using his feet across the line, through mid-wicket, does so well. Hoiked it out towards the rope and gets a 4. Green 68. Australia 5 for 334. That's the response to the ball that came before it, Waqar Younis.
Yeah, intentions are very clear. They're not only looking for hundreds, but they're also looking to build up a big total here. They're not going to let Noman settle, who bowled extremely well back in Pindi Test match, but he's been struggling in this Test match. They're not really allowing him to sort of settle into his bowling. That's why Babar Azam has to take him off and bring him for small spells, hoping and thinking that he'll pick up a wicket and put pressure on the Australians, but it's not happening at the moment.
So Green's 7th boundary, but the first time we've seen him really play across the line. He takes a moment to compose himself after having a chat with Alex Carey. So he danced down the track and wanted to pop it probably over mid-on. It ended up squirting out through mid-wicket, but got a nice big piece of it. Last ball of the 118th over. No man to the crease. Bowls to Green, lights it up. Green responds with a square drive, but straight to point. The end of a busy over for Australia. They're 5 for 334 with Green on 68, Carey on 62. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
Introducing the all-new Staria Load, Hyundai's new commercial van. It's got loads of access with dual sliding doors and lift-back tailgate or twin-swing rear doors for easy forklift access. And it comes loaded with technology, including a 360-degree surround view monitor in the lift-back model and an electronic parking brake. Put simply, it's got loads of everything your business needs to grow. All-new Hyundai Staria Load fits in everything.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Level up game night with Crust Pizza. Whether you're kicking back or things are kicking off, game night is always better with pizza. With a massive range of the freshest, tastiest pizzas, topped with only the best quality ingredients. And no matter the game you're passionate about.
Tremendous try. Take a magnificent mark. What a goal. Got him.
Connect over Crust's famous pizzas, desserts and sides. Level up game night with Crust. Order online at crustpizza.com.au. Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
We spoke to Steve's son, Jet Johnson, who's in action this weekend in the Trans Am Series and is racing at Phillip Island for the first time ever.
You know, it's going to be a really big learning curve. It's a pretty unforgiving track if you end up having an off. So,
you're not
I'll try not.
Yeah.
I'll try not.
No, you're not going to have it off.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
It's that time again. The training under the bright lights. The tunnel run on with your best mate. It's the canteen steaming pies. The sausage sizzle after a game. The halftime rever. It's the muddy football boots all over the back seat of the car. Witnessing their first mark or kicking your first goal. The feel of the Sharon and the sound of kids cheering. This is why we play. Why we coach. Why we support. This is footy. This is us. Find your local footy today at play.afl.
As we enjoy the summer of sport, hear all the big moments on the SEN app. Cricket.
And the first century of the series belongs to Travis Head.
NBL.
The pass, Golding. The take, the shoot, the three.
Tennis.
Serves up the middle and finishes with an ace.
And season 6 of the AFLW.
Quick snap off the right. She's got it through.
Download the SEN app from your chosen app store. Also available on Apple CarPlay. All sports, anywhere, anytime. The SEN app. It's your home of sport.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN-SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumho, live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Still on 69, Carey on 67. It's a partnership that's now worth 134 from 228 deliveries. And yes, it's coming back to that decision from before lunch. So for those who weren't with our broadcast at the time, Hassan Ali hit the off stump, went through to the keeper, didn't quite carry. He was given out caught behind, but the fundamental point about hitting the off stump, Bharat Sundaresan, Pete Lawler alone went through it before lunch. But from your perspective, do you think that we've reached the stage where we might have to consider changing the playing conditions for international cricket, where we have the technology where if the ball hits the stumps, maybe the bails don't need to come off?
Yeah, we had a chat just off air regarding this, and we intend to agree to that sort, because especially when you're playing on this sort of surface, if the bail doesn't come on, and it's a hard work for the bowlers, and if the light come on,
Noman bowls to green, he goes back in the crease, can't beat the bowler in his follow through.
Because nowadays the modern stumps, they have got light in it, and so if the light come on, and you've got a snickometer also, if the ball hits the stump or snick the stump, I feel that that law needs to be looked into it, and once the light come on, it should be given bowled.
Noman bowls to green, defends out towards cover. And I suppose the beauty of this is we don't need to change the laws, just the ICC international playing conditions, the way we've done many times for technology.
Yeah.
And we know, I mean, again, it's not debatable if the balls stick the stump. We know through, as you say, the lights going on and snicko, it's clear. It's not a matter of interpretation, really. Noman delivers and Green comes forward again to defend, out to cover, no single.
I can understand this, back in the days, maybe 90s or even 2000, when these lights were not there, so and the cameras were not good, or now there's a high definition cameras, and you see the ball where it hits, and if it hits those three pegs, I think even if it hits, I honestly feel that this should be looked into.
Noman bowls and Green leaves a ball that turns big out of the footmarks. The first we've seen do that. He's been angling it in towards middle and leg, but he set that one wide outside the off stump to tempt Green, and lucky he resisted the urge, because had he had a go at that with hard hands, it might have clipped the edge of the bat and brought slip into play.
Yeah, that's why I always say that his disciplines are so good, Green. He sees the length, he sees the line, and then he reacts. That was a little bit outside the off stump when he let it go.
Noman bowls straighter. Green responds with a single to mid-on, taking on Shaheen Afridi. Absolutely no idea why they'd have mid-on so far back. There's an easy single there. 5 for 341, Green into the 70s. Why not go all the way back? It's neither here nor there.
I think with Pakistan at the moment, they're going through the motion. They're not really sort of putting pressure on the Australians. We take one wicket here, you're into bowlers. Fair enough, the bowlers can bat, but at least until you don't open up a gate, unless you don't bowl those deliveries which gets you wickets, the wicket's not going to come.
Noman to finish the 120th over to Carey. Two catching men in close. Oh, strikes on the pad. That's out.
Yeah.
That is bang in front.
Yep.
An easy decision for umpire Aleem Dar. The quicker one there from Noman Ali, a man of vast experience, up at 96 kilometres an hour. Alex Carey starts walking off before consulting his colleague. He's got 2 seconds left on the clock.
He's asked
sent
for
it
it.
upstairs.
Yes,
he has. Just for a moment, I thought Carey was accepting of his fate. The only thing that might be saving him, did it skid down the leg side? But looking at the first replay here, Waqar Younis, talk us through
With the naked eye, it looked plumb. It looked very plumb.
Oh, yeah.
That one hitting the middle stump. And even Carey was walking. He was just walked off. He knows that he knew that the ball has hit him on the back pad and is right in front. And he was walking, and he just took a punt. He thought, okay, let me just try. It might be something different, might have the edge, which I didn't feel it, but this is plumb.
Yeah, talking about the use of technology, that won't be saving Carey here. Ultra Edge confirms no bat involved. It's pitching in, well, it's pitching outside the line of the off stump, but it'll definitely be, the impact will be on line. We're just waiting for the projection to get brought up by television, but we've given 3 replays, and
can't be more plumb than that.
Yes, it's going to be. Sure. It's going to be curtains for Alex Carey on 67,
who's already in the dressing room.
Yes, he knows. He's waiting on the edge of the boundary. Australia did have 3 reviews. That'll be 2 after this, I'm certain, but we just have to wait for them to get the ball tracking technology ready, which sometime can take a little while.
Yeah.
Here it is. So 1 red as expected. The second red in line with middle stump, and it is the third red hitting middle stump halfway up. Australia lose their review, but more importantly, they lose their 6th wicket with the score on 341. A fine partnership of 135 between Green and Carey comes to an end, and Carey will have to wait for that maiden test come. leg before wicket to Noman Ali's quicker one for 67.
Yeah, it was a very good delivery. That one, quite a bit of pace on it, that 96 kilometers an hour, and that one turned a bit, and I don't think Gary was expecting that. He played a little bit across the line, ball spun a bit, and hit him on the back leg, which was right in front of the stump. So very rare mistake from Alex Carey, who's played wonderfully well, put up a wonderful partnership with Green, has come to an end. Pakistan was waiting for this sort of breakthrough, and at last they have broken the partnership, and now into the later order batsmen. And no Cummins. The Stark comes on the pitch. I think what Australians are doing is they're just keeping the left-hand, right-hand combination. I'm sure Cummins is a better batsman than Stark. His numbers suggest that, but just because they want to keep the right hand, left hand up there.
Hassan Ali starting a new over, defended by Cameron Green, no run. They've swapped around a bit, Stark and Cummins, over the years. They've done the do-si-do, sometimes 8, sometimes 9.
I think it's purely because if the right-hander gets out, and the right-hander goes and the left-hander gets out, the left-hander comes in. So I think it's a good thinking. That's the way one should do it. And then they're both very capable of putting up a partnership with Green and making this total into a big one. 341 for 6 now.
Hassan Ali comes up, and it's a bit of swing from that one coming in, but it's clipped away. Low full toss. It'll end up going all the way for 4 to a wide, long on. Cameron Green takes Australia onto 6 for 345. Welcome to listeners joining us for the first time in New Zealand and Hobart. Geoff Lemon and Waqar Younis with you on SEN.
Yeah, hi everyone. A poor delivery once again from Hassan Ali. He was looking for that Yorker. He looks so off colour throughout this game, even in the previous game also. He hasn't really hit the form yet, and Babar is hoping that he will. He's bowling his 20th over. He's given 57 for no wicket.
Hassan comes in and bowls, gets one decking in and off stump, defended by Green, who's on 74. What did Hassan Ali do so well last year when he was taking a lot of
His
wickets?
pace was up there. He was bowling 143, 144, and because he played a lot of first-class cricket, he was in a very good rhythm. And from there, when he played against Sri Lanka, they played against South Africa, he was running in hard. His pace was up there, reverse swinging nicely, and also with the new ball.
Hassan was outside off stump, left alone by Green in the end.
Sometimes when things are not going good for you, all you need to do is just be disciplined. Just bowl your 4 over, 5 over spell and try to bowl maximum maidens, bring those dot deliveries into play. But if you try too hard or too many things, then the runs start leaking, and that's what Hassan Ali is struggling with at the moment, because he hasn't picked up a wicket and the pressure's building on him. So he is trying too many things, and that's why Green is just taking advantage of that.
Green waits for Hassan wide. Green throws the bat at it, misses, but that was another errant delivery from Hassan Ali. Dragged that one down.
Yeah, another not a very quick delivery. That one was 128.9 and wide, and then hardly carried to the wicketkeeper. That's why Green feels that he can put him under more pressure. That's the name of the game. Test cricket is all about putting people who are under pressure further into more pressure.
One ball to come in the over. Australia 6 down. Cameron Green still there, and he's reaching and playing the ball nicely behind point. He'll pick up 4. That is a superbly timed shot from Cameron Green. Just waits for the ball, opens the face, and glides it away. 6 for 349 at the end of the over.
Where would you find a Wednesday mega meal deal from as low as $12.90? Sky City. Where else? Choose between a 3-course meal at Central Cafe or smoked whiskey glazed ribs at the District for a discounted member-only price. Available on Wednesdays between 5 p.m. and 10 p.m. till the end of March for Sky City Rewards members. If you're not a member, join today. It's free. Sky City. Where else? T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket, another errant over from Hassan Ali. Well, they brought him back for the previous Test match. We thought maybe he'd get back into rhythm to some degree by the time he stepped out on the field here, but it hasn't happened.
I think that was a big mistake because he was coming out of PSL, hardly played any longer version, although it was the same for Naseem Shah. But because Naseem Shah played the first game, so he didn't get too many wickets in that Test match, but he was getting into the rhythm. So Test match cricket is all about getting into groove, getting into rhythm for the bowlers.
Noman Ali bowling to Mitchell Starc, who's coming forward and defending down the crease. No run.
Yeah, I'm glad that they got the fielders up in the circle. They're putting Starc under pressure. They want another wicket here. Naseem Shah's mid-on is halfway. Either he should be back or he should be just stopping the single. That position I don't really like.
Noman, Starc inside edge as Starc lunges forward, and that one rolls away to the leg side of the pitch.
I'm sure that wicket which Noman took in the previous over will really lift his confidence, and he will have better rhythm and better lines and lengths to these two batsmen.
Left arm orthodox spinner. He's bowling to the left-hander who's working it away to the leg side with a little flick of the wrists. Played that one nicely enough. Starc, he's been batting well in the last year or so.
Well, he's batting outside the off stump. He's covering all his stumps. He's making sure that if it hits his pad, it will be outside the line of the off stump.
Noman bowls in at the middle stump full, and Starc flicks it away, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, when you cover all your stumps, there's a risk that you might fall over a little bit if the bowler bowls nice and straight and try to hit that middle stump. And once you fall over a bit, you play with the angular bat and you can miss the delivery. That's what Noman is trying to do right now.
Bowls to Starc, who's driving back down the pitch. It gets past the bowler. Roll down to long on for a single. 6 for 350 comes up, and Starc gets off the mark. One ball for Cameron Green to face.
Now it's very crucial for Babar to set his field in a manner that they should not be able to take an easy single from here, because if Hassan's going to bowl another, which I think he should, especially with the new batsman at the crease and he's nice and warm, he should bowl another over, but don't give away the easy single right now.
Noman spears one in from around the wicket at Green, who defends it into the leg side. There will be no run. End of the over. It is 6 for 350.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
Summer's the time to make the most of your yard. The Nilex Premium Misting System stops you overheating, lowering the temperature by up to 10 degrees. Mist like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nilex Misting Systems, available at Bunnings.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Thanks to Waqar Younis for his company for the last half hour, and we go from right arm express pace to right arm medium as Peter Lawler comes in. Hello, Pete.
Hi, Geoff. Just in time, Geoff, to be in position for young Cameron Green to get his highest Test score and then go on to three figures. I'm not going to moz him at all, am I? Well, highest Test score of 84, and he's on 78 at the moment.
As we've discussed on this program before, jinxing does not exist, and it is a self-obsessed thing to talk about jinxing. So we have no bearing. We are nothing in the life of the universe. We're specks in the cosmos, and we can't affect anything that happens out there unless we run out to the middle and knock over Cameron Green.
You haven't lived my life, mate. I'm jinxed.
As long as we sit up here, nothing can be jinxed. So, Naseem Shah will have a change of bowling. Hassan Ali's been dragged after a pour over, and Naseem is bowling to Mitchell Starc from around the wicket, angling in, and Starc leaves it. And that ball did a little bit on the angle, a little hard to read, coming into the left-hander.
I'm at a disadvantage here, so I can't always hear what you guys are talking. Well, I can't hear anything you guys are talking about because I'm over in the press box and we don't have the joy of listening to the SEN broadcast, but I just want to acknowledge the Australian women's cricket team.
Absolutely.
What a fantastic run chase against South Africa. Another great run chase. And Meg Lanning's efforts. Dear me, what a cricketer.
Naseem Shah runs up to Stark, who drives hard, bottom-handed, but straight to mid-off, no run.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, is that their 20th consecutive ODI victory, and that's Meg Lanning's 10th century in a run chase. To put that into perspective,
That might be chasing, their 20th chasing, because they lost one. They won 26 in a row up until last September, and then they lost one against India.
Correct.
Then they've won everything since, but they'd only be up to about 7 or 8 on the fresh streak. But that might be a run chasing stat.
Details. Anyway, let's get back to Meg Lanning.
Yep.
Good detail, though, mate.
Naseem around the wicket to Stark, who reaches away from his body, looks to dab a single away to the offside, but can't beat point.
Now, I offer this hesitantly, but Meg Lanning has 10 centuries in run chases. Yes. Let's compare her to the greats of men's cricket, which is... Comparisons are odious, particularly between the sexes, but the best in men's cricket for Australia is Ricky Ponting and Adam Gilchrist with 8.
That checks out.
Checks out?
That makes sense.
I got that one right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, God, I should get a prize.
Shane Watson had a great record in run chases as well, averaged over 50 in run chases for Australia. Naseem Shah up to the crease again, and he bowls straight at the stumps, and it's turned away to short mid-wicket by Stark, who's playing pretty comfortably so far. I can also tell you that in their last 2 games, Australia have knocked off the 2 biggest run chasers in Women's World Cup history, back-to-back, without breaking a sweat.
The largest man I've ever seen works on the door of our hotel. He's bigger than you, and he's got this hat that makes him stand at least 8 foot tall from the top of his hat down to his toes.
Naseem comes up to Stark, who's tucking the ball off his hip down to mid-on. Can't get a run.
He pulled me aside the other day. I thought I was in trouble because he could break me in half, with his stare. And proceeded to tell me that his favourite cricket team in the whole world was the Australian women's team.
Right.
Surprising. Yeah. There you go.
He's
fans everywhere.
He's a very warm, friendly sort of chap. When I left a couple of days ago, he looked at me, placed his hand on his chest, and he said, "Hello, big man." And I thought, you are a much bigger man than I am. But I appreciate the consideration.
He was fishing, mate. Anyway, Alex Carey.
So,
Cameron Green.
They're a team that's easy to admire. The Australian women's team. We'll come back to it. Naseem bowls a full toss, thrashed away through the covers by Mitchell Stark. He'll get a couple. Didn't time it perfectly. Sajid Khan gets around in the deep, hurls the throw back in. Good arm. Keeps them to 2. Stark goes to 3. Australia 6 for 352.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term, with top returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus. Search, compare Host Plus today.
Super Ratings SR50 Balanced Index, December 2021. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane. Australia rolling on. Cameron Green, we were talking about enormous human beings. He's another one. Absolute Westinghouse of a man.
An elongated adolescent, I've called him, even though technically he isn't an adolescent, but I think the male of the species extends their adolescence a little these days.
Elongated and broadened. It's like when you grab the top corner of a picture and enlarge in both directions at once. Noman Ali around the wicket. He's bowling almost down the leg side. Green tickles it away. It's a single out through square leg, 6 for 352. Breeze really starting to pick up, going from west to east across the ground.
Yep, I'm guarding the... apologies, I'm trying to keep it out of the microphone. It's a strong westerly, isn't it? A bit like trying to talk on your mobile phone out in the breeze. Or phone,
On the...
when you don't want somebody to hear your phone call. When you're doing what we used to call in the old days in newspapers, a mumble. I'll explain what that is later if you're interested.
All right. after this delivery, perhaps. Noman over the wicket to Stark. Lots of flight. And the left-hander is equal to it. Defends it back down the pitch.
In the old days when journalists might juggle a couple of jobs, have a little job on the side, they'd call through copy from the office to their other job and cover the phone like that and mumble the copy through to their other earner.
Noman. Flight again, and it takes the outside edge of Stark's bat along the ground behind point.
Doesn't happen now. We're all fastidiously monogamous.
Well, it's also much easier to email copy. Nobody has to overdo your call.
There is that. Yeah.
Noman comes up to Mitchell Stark. Flight again on the leg stump, turned away to mid-wicket, no run. I don't think it's that everybody's monogamous in their employment. It's that we've embraced the era of the open relationship, Pete. And it's quite okay to understand that over the course of a lifetime, people will have changing needs and interests, and that one other partner can't always fulfil all of that. That's an okay thing. A difficult thing to embrace, but it's an okay thing to embrace. Turned away to mid-wicket by Mitchell Stark. No run.
I'm very uncomfortable with this line of conversation. Can we move back to the cricket, please? 6 for 353. Last ball of the over. Stark on strike. Take it away, Geoff.
Yes. Noman Ali has toiled away. He's put in long shifts throughout this series. And he's just switching up his field. He's pushing mid-on back to long-on in case Stark wants to pump one down the ground. Suspect he'll toss it up. No, he darts it through. And Stark is able to get the full face of the bat to it. Back down the pitch to Noman Ali. End of the 124th over. It is 6 for 353.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day mate, got some tyres?" And they'll say, "100% we do." The store-wide super sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Kumho tyres. And that's why they're experts in tyres. tyrepower.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre expert. Cameron Green's got some new gloves. He's on 79 not out. It is getting close to his highest test score. That's 84, isn't it, Peter?
That's right. Well, yes, I observed. He's been out there for 216 minutes, I think. Excellent knock. How valuable is a good all-rounder? And Cameron Green is an excellent all-rounder, proof of his first 2 seasons in the game. It's a 2-for-1 deal when you get an all-rounder, isn't it? You get somebody who can bat, somebody who can bowl, and in his case, as we keep saying, he's excellent in the field.
I think it's almost more than a 2-for-1. It's more than the sum of its parts because of the flexibility it gives you elsewhere in your team. It's almost an entire extra player because you can essentially field an extra player. Naseem Shah wants to get rid of Green, hits him on the pad, goes up, but that was going down leg side. He gets that ball to deck in.
Well, that's the danger ball, isn't it? You've got to be very careful not to play across the line there. That's how we saw Steve Smith undone yesterday, and David Warner very early in the game. Now, just having a look before this match, Cameron Green had 540 runs at an average of 33.75.
Yep.
And 15 wickets at an average of 29.26. Now, you like to see that balance, don't you? That the bowling average is below the batting average. And now his batting average will have improved.
Naseem runs up to Green and tries the inducker again. Green gets back to it on this occasion. Yeah, he's up around 35, I think, at the moment. With our colleague Tom Deason was comparing his numbers in his 12th test match with Ricky Ponting's after 12 test matches, and they're almost identical as far as batting numbers, and then he's throwing the wickets as well.
Well, if you can go on to be Ricky Ponting.
I think that's a high standard.
Yeah.
But their early work at number 6, where they both played their early test matches, has so far been pretty similar. Cameron Green, he's got the strike at the moment. The bat raised in the back lift, and he comes forward and defends very competently. His defence has been good. His attack has been decisive.
Well, Usman Khawaja said at the conclusion of play last night that 350 would be a handy total here. And at that point, it looked a long way off. In fact, it was a long way off because Australia were 232 at the end of play. They've moved there for the loss of 1 wicket, and it's all down to this guy here, this young chap, Cameron Green, and his previous partner in time, Alex Carey.
Naseem bowls to Green, in at the pads. Green turns it away to mid-wicket. Again, won't beat the field. He's got patience, though. This player. We've seen him play some long innings for WA. Big double 100 at one point. He made 197 on another occasion.
Well, early in the game, Khawaja and Smith combined for 138 runs from 327 deliveries. Carey and Green combined for 135 from 234 deliveries.
So they've moved things along. Having Carey out there helps with that. He's a dynamic sort of player. Naseem is bowled. Cameron Green bowled him. We talked him up. And Naseem Shah has gone straight through. And talking about wonderful young cricketers, here is another one, 19 years of age. For Pakistan, he's got 3 for 47 now. And Australia 7 down for 353.
Well, that's a delightful wicket. It's a delightful wicket for fans of cricket. As you say, Geoff, young bowler comes in, gets that ball to duck in, takes, and Cameron Green's middle stump has fainted. Alas, his highest score is not to be. He still hasn't reached those 3 figures, but there's no shame in that effort. And this Naseem Shah, what a bowler he's been in this test match.
Well, Waqar Younis has talked about the lengths that Naseem Shah has bowled, and that was all about the length. Exactly that length where Green couldn't entirely get forward to it and play it off the front foot. In between length, it looks like it decked off the seam, but there's no seam on that ball. There must have been a little bit of reverse through the air, and that's taken it inwards sharply off the pitch. Green pushing forward, beats the inside edge, and absolutely smashes over the middle stump. So Mitchell Starc in the middle, to be joined by Pat Cummins and Peter Lalor with
go in his 27th over. Left out of the last test. He certainly revived his batteries, and maybe he had a sense of I'll show you for leaving me out of the test match, and he's made the Australian batters pay with 3 brilliant wickets just to keep Pakistan in the game when it looked like it might have been slipping away from them. Hello, Adam Collins.
Wow, what a bit of reverse swing that was.
Yeah.
Naseem Shah, bring it on. Pakistan go bang, bang. They had their energy up after lunch, just when the game was drifting a little bit. That big partnership of 135 broken between Carey and Green, and 12 runs on. Naseem Shah back into the attack. Good captaincy from Babar Azam, both to give Noman Ali an opportunity from our broadcast end. That immediately reaped the big reward of Alex Carey, gone for 67, and now Green, 2 wickets in the space of 20 minutes. And this day takes a bit of a twist with Pat Cummins coming to join Mitchell Starc. 2 new men at the middle, and Naseem Shah has got it going both ways.
He certainly has. He got that important wicket yesterday of Stephen Smith when he was on 59, brought one back in and trapped him in front of his stumps. Then he knocked over Travis Head, and now he's got the important wicket on day 2. Cameron Green, 79 runs. Australia are 7 for 353, still well positioned in this game.
Cummins on strike. 1 ball left in this over. Naseem bowls just through the gate, not far away. Again, the reverse swing. Cummins didn't know much about that. Not far away from the off stump. He's already got a test hat-trick. Naseem Shah wasn't far away from being on one again. 125 overs gone. A successful one there for Pakistan. 7 for 353 the score. And Naseem has 3 wickets in his column. And just as it was yesterday in the first session, Pete, and late in the day, and now in the middle session of day 2, Pakistan are taking their wickets in clumps.
Yeah, they are. And you feel for the tail-enders now. Starc has been out there for 16 deliveries. Cummins for 1. This ball reversing. Naseem Shah's got his tail up. A very, very difficult bowler to face.
Yeah, that ball to knock over Cameron Green. It was going to have to be a good one, given how well Green had played. Caught on the crease. That's as it was yesterday with Steve Smith. It hooped back viciously and late. A la Waqar Younis and Naseem Shah, 19 years of age. An inspired selection here at Lahore. Noman begins a new over, bowling at Stark. Back in the crease, pushing out to cover, no run. Stark's on 3.
Well, you feel for the batter in that situation. Waiting for watching that reverse swing, and then it comes back in, and it was through him. Almost did him for pace, because he is a hostile bowler.
So slipping a short leg, the two catching men in close. Noman away from us. Waqar Younis ends. Delivers to Stark, who comes forward and defends towards the man at short leg on the bounce. Well bowled and well played. But yes, the selection of Naseem Shah. Let's remember that last week they brought back Fahim Ashraf, who was excellent in 2021, back from injury. Didn't do it with the bat, but was good with the ball in both innings, especially when it mattered in the first, picking up 2 wickets, including that of David Warner. Noman delivers here, up to the crease. And Stark on the front foot, pushing to mid-wicket, no single on offer. But perhaps the more logical and conservative option for Pakistan here on a track that was always going to be virtually dead would have been maybe Iftikhar Ahmed as the spinning all-round option if they wanted to replace Fahim. But to go with another out-and-out seamer and to weaken their batting, that's a bold call. Noman delivers to Stark over the wicket, full toss, can't put it away, picks out mid-off where Shaheen Afridi does the fielding.
Well, who's to say that it's paid off yet? Because we have to watch Pakistan bat on this. That's a fair total to chase in the first innings, 3-5-3 on this deck.
No, sure. I just mean in terms of the player they've brought in has delivered.
Oh, yeah. I'm not contradicting you, but
it's not an easy thing to do to change the configuration quite that way.
Apologies for this breeze, listeners.
Noman delivers to Stark. Just outside the off stump, pushes out towards mid-off, no run.
It's tossing Adam Collins' salad. A little, isn't it?
Not too much.
No, not too much. That's held in place, isn't it? It's a bit of product there, Adam.
Just enough. So Noman, 1 ball to come in his over. They bring mid-on up, or long on up to mid-on, I should say. There's probably still 1 there, though. No fielders out, apart from the deep square leg. Noman delivers to Stark, who goes back and cuts, and can't beat the man at backward point. Cut off there by Hassan Ali. End of the over, 7 for 353. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability. At Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
There's nothing quite like competitive football. The pride, the skill, the ache of a loss, and the roar of a crowd after kicking the winning goal. I'm Matthew Goldsworthy and I play for the Woodville West Torrens Football Club. Today is the Eagles Membership Day. We need your support this season. Sign up today and go into the draw to win a signed Guernsey. We are the Eagles. Together we fly. Learn more at www.tfc.com.au.
Wickets at 341 and 353 in this session. Carey and Green respectively for 67 and 79. And now Pakistan belatedly get a chance at this Australian lower order. This is exactly what they wanted to do with the new ball this morning. But Green and Carey, excellent through to lunch. And just after as well, they kept the board ticking over. The game was drifting until Noman Ali was able to slip through his quicker ball and trap Carey in front. And then a classy piece of reverse swing from Naseem Shah, who gets another opportunity to run away from the pavilion end, this time at Pat Cummins. He's got 1 slip in a gully. He's just held there. Something going on behind the bowler's arm, as always.
Feel for Pat Cummins in this situation with that ball reversing.
2 catching mid-wickets as well, Pete. Naseem starts a new over. Cummins goes back and negotiates the movement. Comes back towards him and pushes down towards mid-on, no run.
No one's coming in at 138 kilometres an hour. Come back in at Cummins.
So nicely poised. At lunch, the conversation moved along to, well, if these two are batting at tea, then Australia might have options. But now, it'll be how deep can they take this? The value of first innings runs in this series is clear.
Sundaresan just tweaking the field a little bit again.
Cummins, who batted nicely at Karachi last week, unbeaten in the first innings, facing Naseem here. More swing. Back towards him, playing with softer hands, out towards backward point, no run. Yes, Cummins in the first dig at Karachi made a brisk 34 not out, and Stark down the other end, by contrast, batted for an entire session, made 28 in the first innings. So they're both two bowlers in form with the bat.
Your stats work is extraordinary, Adam Collins. Simon Kadich was commenting on it earlier in the day. He said I should try and pinch your stats. That improved my commentary no end.
Maybe, maybe not. Just say what you see. That's what you're good at. The seam trying to make a tweak down there at long leg. Wants him finer. So, again, he'll be surely looking to attack the Midland leg stumps of Cummins. Delivers here, wide of the crease. Cummins well forward. That's nicely played out towards cover. Yes, it's been an excellent tour. In a way, I can't quite believe it's coming to an end in a few days. We've really been able to enjoy what Pakistan has to offer. I said to Jared Waitley on his program as the series started that, yeah, it was about the cricket, but it was also sort of taking the pulse of modern Pakistan to the extent you can as a tourist, because no one's been here really for a quarter of a century. And we've been fortunate to get out and see plenty of Lahore in the last 5 or 6 days, and now here at this famous ground. Beautiful ground. The seam gets to the crease and bowls to Cummins. Full in the block hole, dug out through mid-wicket. Nice timing out towards the rope in front of the jub of the Andad enclosure. Will just be hauled in. Relay effort between Imam Al-Haq and Shaheen Sharafridi. They get back for an easy 3. Cummins joins Stark on that score. 7 for 356 Australia.
Well, there's always added value in a shot when you get 2 fielders chase it to the boundary, but in that case you had 3 chase it all the way to the boundary. But good to see that Pakistan's still making an effort after 1.5 long days in the field. Just been outstanding visit to Pakistan. I'm back here for the first time in 28 years. If you're thinking about it, do it. I'm not on the payroll of Pakistan Tourism Commission, but this place, it's come back to life. It's lifted. It's just got this sense that in the next 20 years it's really going to take off. It's an exciting place and endlessly fascinating place. I was up talking to some guys from up in the Hunza Valley last night. That is one of the most beautiful places on earth, right up there in the Himalayan mountains on the Pakistan side. They're living up 4,000 or 5,000 metres in these valleys that just take your breath away.
The seam passes umpire Raza wide of the crease to Stark, and Stark drives it out towards cover. There's a fielder there, no run. There haven't been many Australian tourists here, understandably so in the circumstances, first trip back and all the rest of it. I'm tipping when Australia return here, be it in 4 or 5 or 6 years for their next trip, that there'll be a lot of people trying to sign up to that trip.
Surprised by the size of the contingent, to be honest with you. You know, Lukey Sparrow's got quite a few. He's probably got about 8 or 10 with him, and then I had another group of friends come over who for this last test, and they're going to go up to the Hunza Valley, and there's a few strays here and there. Lukey and Megsy and what's his name, Murray and James, they've moved position today, haven't they? They were over by the pavilion yesterday.
Last ball of the seams over to Stark, wafting at this, gets it through the covers. Not a lot of footwork, but it's effective. There's a small gap there in that region, and he gets it out towards the rope. Shaheen Afridi does the fielding. Stark wants 3, set back by Cummins, and rightly so.
Well, that's a bizarre... Sorry, I'll
just completely over, and we'll come back to that. So we'll take a break with the score at 7 for 358. Stark has 5, Cummins has 3. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Kumho tyres. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power's store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
It's finally footy season. John Ralph and the team at The Advertiser are for bringing you the greatest coverage of every game. Today, Ralphie explores footy's key issues in his exclusive column, Wreck-It Ralph. Only in The Advertiser.
An odd bit of cricket from that last ball, a waft from Stark through the air, and it didn't look like Imam Al-Haq picked it up at all, Pete Lawler.
No, he had no idea. It could have hit him in the head. He was looking to his left and right. He threw his hands up, and teapot from the captain about that one, but it just went past him, not too far to his left. Actually, I don't think he would have got to the catch, but he had no idea where the ball was while it was in the air.
So with Naseem Shah bowling, there's plenty going on. It'll be Shaheen Sharafridi, another live wire, the attack leader to start a fresh spell. That stands to reason against the 2 Australian fast bowlers out there in the middle, yet to really settle. Time to deploy the left arm quick for his 22nd over. Into his 6th spell now, Shaheen. So he's done plenty of work across 2 days in the heat of Lahore. He'll start around the wicket, away from us towards Cummins. He's taking a moment here to get his field right. So they're going to have one slip at gully, a backward point, a cover, a catching cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg in front of the Fazal Mahmood enclosure. Afridi around the wicket to Cummins. Can he get some reverse as well? Bowls here. Cummins off leg stump. Defends into the onside, no single.
Well, the senior member of this seam bowling attack, and I say that in inverted commas, Shaheen Sharafi, he's been shaded by the younger fellow at Naseem Shah. There's not a lot of age gap between them, about 3 years difference, isn't it? But he's got 2 for 56 from 21 overs, whereas Naseem 3 for 52 from 28 overs, sorry.
Yeah, and the two of them, you can just sense, and perhaps Sundaresan wrote about this overnight, you can just sense that we're going to be talking about Naseem and Shaheen opening the bowling for a decade the way we did about Wasim and Waqar. Seems foretold. Shaheen delivers here on middle stump. Cummins looking to drive. Gets it down towards mid-on. Takes the single on offer. He moves to 4. 7 for 359 Australia.
Yeah, I woke up this morning thinking that I'd missed something. And I looked at Twitter and confirmed that, in fact, I had that. Yesterday was Smith's 150th Test innings. Okay. Now, we all concentrated on the fact that he failed to convert water into wine, as he'd done so often early in his career. But we missed a really significant fact. He reaches his 150th innings with 7,993 Test runs. Now, the relevance of that is that at the same point in their careers, no other batter who has played that many Tests has made more runs. Kumar Sangakkara is behind him on 7,913, and Sachin Tendulkar on 7,869 runs.
Yes, Smith was the second fastest to 6,000, the fastest to 7,000, and will become the fastest to 8,000 as well, unless something goes horribly awry. Of course, that's skewed by Bradman when it's 6,000 and below. Shaheen bowls here outside the off stump of Stark, who's able to shoulder arms.
And as we said yesterday, I mean, there's no doubt there's been a reversion to the mean. That since 2019, he has not tracked as well, and in fact, he's only scored 1 century in that time. It's been a bit like Tiger Woods. Looked like he's going to smash all records for centuries scored, but he's kind of stumbled. But that's a significant number. He's still averaging 60 in Test match cricket. It's worth pausing and just respecting those numbers, I reckon.
Absolutely. Leg gully now for Shaheen bowling to Stark. Oh, strikes him on the pad, down the leg side. Not even Shaheen likes it. It must be drifting. They get through for a leg by. 7 for 360 now the score. Yeah, his average dropped below 60 briefly. It was the Hobart Test this year. It had a 5 in front of it for the first time for about 5 years, and he got it back above 60 at Rawalpindi, where it stayed since. But yeah, it's interesting watching the respective averages of Labuschagne and Smith and how they've dovetailed and they've overtaken each other a couple of times in the last 6 months. Labuschagne now back beneath 60, having had a lean trot since reaching number 1 in the world. His average has dropped 7 since then, in a much smaller sample size, of course. Shaheen to Cummins, ball and straight, gets him just around the corner, might have been off his boot. We'll look for the signal from umpire Aleem Dar. Either way, they get through for 1. 7 for 361 the score, and it was runs, so Cummins joins Stark on 5.
Well, Smith's got scores of 78, 72 and 59 in this innings, and just punching that into my calculator, waiting for it to print out. Yep, 69.66666667.
Okay.
Yep.
So he's averaging 70. I'm cool with that.
That's very good for this hit. Yep. Although, admittedly, has been they are wickets where good batsmen should fill their boots. And we've seen Usman Khawaja make the most of this, and we've seen some of the opposition batsmen do very, very well as well, haven't they?
So last ball of the hour. A busy one for Pakistan. Shaheen delivers here to Stark. Full and down the leg side. Shaheen appeals, but that's missing a second set. No decision for Babar Azam to make with the ball spilling out into the onside. They won't be using one of their referrals there. So the end of the over, 128 bowled in this innings. Australia have reached 7 for 361 at the halfway mark of day 2. Cummins is there, the captain, on 4 there with Mitchell Stark on 5. The 2 wickets to fall in that third hour of play. Alex Carey, leg before wicket, to Norman Ali, missing his quicker one. He was gone for 67. That was the 135-run partnership between him and Green, broken with a score on 341. And then the 7th wicket fell 12 runs later with a score on 353 when Green was done by a beauty, bowled by Naseem Shah with a piece of reverse swing magic. Naseem's got 3. We'll take a break with drinks on the field. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Australia, 7 for 361.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Tradies, at National Tiles we know how extra valuable your time is in this current building boom, so we've streamlined how quickly we can serve you. Just go online and order from thousands of National Tiles, adhesives, grouts and tools for immediate delivery or pickup. No waiting, no delays. Yes, at National Tiles, our tradies are our VIPs, where we consistently strive to save you time and money every day of the year.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
To Carey, 2 catching men in close. All strikes on the pad. That's outs. That is bang in front. An easy decision for umpire Ali Dar. The quicker one there from Noman Ali, a man of vast experience, up at 96 kilometres an hour. Alex Carey starts walking off before consulting his colleague.
Dynamic sort of plan. Naseem is bowled. Cameron Green bowled him. We've talked him up. And Naseem Shah has gone straight through. And talking about wonderful young cricketers, here is another one, 19 years of age. For Pakistan, he's got 3 for 47 now. And Australia's 7 now for 353. 7 for 361 now the Australians score here in Lahore, where the breeze is kicking up strong across the ground from west to east. They're having a drinks break. And the Australians, you'd think, Simon Kadich jumping in alongside me. I'm Geoff Lemon. If we haven't met, you'd think they'd be reasonably content with this score. They've got the chance to push towards 400 batting first.
Yeah, I think so, Geoff. I think last night after play, I bumped into a few of the players and coaching staff as they were doing their laps around the ground, and a couple of them mentioned that they felt that this track would potentially be a little bit more difficult to score runs on as the test went on, and if they could get around that 350 mark, they'd be pretty happy with it. So I think they'll be happy with this, but I also think that they'll back themselves to be able to get another 40 runs here and get to 400 and really put some pressure on Pakistan. These two are certainly very capable of doing that themselves, but they've still got 3 more partnerships here, and they'll try and eke out as many as they possibly can.
Well, Mitchell Stark's been more than useful with the blade over the last year or so. He's sort of come back to himself. He was such a dynamic striker of the ball for a number of years, and then had a dip for 3 years or so where he just didn't seem confident when he came out to bat. He's confident these days, whether in defence or attack. He's played a couple of quite long and circumspect innings, certainly in Karachi. He batted for a fair while.
Yeah, he certainly has come in with good form. I think he had a very good Ashes series as well, from memory.
Yeah, batted through a number of good partnerships there and ended up back at number 8, sort of swapping with Cummins. They've gone back and forth a few times. Naseem Shah will get us going after drinks, and there's a little bit of tail in to Cummins, who drives it into the non-striker's stumps. Stark has not left his ground, so there's no problem with any risk of a run out or anything there.
Yeah, Starkey during the Ashes, 155 runs at an average of 38.75 and a strike rate of just under 65, so we know he's dangerous because he will like to score quickly, and Pat Cummins is certainly capable with the bat as well. So Pakistan know they have to finish the job off here. Naseem Shah has been outstanding. He's led their attack for a young man of 19 years of age. He's bowled very maturely.
3 for 52 he's got so far. He bowls to Cummins, who's driving hard on the bounce to mid-off. Didn't time it all that well. And straight to the field. So 2 players out so far today. Green 79, Carey 67, and now it's down to these 2.
Yeah, Green and Carey were magnificent. Came in under some pressure last night. from the fall of Khawaja and Head. The ball was reversing and the second new ball was taken. And it took an absolute peach of a delivery from Naseem Shah, darting back to top of off stump. Just got through the defence of Cameron Green. And Alex Carey got a pretty good ball as well from Naman Ali, just gripping and doing him for pace.
Here comes Naseem bowling to Cummins, almost through the inside half of the bat to mid-on as Cummins plays a drive at that. And Naseem thought he might creep through.
Well, he's suited to this wicket because he's quite short, he's got a skiddy trajectory, and this wicket's low. So as a result, anything that sort of hits the track hard and skips through low, it's posing the problems for the batsman, just in terms of that low bounce.
There's also a fair bit of abrasive turf out there. One strip on one side of the wicket we're playing on and 3 strips on the other side, completely bare of grass, so any throw that bounces in there will help rough up the ball quickly. Naseem bowls to Cummins, a little bit of inward shape again. Cummins defends that one well.
Yeah, Pat Cummins defending nicely, straight back down to mid-off there, and the previous ball to mid-on. The previous ball before that hitting the stumps, so he's presenting the full face of the bat. He knows that Naseem Shah's trying to zero in on his front pad or the stumps.
I wonder if the breeze is playing a part too, because it's coming across, as far as Cummins is concerned, it's coming from his offside to his leg side, so that might be helping Naseem get that movement in. He's not getting any movement on this occasion as he bowls back of a length outside the off stump, and Cummins leaves that well alone.
Yeah, and that's what I've liked about his bowling. He hasn't just been one-dimensional the whole time. He's been prepared to bowl that reverse swinging ball out in the channel, just hang it out there and see if the batsman gets lured into playing away from their body, knowing that they're setting up for most balls to come in at the stumps, and as a result trying to get the little feather through to the keeper. But he did that beautifully to Steve Smith yesterday. He's done it again there to Pat Cummins, and he's bowled remarkably patiently.
A lot of pace as well for Naseem Shah. He's up and bowling, and that one's decking in. That went a long way off the surface, and in the end it eludes Rizwan down the leg side. They don't manage to get an extra, but that one went a long way after pitching. So 129 overs come to an end, and Australia 7 for 361.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Tradies, at National Tiles we know how extra valuable your time is in this current building boom, so we've streamlined how quickly we can serve you. Just go online and order from thousands of National Tiles, adhesives, grouts and tools for immediate delivery or pickup. No waiting, no delays. Yes, at National Tiles our tradies are our VIPs, where we consistently strive to save you time and money every day of the year.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. 7 for 361. Mitchell Starc on 5. Patrick Cummins on 4. Geoff Lemon and Simon Kadich, your company from Lahore on another warm day. And it will be Shaheen Shah Afridi to have a burst. And he got wickets with the new ball at the very top of this Test match. Hasn't been so good with the older ball. So left arm quick bowling now to Starc and flicked away down the leg side. Rizwan stops it on the dive, and they've got a leg slip in place who makes sure there's no run from the spillover. Dot ball, but a pencil one.
Yeah, he keeps attacking Mitchell Starc's pads. Just wonder whether he can learn a little bit from what Naseem Shah's done at the other end. He hasn't consistently bowled every ball at the stumps. The batsman's setting up for that. Starc's staying leg side of the ball here because he knows Afridi wants to blow his pad off. So Afridi's just got to make sure that he doesn't get too one-dimensional here.
Slip in a gully plus the leg slip and a short catching mid-wicket for Shaheen. And he's cracked away by Starc down the ground. A big lumping, thumping off drive over the top of the fielder and one bounce over the rope for 4, 7 for 365.
Well, the invitation was there. Afridi pitches up again, going for that fuller length delivery. Mitchell Starc liked what he saw. He just threw his hands through the line of the ball, had some width to work with, and just hammered that over mid-off for 4. He can't give Mitchell Starc any sort of width because he just frees his hands and loves it.
He will hit that 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and the score is 7 for 365. Shaheen up to Starc, low full toss, clogged away to mid-on, skids along the ground, but can't beat the fielder on that occasion.
Well, he's got a leg slip in, and I'm not sure he's going to get a catch there to a glance, but he might get one from bowling a good quick ball bouncer. Mitchell Starc getting it up around his shoulder and potentially ripping a glove and getting him to balloon one there, but at the moment he's going pretty much full and straight every ball, which is becoming very predictable.
2 out for the hook, but hasn't bowled the short ball. Shaheen, he does now, and Starc does hook it, and he hooks it for 4. Well, he said, I saw that coming. I thought that would be your change-up, and even though you have a deep square leg, I'll hit that just behind square, pick up another boundary. Thank you very much. On they go to 7 for 369.
Well, he just didn't get the height of that right, Shaheen Afridi, and Mitchell Starc liked the look of it and absolutely hammered it behind square leg. The man out has to be in front because of that leg slip, and he's now being moved. So they're bringing out 2 catching mid-wickets, one that's square is a little bit closer, and now the deep square leg is able to go behind square.
Starc onto 13 in quick time, 8 of those in this over. Shaheen Afridi, 2 tall left armers facing one another. There's a bouncer, but it's outside the off stump. So Starc is comfortably able to drop his gloves and just watch it sail through.
Yeah, good line there. Still didn't quite get up, but it's a tough wicket given how low it is to get that bouncer right up around the head high. He really had to whack that into the track.
Shaheen eyeing off his opposite number. Last ball of the over. There's 2 catching mid-wickets waiting. A slip in the gully as well. Bowls to Starc, full, and it's hit in the air and caught at mid-off. Another wicket ball. Starc tries to go over the top again, and he went to the well once too often. Perishes the same way he prospered. He made 13, he made them quickly, but now he's out. And from the last ball of the over, Australia fall to 8 for 369. So the horns blow. Noman Ali, who took the catch, tumbling forward, and Shaheen just had a few words to say to Mitchell Starc. Just the one long word by the look of it. Gave him a bit of a roar, and Mitchell Starc traipses off for 13.
Well, it was there to hit again. It was right in the slot, but it was there to hit along the ground, not in the air. And as a result, Mitchell Starc tried to go again over mid-off, but he couldn't quite get the elevation, and it went flat. And it was a good catch by a tumbling Norman Ali at mid-off. So Mitchell Starc perishes. Australia now 8 for 369.
Well, Nathan Lyon comes out. He's got a promotion with Mitchell Swepson in the team. He gets to go up to 10. He's done most of his work for Australia at 11 as Lyon, but occasionally, I suppose, when Josh Hazlewood's around, Lyon will go to 10. Plenty of time. Last spot as well. 8 for 369. Nathan Lyon will be hoping he gets the spinners, I imagine.
Well, he's been in good form. I mean, he played a very good knockdown in Hobart when he was night watchman, playing some destructive pull shots onto the bank there at Belrive Oval. But
Karachi as well as night watchman.
Karachi, that was his highest score as a night watchman, batting in the top 6 for Australia. And the other thing that stood out in that last test was Mitchell Swepson on debut did not look out of place at the crease either. I think he got 14 not out from memory.
Did. Yeah, spot on. And looked quite comfortable, quite confident out there. So Lyon basically can pull and can sweep. Those are the 2 things that he can do effectively. And he'll be hoping to face some spin to get the sweep shot out. And he'll be hoping that Naseem Shah and Shaheen bowl him some short stuff.
Yeah, I think they're going to be pitching up with his reverse swing ball to Nathan Lyon.
That would be the way to go, you would think, at the moment. So Naseem Shah with the ball in hand, but he will bowl to Patrick Cummins, the Australian captain, who's just marking his guard. Slightly open stance, his front foot towards the leg stump. Waiting for Naseem and getting an outside edge along the ground into the gully. Fawad Alam leans across to his left and pouches it on the bounce.
Yeah, well, Naseem Shah here really deserves a fifer. He's bowled his heart out. Well, 13 maidens. And that's an indication of the discipline he's had for a man of 19 years of age. He's shown maturity beyond his years. He's bowled for the team, and as a result, he's got the rewards. And he deserves a chance to probably get these last 2 wickets now.
He's eyeing off a fourth as he runs up to Cummins, who's driving well out to cover. Won't get a run for it, but it was a nicely timed stroke. Naseem Shah, he's so slight, you know. He's a short fella. He's not built. He doesn't have big arms or a big chest or anything. He just looks like a wispy kind of player, and yet he sort of drifts in and then slings it down at 145.
Yeah, it's amazing because he's got some good pace. I know when he debuted in Australia at the Gabba, I think he was in the 150k mark, which at his age then, I think he was 16 at the time. It was rapid.
Has a little chat to Shaheen Afridi, beg your pardon. Runs in now to bowl to Cummins, who is getting an outside edge, leading edge, as he tries to play to the leg side, and it squeezes out behind point. He'll get through for a single on that occasion. Cummins has 5. Lyon on strike for the first time. 8 for 370, Australia. All bonus runs from here, really.
Yeah, I think they'll try and get as many as they can here, but I think the thing about these two is that they're both capable of getting to 20 or 30 each. So Pakistan have got to be mindful that the job's not done yet. These two will be trying to get as many as Australia require. They're certainly not going to declare.
Had a lot of declaration chat during the last test. Let's not start it in this. No need for that. Up comes Naseem to Lyon on leg stump, and he's flicked it away through fine leg and almost picked up 4. He has picked up 4 because there's a fumble on the rope. So the dive across has been parried into the rope down there, and Lyon gets off the mark with a boundary. Friendly by the bowler to give him a leg stump line, and Noman Ali, who took such a good catch just moments ago, has a nightmare down on the boundary rope.
Yeah, it was a tough one for him as it was going at pace to his right, his non-preferred hand. He had to dive full stretch, but he couldn't quite reel it back in. Pace of the ball burst through and got to the rope in time.
8 for 374 with the boundary. Lyon, 4 from 1 ball. Start as you mean to go on. Naseem bowls to Lyon, who comes forward and defends into the offside, and Naseem Shah's just dropped to his haunches. What's going on there? Annoyance, disappointment. He's up now and walking back to the top of the mark, so I don't think he's hurt. He's got a half smile on his face, but it's a rather dramatic descent. One to come in the over.
I think that ball just got him awkwardly on the hand that came back.
Another chat to Shaheen at the top of the mark. Catching mid-wicket in place. Slip gully. They're dropping the point back into the deep. Naseem bowls him. Smashes Lyon stumps to pieces. Full straight. A bit of curve. And right through the stump slide up. Lyon's gone for 4 in Australia's 9th wicket falls for 374.
Yeah, beautiful bowling from Naseem Shah. He zeroed in on that off stump. There was a gap in the reverse swing, did the rest. Oh, it might have ricocheted off the pad, actually.
A little bit of a touch there as it came into Lyon, but it was still moving in a long way to beat the stroke as he tried to go across the line. It's wicket number 4 for Naseem Shah. You're on SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley. Build with confidence, henley.com.au. Let's take a quick break at 9 for 374, 131 overs down.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Searching for tenanted investments? Skip the scroll and head straight to commercialready.com.au. Quickly discover commercial investment properties for sale through an investor-focused property platform. Visit commercialready.com.au, the site you inspect before you invest.
SEN Test Match Cricket, 9 for 374. Geoff Lemon and Simon Kadich with you. A big welcome to listeners across regional Victoria, especially Peter Lawler's hometown of Bendigo. Hope you're enjoying tuning in. And we'll be able to enjoy some Test Match cricket over the next little while. Australia's innings coming towards its end. The last partnership has just come into effect. Mitchell Swepson walking to the middle to join Pat Cummins. Naseem Shah has got 4 wickets. SEN Test Cricket is brought to you by Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane. So I think we've got all our networks connected and we're ready to go to see how many the Australian last wicket pair can add. Mitchell Swepson batted well in Karachi. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment because Nathan Lyon got out to the last ball of a Naseem Shah over. Shane Shah Freedy has 3 for 65. He'll be bowling to Cummins. Hot day here in Karachi. The birds of prey wheeling over the ground. Pakistan hoping to strip the last shred of flesh from the carcass. 9 for 374. Shaheen bowls full. Big shot from Cummins. Bottom edge. Comes back into his boot in the end. Could have gone anywhere back onto the stumps, but he survives. He didn't know where that went.
He didn't. He got away with that one. Yeah, that ball ricochets off Nathan Lyon's front pad as we see the replay. That dismissal straight into off stump.
Would have been going down the leg side had it been an LB shout.
Yep.
It was the swing in that did him.
It's actually not a bad place to bowl to tailenders because they do keep their front foot leg side of the ball, and you do see that happen a lot.
The pinball effect. Off the cushion, the double in full. Shaheen rather, bowling down the leg side to Cummins, and he's missing out, and Rizwan's tumbling across and hurting himself once again for about the 16th time this innings. Rizwan has spent more time holding various parts of his anatomy than anything else. He's being helped back to his feet. I think that might have hit him. So it's come down the leg side and bounced up off the gloves and hit him in a tender area. It might not be unprotected when the ball's coming up from below. You don't expect it to be approaching from that angle, even if you are wearing a protector. Shaheen tries to York Cummins, who gets a run, taps it into the gap at mid-wicket, wants a second, turns and hustles back. Noman Ali fires in the left-arm throw. Cummins goes on to 7. Australia 9 for 376.
Yeah, nicely paced that by Pat Cummins. Didn't overhit it. Put it in the gap nicely at mid-wicket.
And this, I don't understand this. They've got 6 fielders back for Cummins. There's a number 9 who hasn't batted very well in the last couple of years. Just because the number 11's out there, suddenly the number 9 is Brian Lara.
I think they could have attacked here and just left the field up because they potentially get Pat Cummins playing shots that he might not have played with the field spread now.
Well, some of them are coming up, so mid-on and mid-off come up for the 4th ball of the over. They've still got a deep backward point, a deep forward square leg and a long leg. Still 3 out. Seems excessive. Shaheen rolls down the leg side. He's come back over the wicket. That's got through Rizwan. It's running away for extras. And they'll end up running a couple of byes as Cummins has to stretch to get back. And that again gets through Rizwan coming the other way. So he's been a revolving door of sorts, Mohammad Rizwan. Good wicket keeper, but he's had a horrible day with the gloves.
Yeah, he's so sore at the moment. It looks like he does not want that ball hitting the gloves at all. And as a result, there's a lot of balls bursting through his gloves. And to be fair to him, a lot of these balls aren't carrying anywhere near how far back he is. So it's hard to distance himself.
9 for 378. And we have a delay as Cummins pulls away. The difficulties of appropriate distancing is something we've all been dealing with over the last couple of years. Lots of signs up in the press box here saying everybody must be 2 cricket bats apart. I can tell you that they're not. That's observed in the breach, as they say. Shane. Ball to Cummins, who gets forward and drives him for 4. That's a shot. Extra cover. Bended knee. Creams it, Pat Cummins. 1 ball to come in the over. He's got 11. 9 for 382.
Well, that was a wonderful cricket shot from Pat Cummins. It almost looked like he got down on one knee then. He did. Back knee collapsed. He liked what he saw. He just hammered it wide of mid-off all the way along the ground for 4. Cop that, Shaheen Afridi.
Well, I said that Pat Cummins is not Brian Lara, but he hit that drive exactly like Brian Lara used to. Down on that back knee. The follow-through over the shoulder. Why not take the chance if it comes up? Shane. Desperate to finish off this innings, but if he doesn't, Naseem Shah has a chance at a 5-for. Shaheen Shah Afridi, left arm over, big shot from Cummins, and he's missed it completely. Rizwan does take that one cleanly in the middle of the gloves. After 132 overs, the score is at 9 for 382. And after this break, it will be Adam Collins to join Simon Cavendish.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential supplies on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
The big booming cover drive from the captain, Pat Cummins. He's 11, 9 for 382 Australia. For Henley Homes delivering affordability. Adam Collins joining Simon Cavendish. After an eventful session, 4 wickets falling. 4 for 33 was the scale of the collapse so far, which really is a collapse in the context of this series. We haven't seen teams squander their position quite the way Australia have after lunch today throughout. Naseem bowls here. Ooh, agricultural from Schwepson. First ball backs away, tries to carve it without any footwork, nearly chops it back onto his stumps.
Yeah, look, I think it's a byproduct of the fact that this ball has reverse swung, and it's certainly hard for the new batsman to get in, and the fact that Pakistan have got it to go against the Australian tail has been a very big positive for them, and Australia will back themselves to get it going when they get to bowl later today here in Lahore.
Oh, it's been so exciting watching Naseem, especially. He's got 4 for 57. I'll tell you what, he has deserved a 5-wicket bag into his 31st over. So he's been efficient, economical, effective, the works. Bowls again here, in-swinging Yorker, kept out by Schwepson. Maybe a fraction full. Got it on the full, I think. He's got a good look at it as well, but yes, he's been quite exceptional. He's taken a 5-wicket bag before at Test level, and of course he has that hat-trick from back when he was 16. But given the fact that this series is on a knife edge, on a track like this, it's his most impressive performance to date at Test level.
Yeah, it certainly has been. 13 maidens. Remarkable effort in these sorts of conditions where there hasn't been much.
Can he finish it off here? Bowls to Schwepson, who backs away and clips it around the corner. No single to Sajid Khan. It stays at 9 for 382.
There hasn't been much from a pace and bounce perspective, that's for sure. Low bounce. Probably a deadish wicket yesterday at times, but the fact that he's found reverse swing has helped him enormously because he's got the airspeed and he's had the patience and discipline to work both the left and right-handers over.
And that's what we wanted at Rawalpindi, which never came because the square just wasn't used, so the ball wasn't getting roughed up. But yeah, it may not present a pretty picture with all these used pitches either side of the playing strip, but it makes for exciting cricket when the ball starts going, as it is here. Naseem Shah bowls to Schwepson. That holds its line. Schwepson, quick single. Cummins to the danger end, and he's through just. Schwepson tip and run stuff, and he's apologised too by his captain. Cummins takes responsibility for that. Nonetheless, they move to 9 for 383. I don't think they heard each other loud here at Gaddafi Stadium, and yes, Cummins would have been gone had it been a direct hit.
Yeah, Babar Azam there, missing the opportunity. went to his left, just didn't quite set himself quickly enough to make an accurate throw.
Yeah, we had the reverse swing going a little bit at Karachi at times, but not every spell, not every ball went. But if this is a sign of what's to come here at Lahore, it's going to be a very exciting test match the whole way through. The fielding team will never be out of it, as they were at Rawalpindi to start. Naseem Shah bowls to Cummins on middle stump and defended accordingly. Nice front high elbow down towards mid-on. Well played by Cummins. He stays on 11.
Yeah, the thing about reverse swing is that it can get harder for the batsman to keep the runs flowing, particularly when the bowlers are getting it to go both ways, and they have to be a little bit more circumspect. But it certainly keeps the bowling team interested on these wickets, particularly where there's not a lot of carry and the ball's dying through the keeper. So you're sort of taking out a couple of modes of dismissal with catches in the slips and caught behinds unless they get a real little feather to the ball.
And the probability of a result's gone up through this session too, that's for sure. And they seem to finish full and straight to Cummins, who keeps it out again, defending out to cover. End of the 133rd over. And SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. At Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, we say goodbye to Simon Kadich with Australia 9 for 383.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner or any time, that's how we roll. Pho noodle soups, banh mi baguettes and rice paper rolls. Made fresh and healthy in-store every day. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled, fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
Shaheen Sharafredi has 3 for 71. He'll be striving to finish it off in this over. I'm Adam Collins, and joining me, Bharat Sundaresan, to see us through to the end of the innings or tea, whatever comes first. Afridi away from us to Swepson on one. Delivers here over the wicket. Swepson through the cordon, gets himself a boundary. Squared up, not a lot of footwork. Just threw the bat at it. And through about fourth slip. 9 for 387 the score. Handy run. Swepson 5.
Yes. Hello, Adam. And if Australia still batting at tea, they'll be really happy. Things have turned in this session. And Swepson wouldn't mind that. I think he deserves a little more credit for the boundary. I thought, I don't know whether the bat turned in his hand or he played it with soft hand so that the bat face could turn.
Yes, on face value, it looked like he was just squared up, but it was a little bit better than that. In any case, it's back to Shaheen, building up ahead of steam. To the crease now, close to the stumps, bowls to Swepson, who deflects for 4 more. Back in the crease through backward point. Back-to-back boundaries. Swepson up to 9. 9 for 391. He was in control of that shot.
Very much so. That's a very good shot. Made room for himself. Dabbed at it. He was in control from start to finish. He can feel very proud about playing that shot. Australia found themselves a very decent number 11, I must say.
Yeah, unbeaten 15 at Karachi and 9 from 6 balls here. Wonder whether that'll prompt a change in the field given where the 2 boundaries have come. They push backward point back a fraction deeper, so there's a single there if they want it. Shaheen bowls around the wicket and bowls in. That's the end of the innings. 4-4 bowled. Swepson gone for 9. They're not outman Cummins, but Australia are all out for 391 in the 134th over. Shaheen finishes with 4. Likewise, Naseem. And they've done the job here for that Sundaresan, especially considering at the lunch break, Australia were 5 for 320, and they've gone through the last 5 wickets for just 71 runs. And now they'll get an opportunity to come out and start their innings just before tea on day 2.
Yes, the Pakistan team in a huddle right now. They haven't left the field yet. And strong words from captain Babar Azam. They've done really well in the last hour and a half. The game seemed to be slipping away from them. Heads had started to drop. They must have had a similar chat during the lunch break. They came back, got rid of Alex Carey pretty early on. And then Naseem Shah, yet another spell where produced wicket-taking deliveries and created chances. Like everyone else has said, deserved a 5-wicket haul, but I don't think he would mind sharing 4 wickets each with his with the leader of the attack, Shaheen Afridi.
So it finishes in a hurry. When we were talking before the start of this session, but we were thinking, well, you've got Carey there on 50 odd, likewise Cameron Green. Maybe this will be the session they both power forwards up to 3 figures. In the end, it was an intervention by the spinner, Noman Ali, that opened Australia up. Carey leaped before wicket for 67, missing the straight flat one. Green out to the reverse swing of Naseem Shah, starting a new spell, bowled for 79. At that stage, they were 7 for 353. Mitchell Stark gave catching practice to Norman at mid-off from the bowling of Shaheen when he came back into the attack, gone for 13, 8 for 369. Then Lyon was bowled by yet more class reverse from Naseem Shah for 4, 9 for 374. And after a brisk and eventful 10th wicket stand of 17, Mitch Swepson was bowled for 9. Another Yorker, Shaheen Shah Afridi collecting his 4th. So Shaheen, 24.3 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 79. But the best of the bowlers, Naseem Shah, 31 overs, 13 maidens, 4 for 58. He'd announced himself on the world stage before the pandemic, but he had fallen out of favour. He'd lost his national contract. He wasn't in this squad. He was dropped after Rawalpindi as well. Brought back this week. They're backed in the 19-year-old, and he's delivered in spades.
Yeah, we might just have witnessed this coming of age. He's still so young. He's still 19. I remember his test debut at the Gabba. He was left out after that because they felt that he'd bowled too many overs. But here he just kept coming at the Australians. Even in the end, before he got Nathan Lyon out, he could see him tell Babar Azam he could bowl one more over. He gets that wicket, comes back, bowls another over, nearly gets Swepson out. And it's been a spell of great patience. It's been a performance where he's just not blown the opposition away, as he has a couple of times in the past. Here he kept at it, and if anything, he's provided a blueprint to the Australians as to how to bowl on this pitch.
So for Australia, the top scorer was Usman Khawaja, who made 91 yesterday. Cameron Green, 79. Alex Carey, 67. And Steve Smith, 59. The 4 players to pass 50. And the other bowlers for Pakistan, Hassan Ali, none for 61 from 20. Norman Ali, 1 for 77 from 24. But that important wicket to get Pakistan going after lunch today. And Sajid Khan, 1 for 97 from his 33 overs, getting Khawaja yesterday, and 1 over from Babar Azam, none for 2. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket as they prepare the change of innings. Our coverage for Henley Homes, build with confidence, henley.com.au. Australia all out for 391.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Tradies, at National Tiles we know how extra valuable your time is in this current building boom, so we've streamlined how quickly we can serve you. Just go online and order from thousands of National Tiles, adhesives, grouts and tools for immediate delivery or pickup. No waiting, no delays. Yes, at National Tiles, our tradies are our VIPs, where we consistently strive to save you time and money every day of the year.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Conserving water is so important. Nilex helps you do that with our range of grey and recycled water hoses and accessories. So don't just conserve like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nilex recycled watering range, available at Bunnings.
He arrives at the crease, bowls to Green here on leg stump again, but this time he's able to turn in fine enough for a boundary. Noman bowls again. Green using his feet across the line, through mid-wicket, does so well. Hoiked it out towards the rope and gets a 4. Hassan Ali bowling to Carey and slapping him through the covers. That's class. On the up, out towards the Imran Khan enclosure, gets himself his 7th boundary to Carey. 2 catching men in close. Oh, strikes on the pad. That's out. That is bang in front. An easy decision for umpire Ali Dar. The quicker one there from Noman Ali, a man of vast experience, up at 96 kilometres an hour. Alex Carey starts walking off before consulting his colleague.
Hassan Ali comes up, and that's a bit of swing from that one coming in, but it's clipped away. Low full toss. It'll end up going all the way for 4 to a wide, long on Cameron Green. Dynamic sort of plan. Naseem is bowled. Cameron Green bowled him. We've talked him up, and Naseem Shah's gone straight through. And talking about wonderful young cricketers, here is another one, 19 years of age. For Pakistan, he's got 3 for 47 now. And Australia's 7 down for 353. Catching mid-wicket for us, for Shaheen. And he's cracked away by Stark down the ground. A big lumping, thumping off drive. Shaheen, he does now. Stark does hook it, and he hooks it for 4. Well, he said, I saw that coming. I thought that would be your change-up, and even though you have a deep square leg, I'll hit that just behind square. Pick up another boundary, thank you very much. Bowls to Stark, full, and it's hit in the air and caught and bit off. Another wicket ball. Stark tries to go over the top again, and he went to the well once too often. Up comes Naseem to line on leg stump, and he's flicked it away from fine leg, and almost picked up 4. He has picked up 4 because there's a fumble on the rope. Naseem bowls him, smashes line, stumps to pieces, full, straight, a bit of curve, and right through the stumps line up. Lions gone for 4 in Australia's 9th wicket balls for 374. Ball to Cummins, who gets forward and drives it for 4. That's a shot. Extra cover. Bended knee. Creams it, Pat Cummins.
Shaheen bowls around the wicket and bowls in. That's the end of the innings. 4-4 bowled. Swepson gone for 9. They're not out man Cummins, but Australia are all out for 391 in the 134th over. Shaheen finishes with 4. Likewise, Naseem.
SEN Test Match Cricket coming to you live from Lahore. A hot and windy day. My name's Geoff Lemon. Bharat Sundaresan is with me. Australia all out for 391. If you're just tuning in, they looked like they were going along very nicely when Cameron Green and Alex Carey put together a century partnership. But Carey was out for 67, Green for 79, and things rather fell away from there. Mitchell Stark, 13. Nathan Lyon, 4. Mitchell Swepson, 9. And Patrick Cummins, 11. Not out. Good afternoon, Bharat. And that was a rather faster end to the Australian innings than it looked like we might get an hour or so ago.
Yeah, afternoon, Jeff. That's pretty much been the theme of this test so far. Nothing happens for a while, batters look comfortable, and then bang, 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 the Pakistanis start taking wickets. And if anything, I think this is the best thing that could have happened for this test match in this series. The fact that Australia just didn't bat on and get 550, 391, I still think is a very good total on this pitch. Naseem Shah has shown us and the Australian fast bowlers that if you keep attacking the stumps, especially someone like Mitchell Stark who can skip the ball around, you will always be in business.
Naseem Shah, an extraordinary performance from him. Shaheen Shah Freddie, 4 for 79 from 24.3 overs. But Naseem Shah, 4 for 58 from 31 overs. So he conceded 1.9 runs per over while picking up 4 wickets. And not just 4 wickets, but vital wickets at vital times. He got Steve Smith out yesterday when Smith was on 59 and looked really well set, really comfortable. He got Travis Head for 26 after Travis Head had batted for a decent period of time as well. And then he came along today and got Cameron Green out when getting Green out was so important. He's gone over and above, and we're just getting word through that they have called the tea break. So I think that means we will go to the tea break now. I'll let listeners know who are interested in the AFL tribunal hearings. Willie Rioli has been cleared. There'll be reaction across the morning on all of the SEN breakfast shows. But for the moment, with Australia all out for 391 and Pakistan to reply after tea, let's go to the break.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
As a small to medium business owner, you need a vehicle fleet that is fit for purpose. The new Nissan Navara is the ultimate workhorse, built tough to handle the harshest conditions. Packed with the latest intelligent safety and driving assistance tech, the new Nissan Navara is the ideal addition to your fleet. Let your local Nissan fleet dealer tailor a vehicle solution that's right for you and your business needs. Visit your local Nissan dealer or search Nissan Fleet today.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks for comfort with cushioned soles that stay comfy all day long. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
Montane, everybody's talking about Montane.
Montane Kia for the all-new range of electric vehicles. Kia Niro and the all-new Kia EV6. Come and test drive today the state-of-the-art electric technology at Montane, Cheltenham and Mount Barker.
Everybody's talking about Montane.
MVD 182170.
G'day, Scotty Cam here. My mates at Weeks Homes are here to make 2022 your best year ever. To help, they're extending their fantastic $45,000 cash discount off all next-gen designs. Plus, to ensure you have the freshest face on the block, they'll throw in fully rendered Hebel at no additional cost. How good is that? So, come and discover what makes a Weeks home so different. Drop in and visit a Weeks display home today. Conditions apply.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Here's a friendly reminder from SEN and Bendix Brakes. School zone hours are now in effect. Put your foot down with confidence in school zones with Bendix Brakes, the market-leading brake pads to match your driving style. Learn more at bendix.com.au.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carbrook Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Tradies, at National Tiles we know how extra valuable your time is in this current building boom, so we've streamlined how quickly we can serve you. Just go online and order from thousands of National Tiles, adhesives, grouts and tools for immediate delivery or pickup. No waiting, no delays. Yes, at National Tiles our tradies are our VIPs, where we consistently strive to save you time and money every day of the year.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
Hi Australia, my name is Robbie Cruz from Melbourne Victory Football Club. Mate has been voted by Aussies for having the most satisfied NBN customers in Australia by CanStar Blues 2021 Satisfaction Awards. Mate scored 5 stars in 5 categories, beating all its competitors. If you want award-winning Aussie service together with great value and simply great internet, Mate's got your back. Search Mate online to find out more.
Searching for tenanted investment opportunities? Skip the scroll and head straight to commercialready.com.au. At Commercial Ready, you'll find an expansive list of commercial investment properties for sale listed by Australia's leading agencies. Enjoy fast property searching, free due diligence tools and property reports, yield calculator and more. Let Commercial Ready fast-track your search for Australian commercial investment properties today. Visit commercialready.com.au, the site you inspect before you invest.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your number one destination on Google Maps for safety. Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
Sports fans know there's nothing like the thrill of live sport. This summer, to get the best access to the best sporting events in Australia, talk to Ballpark Entertainment. Courtside seats at an NBL game.
Frozen underneath.
Entertain clients at the A-League, AFLW, or a hospitality package at the Big Bash Cricket. Even money can't buy experiences like the Super Bowl. Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Making memories. Ballparkentertainment.com.au.
As a small to medium business owner, you need a vehicle fleet that is fit for purpose. The new Nissan Navara is the ultimate workhorse, built tough to handle the harshest conditions. Packed with the latest intelligent safety and driving assistance tech, the new Nissan Navara is the ideal addition to your fleet. Let your local Nissan fleet dealer tailor a vehicle solution that's right for you and your business needs. Visit your local Nissan dealer or search Nissan Fleet today.
SEN studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
The tea break on SEN Test Cricket. Earlier today, Australia's women completed a clean sweep of the group stage of the One-Day World Cup, defeating South Africa. Captain Meg Lanning spoke to the media after the game.
Oh, it was nice to go on with the innings today, and we speak a lot about someone in the top 4 going on for a match-winning innings, and it was my job to do that today. So, to be honest, through the 90s, it was great to get to 100, but my role was to be there at the end, which meant I need to get quite a few more than 100. So that was sort of the mindset that I had. It was nice to get to that milestone, but it was important that I was there at the end.
Can I have one more please?
Yeah, this one will come.
Yeah, when it was a short and short tournament of the innings, the entire bench was enjoying and laughing when you were batting. They were so relaxed. Is it something that the captain Meg Lanning has been sharing the team that when there is a chase, it's going to be a serious game when she's batting?
Oh, I think as a team we're quite relaxed. I think we're switched on when we need to be, and we enjoy our cricket. We enjoy being around each other, and I think that's the best part of this team. So, even though it is at times tense out on the field, I think when you see the bench, relaxed sort of mindset, I think that sort of puts you at ease out in the middle. So, I didn't see that today, but it's nice to hear. I think the more we enjoy our cricket and have smiles on our faces.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
This is SEN Test Cricket from Lahore. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan with you. The teams have taken the field after Australia got bowled out for 391. Pakistan to reply. Abdullah Shafiq and Imam ul Haq to open the batting for Pakistan. Mitchell Starc has the new ball in his hand. And he'll be thundering in to see if he can replicate what Shaheen Shah Afridi did. The left arm quick with the new ball, and he bowls down the leg side, and it gets away for an extra. So there was no touch on that from Abdullah Shafiq. It's through the wicket-keeper Alex Carey for a bye. And Pakistan get off the mark in undramatic style. Good afternoon, Bharat.
Good afternoon, Jeff. This is a lot like what Shaheen Afridi did in his first over. There were a couple that slid down leg side, so maybe Stark's got 2 wickets coming in his second over, which is when Afridi struck.
Well, that old line about flattery and imitation. So if you can do what your opposite number did, he's bowling to a left-hander too, as Shaheen was to David Warner. Mitchell Stark is bowling to Imam, who's coming forward to play a check drive to cover. Nicely timed to Marnus Labuschagne. 2 slips and a gully for Mitchell Stark. Deep backward point. More than a deep third man. They've got a mid-off, mid-on. Nathan Lyon more a square leg than a mid-wicket. And Mitchell sweeps another traditional fine leg. Field in place. Imam, twin centuries in the first test of this series on a very placid pitch at Rawalpindi. Stark bowls back of a length and Imam hops up to defend.
Yeah, it was his dismissal in the first innings in Karachi that opened the gates for Australia to just run through them. All started reversing. Both these openers looked solid till then. Got the first 20 overs and Imam didn't last too long in the second innings either, but that was when Nathan Lyon was given the new ball pretty early on. So he's looked pretty okay against the seamers in the series.
Stark will need movement in the air to trouble the batters. He goes down the leg side and Imam can't get a touch on it. Erring in line once again.
I was interested in seeing David Warner warming up with his medium paces alongside the bowlers, Geoff, during the tea break. Sure, Pat Cummins in Australia, hope it doesn't come down to that.
That is curious. We haven't seen Warner bowl those for a long time. Marnus bowled 1 over of seam up in Karachi. Warner hasn't been called upon. Maybe he was just bored. Wanted something to do after a fairly short innings with the bat in the first dig. Stark bowls on line to Imam, who's defending off the back foot solidly to cover.
I'll tell you this, though, David Warner's really improved with the Wanger during practice sessions. He's also very good at scuffing up the ball and using it to, getting it to reverse. He was doing it here as well. And
interesting.
Yeah, the likes of Marnus Labuschagne especially don't mind facing him. So it's been testing. He's gone quicker as well. He's quite a handful.
Bharat spends more time watching the nets than anybody else. He usually has a few insights to offer. On our broadcast, Stark to Imam, bouncer, and he leans back out of the way, Caribbean style. And after 1 over, Pakistan have 1 run without loss. So
hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal! Djokovic a mile back, and he smashes into the net!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley. Build with confidence, henley.com.au or Tyre Power, where you can get a free 5-minute safety check. And thanks to them for supporting the broadcast. Pat Cummins, Australia's captain, the new ball in hand. No Josh Hazlewood in this team, so he doesn't have to cede seniority with the new ball to Hazlewood and Stark. Usually bowls first change, Patrick Cummins, when there are 3 seamers. He's bowling to Abdullah Shafiq now, who's defending very nicely off the front foot. 2 slips and a gully in place. So I'm intrigued with what you were saying before the break, Bharat. David Warner getting the ball to reverse in the nets to help his fellow batting colleagues prepare and roughing the ball up to do so. How does he do that? What is his method for roughing up the ball?
Oh, the one that him and one of the other support staff are using here is standing very close to the boundary boards.
Yeah.
And considering and you spoke about this during the last test, how rough they are. You don't want to run into them. And they felt that just rubbing on it, scrubbing the ball on it was the best way to do it, the fastest way to do it anyway.
Cummins bowls to Shafiq, outside edge. Good bit of bounce from Cummins. It strikes up near the shoulder of the bat, down into the ground. And that will be encouraging for Australia's captain.
David Warner's been very helpful that way during practice sessions. He used his spikes to scuff up the pitch in Karachi just to create some significant rough patches, because I think the Australians expected that Karachi pitch to break up, which it didn't. But here I think it was more reverse swing, so it was focus on the ball.
I'm almost lost for words. Not quite sure how to respond in a way that won't get me in trouble. Pat Cummins bails out as he runs up to the crease. So, well, interesting to know if we see anybody fielding a boundary and loitering near those LED screens with all the protuberances, we'll keep a close eye on them. Cummins up to bowl, back of the length to Shafiq, who defends. Yes, a more direct method of roughing up the ball than the concrete gutter. There was Mick Lewis in the concrete gutter. I think that was at Glenelg Oval in your part of the world. Bharat was a famous South Australian moment. The Victorian bowling coach who might have been at the time. I may have the details wrong, but that's approximately it.
Yeah, he was. He's back as Victorian bowling coach, of course. Saw him not pretty recently in Victoria over in Adelaide.
Cummins bowls to Shafiq. It's popping up in the air off the pad. That one jags back in, and Cummins likes the look of it, not as an appeal, but just as something to give him a little bit of hope, a little bit of expectation that he might be getting somewhere. A couple of balls to come in the over.
We haven't seen too many balls jump off on this pitch, but that did. It hit him on his thigh pad. Slightly disconcerting. We've seen a lot of balls keep low. Like always, Patrick Cummins has this ability to take the pitch out of the equation.
Bowls to Shafiq, who's again getting a little inside edge into the pads. Cummins getting some movement again after pitching. One to come in the over. Shafiq's still there.
Yeah, he's shown us some solid technique. A lot of composure, concentration, all the traits you need to be a successful test opener. Very impressive start to Abdullah Shafiq's test career. Batted for a long time with his captain. Pakistan's bid to save that test.
Cummins finish off the over, and again he's getting the ball to jag back in. Shafiq waits for it, steep bounce, and defends it back down the pitch. 2 overs bowled, Pakistan 1 run, no wickets to fall. Our broadcast colleague Adam Collins said a couple of days ago, he said there's been one Pakistan batsman to make 10,000 test runs, Younis Khan. He said Babar Azam will be number 2, Abdullah Shafiq will be number 3.
Wow.
Big call.
Very early call, but it's got all the makings of being a long-term test opener. I spoke to his father a couple of days ago, Abdullah Shafiq. I haven't written the piece yet, but it's a fascinating chat. His father lives in the UAE. Didn't spend too much time with young Abdullah. Told me about how, like with Adam, he saw greatness in his kid very, very early on.
Mitchell Stark to start the 3rd over. Runs in, and the ball's leaving Imam ul Haq, the left-hander. You're on SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres. So is his father working in the UAE and sending money home?
Yeah, very much, and he continues to live in the UAE. He's a cricket coach, former first-class cricketer, of course, Shafiq Ahmed. And he's been there for the last 30-plus years, moved there in the early 90s. His kids and his wife continue to stay here in Sialkot.
Stark up past umpire Raza, bowling to Imam down the leg side. No tickle on it. Carey appeals. Nobody else is interested.
He spoke about how he would come home because he was working in a school. He continues to work in a school. He would get 2 holidays every year. He'd come home, and came home once when Abdullah was just 3, and he saw this kid with a plastic bat, and apparently he was holding it the right way. He was moving his front foot, back foot, everything was going perfectly, and finally asked his wife, have you been sending him for cricket coaching somewhere?
Stark bowls to Imam, who flicks the ball away into the leg side. He'll get a run here behind square. Pakistan run for 2.
And apparently the wife said, no, not really. In fact, it's only 2 days ago that he asked me to buy him a plastic bat. I don't think he's played cricket with anyone. I haven't seen him play cricket even with the cousins. And that's when the father realized, must be in the blood then. He seems such a natural. So there you go. Adam Collins and Shafiq Ahmed both predicting greatness for young Abdullah Shafiq at different stages of their life, of course.
One really got in early. The other one a little later. Stark will stay over the wicket to the right-hander. And Shafiq is leaving the ball angled across him. A bit of shoulder arms. 2 balls to come in this over. So rarely have we seen wickets fall to the new ball with the fast bowlers in this series. Nathan Lyon got one with the new ball in Karachi, but there hasn't been a lot of joy for the quicks. Shaheen Shah Afridi, the first to get that happening in the first innings here. Into the 3rd session of the 2nd day. This deciding test match at Lahore. Stark comes in, rolls outside the off stump. Abdullah Shafiq on the front foot, playing that into the covers.
Much like he did as a 3-year-old with a plastic bat in his hand when he wasn't facing Mitchell Stark, of course. Yeah, that's what we've seen from him throughout this series. The ability to just commit onto the front foot, regardless of whether it's Cummins or Stark, not be overawed by them. And defend, and we've also seen him play shots right around the clock, both against pace and spin. Lots to like about Abdullah Shafiq.
Stark, 1 to come in the over. Bowls to Shafiq, who's getting the ball off his hip. He won't take a run. End of the 3rd over. SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres. After the break, Adam Collins.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal! Djokovic a mile back, and he smashes into the net!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres. Adam Collins here, joining Bharat Sundaresan. The 4th over of Pakistan's reply about to begin. They're none for 2. Imam Al-Haq, the only run off the bat so far. He's on strike to Patrick Cummins. Away from us, Waqar Younis end. 3 slips. Bowls here. Imam well forward. The bending out to mid-on. No run.
Just at the end of the last over, Adam, Mitchell Stark wasn't very happy with umpire Ehsan Raza. Not sure what it was about. Maybe it was about where he was running on the pitch. A couple of times in that over, Ehsan Raza did pull him over. Had a little chat with him. I don't think Stark was really happy. Stark didn't know what it was all about. He felt that he was getting off the pitch of the danger area fast enough.
As you've often written in your Crick Buzz copy, Starkey's best when he's smiling, and he wasn't smiling then.
He wasn't at all.
Catches in the cordon, in weight, Cummins over the wicket to Imam, leaving alone outside the off stump. It was on this ground where Imam got himself back really into test contention. He made an unbeaten 202 here in November last year. Averages 143 on this ground at first-class level. Relatively small sample size, but, yeah, that big double ton. And, of course, twin centuries to begin this series too. And then last week, got a start in the first innings, 20, before getting himself out to Nathan Lyon, and was out cheaply the second time to Lyon as well. He's played 4 test matches against Australia. 3 catching men behind the wicket. Cummins to Imam here, who plays defensively from the crease. Out to Marnus Labuschagne, no run.
I was just watching Imam in the nets in Karachi, working with long-time batting coach of the team, Mr. Shahid Aslam. And looked like, and this was after he'd made those twin tons, and it felt like they'd been working on getting him a solid base. And he kept talking about it, how better he feels now because he doesn't move back and across as much as he used to in the past. And just being very solid. You can see he's so still at the crease when he's about to make contact.
Green comes a bit closer there at gully. Third slip as well. Bowling here is Cummins, defended out towards mid-off, no run. Good tidy start this from Cummins. And of course, Imam's one of the 3 Lahoris in this 11 getting the chance to play Test cricket on their home ground for the first time. And Imam, of course, with that rich family history in this part of the world.
Very much so.
Uncle Inzi.
Lives in Lahore, of course, the pride of Multan. Originally, the original Multan Sultan.
Yeah.
Based himself here in Lahore.
As we learnt last week, the YouTube champion of this part of the world as well. Cummins, his skip halfway through the run. Delivers here to Imam, who again is able to leave alone, just outside the off stump. So Cummins trying to test him there. Just has a word as well. Not sure if that was directed at the opener or the cordon. Probably where he's setting up the cordon. So we've had an extra catcher in there for 1 ball. They made a change again, just seeing what they're going to do here with third slip. So they go back to 2 slips in a gully. Point, cover, mid-off, wideish mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg down there beneath the Imran Khan enclosure. Opposite corner of the ground to where we are. Cummins away from us to Imam to finish the over. Bowls here, pushing out towards Nathan Lyon at point. End of the 4th over. Imam's on 1. Shafiq yet to score. Pakistan none for 2. Our coverage for Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal! Djokovic a mile back, and he smashes into the net!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
So an extended final session here at Gaddafi Stadium. Australia all out for 391. Not long before tea, but they took tea early. They'll have just on 3 hours to play between now and the cut-off. They could get up to 42 overs in if they're busy, but on a hot afternoon, I don't expect they'll quite get that far. But a good opportunity here with the new ball against Shafiq, who's yet to score from 10 deliveries. Stark, left arm over towards him here and bowls, and Shafiq on the drive. He's off the mark out the deep point, where they've had a fielder station from the get-go. Nathan Lyon, Shafiq playing so well through that region last week at Karachi and the week before at Rawalpindi. They're none for 3.
Yeah, and just before you came on, Adam, Jeff and I were talking about Abdullah Shafiq and the little chat I had with his dad a couple of days ago, and only to realize that, like his father, you also identified him as a future great of Pakistan cricket. It's good to know.
Well, I've been struck by how just how good he looks so far across a couple of test matches. I love his story too, having been plucked from the wilderness effectively. Stark delivers here. Imam defends out towards mid-on. I mean, the guy played 1 first-class game and he was playing for Pakistan A. 2 weeks later, he's getting his test debut. It's an old-fashioned from the stars type thing. And look, in his brief test career, he's played 7 innings and struck 7 sixes. So he's got that going on.
Yeah.
On the other side of the ledger, he faced 305 deliveries for his second innings 96 last week when they really needed him to dig in, striking only 6 boundaries across that long stay, better part of a day in the middle. So, yes, it's the fact that he can dial it up and dial it down. This has been his breakout series, that's for sure. Imam on strike here to start. 3 catching men on leg stump. can't get it beyond Nathan Lyon at mid-wicket, no run.
Of course, like I said, his father, a former first-class cricketer. His uncle played international cricket for the UAE, played matches against India. Pakistan scored a half-century against Bangladesh.
Which era was his old man playing there?
Oh, I think it would have been the mid to late 2000s.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
So he might have played in that 96 World Cup, perhaps?
Just after that.
Just after
that, yeah. Not the famous Sultan Zarwani side.
Yes, batting in the what would you call it? The fisherman's cap to Alan Donald, hooking him off his nose. Imam on strike to another quick in Stark, defending with a nice straight blade out to mid-on, no single there.
The fact that Abdullah Shafiq's out there, one thing I found out his dad would have switched off the TV. Apparently he's one of those really nervous parents. He's apparently never watched a single ball of Abdullah Shafiq live. In fact, the dream PSL season he said, in 10 matches I watched 10 balls overall. And apparently it was the same when he would watch his own brother play international cricket. Imagine that, he only watches highlights.
Dear me, that is discipline as well. Surely he can't think he's got the mockers on his own son, as it were. That's no good. Get down here. Get to Gaddafi Stadium. Here's Stark bowling. Bouncer. Imam underneath it. Easily enough. There must be instances of that in Australian cricket as well, where nervous parents haven't been willing to go through the rigmarole of watching their kids play for their country. We're seeing Pat Cummins gesticulating up to the balcony. It's quite a strong breeze blowing across the ground from our left. That must be from east to west. Or maybe it's not looking at the other end of the ground. Maybe it's going the other way. In any case, it's been enough to disturb the sheets behind the bowler's arm. It's a matter of time before one of the batters says stop to Stark in his run. Gets to the crease here, bowls to Imam on off stump. Digs it out full, out to cover. End of the 5th over. Both men are on 1. Pakistan none for 3. SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. Get your free 5-minute safety check with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan. But yes, this wasn't something that we felt yesterday. The breeze was next to nothing all the way through, but there'll be some relief to the Australian bowlers.
Very much so, and also it could mean the arrival of spin, as I can see Nathan Lyon already I'm not sure whether his markings run up already. Seems like. Yeah, the helmets have come out.
Right, so spin after 5 overs. Or will it be? I'm seeing mixed messages here from Nathan Lyon. It looked like he was about to start marking out his run, but Pat Cummins is now, so maybe it'll be Lyon at the far end to replace Stark.
Yeah, 2 helmets have arrived on the field. Ashton Agar carrying them, not sure where to leave them.
Yes, well, that was certainly a talking point after the final day at Karachi when that catch went down and cover with Usman Khawaja still wearing the helmet. I'm sure they won't fall into that trap for a second time. I should say that listeners in Sydney and on the Gold Coast, you're about to leave us for the global game with Simon Hill to continue listening to the cricket. Download the SEN app. It's all on there, all the way through to Stumps, which is, well, might be about 2.5 hours away. I'm reluctant to say how many overs in this kind of heat, but near enough to 35 or 40, somewhere in that bracket. Maybe more if the spinners were in operation in tandem.
And I also say the SEN app is extremely convenient. I was just doing a hard sell this morning to someone who said they couldn't listen to us back home. I said, the easiest way to do that, download the app.
Well done. That's marketing right there.
101.
Right, now there is a short leg, so there is a change in field with Shafiq on 1. Slip, gully, short leg, the 3 catching men. Mid-wicket as well. Cummins away from us to Shafiq, who defends off the middle stump down to Mitchell Schwepson at mid-on, no run.
And this is what Naseem Shah has taught not just his own bowling attack, but the Australian fast bowlers as well. On a pitch, just staying low often enough. Hasn't been too much movement off the pitch or in the air with this new ball. It's best to bowl straight. And very smart move from Pat Cummins to have 2 men catching on the onside and start attacking the stumps a lot more.
Cummins up to the crease here. Delivers to Shafiq on middle stump, pushed into the onside. No run. A real element of Pat Cummins in the last couple of years has been his durability. I mean, remembering that when he came back into the Australian team at Ranchi back in 2017, which is 5 years ago this week. He'd missed, I worked at 1,942 days of Test cricket back from Mr. Boo in Johannesburg in 2011. Since then, so when he comes back 5 years ago, he's played 39 of an available 42 matches, and one of those he missed to COVID, and a couple in the UAE back in 2018 against Pakistan. Everything else, he's always been in the 11. And, of course, the number one bowler in the world. Away from us again, Bolster Shafiq. Plays with soft hands out to point, nicely handled. And away from home, he loves it too. 16 Test matches, 76 wickets at 23. So he really has been the man for all seasons for Australia. And a couple of wickets when it really mattered last week in the fourth innings. One was Abdullah Shafiq just before lunch, and then Fawad Alam just after, to give Australia a big sniff as they went towards the finish line, and they just couldn't complete the job, falling 3 wickets short there at the National Stadium. Cummins catching then, 2 behind the wicket and a short leg to Shafiq, off the edge, a pass screen for 4. Green had to move to his left, had a long way to go, no realistic chance of hauling it in, was moving in the other direction, stuck out a mid, and the ball didn't go in. Shafiq's 5, Pakistan none for 7. That was a genuine edge, Bharat Sundaresan.
That's what Pat Cummins can do. He can produce deliveries that nobody else can, or even on a dead pitch, that nearly carried to Cam Green. Off the splice of the bat that just jumped up on Abdullah Shafiq, almost as if he was bowling at the Gabba. It flew past Cam Green, extended his left hand, just evaded it.
Yeah, when you slow down the replay, it'll look like he had plenty of time to get his hand down, but that wasn't the case. They're up close here. Cummins, 2 balls left in the over to Shafiq again. He rides the bounce here off the splice down into the offside, but it looked as though Green was looking to go to his right, as you ordinarily would when a player goes on the back foot on the cut, and had to adjust when he found the edge. Tried to sling his big body left, was up just a bit too high to make a realistic attempt. So not a chance going begging or anything like that, but not far away all the same. At good pace as well, up at about 140 clicks, Cummins. So to finish here, the captain delivers and Shafiq is in behind it. A good over from Cummins. 6 overs into Pakistan's reply to Australia's 391. They're none for 7, Shafiq's 5. Imam Al-Haq is on 1. Our coverage for Henley Homes, build with confidence, henley.com.au.
Looking to roll some healthy, tasty goodness into your day? Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner, or a fast feed after training, rolled has the healthy meal you crave. Barbecue chicken and lemongrass beef rice paper rolls, hot pho noodle soups, crunchy banh mi baguettes. Freshly made in-store every day. From our family to yours. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled, fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
It won't be Nathan Lyon as yet. Instead, it looks like Cameron Green is going to get an opportunity with the hard new ball, replacing Mitchell Starc from the pavilion end here at Gaddafi Stadium. Green, who picked up a couple of wickets last week. 1 in the first innings and 1 in the second.
Okay, he got a lot more bounce than anyone else on that Karachi pitch. It was tallest bowler on view. He's had a good day already, even if he couldn't get to that elusive century.
So in the game with 79 runs, he starts off here with the ball. Or at least he tries to, but Imam sends him back. Again, there's some dissatisfaction behind the bowler's arm. There's been a lot of that down at that end of the ground. Not quite sure what he's signalling for here, but anyway, he's happy enough now. Steve Smith up very close to second slip. Khawaja in the gully. Green around the wicket. His first ball. On the drive, Imam through cover. A lovely stroke. Out towards the rope. Imam gets his first boundary and joins Abdullah Shafiq on 5. Pakistan none for 11.
Yeah, that's another example of that balance that Imam Ul-Haq has found ever since he's got more solid in his base. The transfer of weight perfect. Wasn't a half volley. Still drove it on the up. A fine shot from Imam Ul-Haq.
Yeah, just placed it into the gap there between cover and mid-off. Well played. Green again, his second delivery. Up to the crease, around the wicket. Pushes Imam back, who defends out to cover. Labuschagne threatens to throw at the stumps. Thinks better of it. Doesn't take much incentive for Labuschagne to try and peek them down.
Yeah, it's seventh over of the Pakistan innings. By now you would have expected at least one direct hit from Manas. The ball hasn't really gone to him much during this innings. He hasn't followed him around like it generally does.
It's Cameron Green towards us and towards Imam Al-Haq. Around the wicket, Imam goes back and defends again. In the end, playing from the crease down towards Cummins at mid-off, who flicks it up with his boots. Yes, Green's pace. He's been, on average, as quick as Cummins through the series, if not even a fraction quicker, of course, bowling far fewer overs.
His development and growth as a bowler during the Ashes was one of the highlights, maybe one of the underrated highlights of all things glorious for Australia during the summer.
Green once again bowls here on the front pad of Imam Al-Haq and nearly sneaks it through, getting the bat down just in time and turning it around the corner to Nathan Lyon, but that did plenty off the track, hitting the seam. And what is there with the new ball? They're finding a little bit here, Australia.
Yeah, what he does do is he hits the pitch hard, doesn't matter whether it's soft or slow, or he gets something out of it.
Wind really blowing here now at Gaddafi Stadium. Green bowls, finds the edge through the gully. 4 more. Indeed, through about third slip. Spitting out across the turf. Second boundary in the over for Imam Al-Haq. He moves along to 9. Pakistan none for 15.
And that's the length that Naseem Shah operated on throughout his various spells, and that's when, when a batter doesn't know whether to come forward or back, that's when it's been slightly problematic for them. Otherwise easy paced pitch, and getting the outside edge, flew through the gap.
Prompts a change in field. Khawaja coming in closer from the gully to about 4th slip. Green to finish his first over. It's full and straight, driven out towards mid-off. That is the end of the 7th over of Pakistan's reply. They're none for 15. Imam 9, Shafiq 5. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres with Bharat Sundaresan, making way for Waqar Younis.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
What could you do with $5,000? Thanks to My Money House, you could win $5,000 cash. For details or your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. My Money House, empowering people to live life on their terms.
SEN Test Cricket, Pakistan, none for 15. Our coverage for tyre power, get your free 5-minute safety check. And it is going to be Nathan Lyon into the attack, replacing Patrick Cummins, as Waqar Younis makes his way in to join me after a few fans take some selfies on the way in. G'day, Waqar.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm very well. That must be the case. Everywhere you go in Lahore, someone wants a photo.
Lahore is a hometown, so people, there are a lot of people here, and, it's fun. It's good meeting new faces, interacting a little bit, and, enjoying the perks. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. So Nathan Lyon gets an opportunity here early in the innings with the new ball, and that worked last week, Waqar, especially in the second innings when he got one to hit the shiny side and run into Imam Al-Haq's front pad, and that got him going. One of 4 wickets he took in that second innings marathon, albeit having to wait a long time on that final day. He's starting at Shafiq here. He's on 5, 2 catching men in close, and he's forward defending.
I think
the man in front of square at short leg, no run.
I think the reason why Cummins brought Lyon early in the game is, one, that the ball is still new. There will be a little bit more bounce, a little bit more bite once he bowls. He's an over spinner. He bowls from the top, so he gets a bit more bite. And of course, he wants this ball to get old quickly so he can bring his paces a little later.
Lyon bowls, good start there, bringing Shafiq forward defending into the offside.
Yeah, he's an amazing bowler. I really like the fighting spirit which Lyon possesses, and off spinner bowling in Australia on those pitches is amazing, the kind of performances he's given.
2 men back on the leg side. Lyon brings Shafiq forward again, defending with soft hands. It ends up at backward point. They don't take on Mitchell Swepson this time. They did that last week, and that didn't work out too well. None for 15 the score.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to be the key. I still feel Lyon more experience. He'll probably ask more questions. And he started off really well, starting from outside the off stump, spinning it back.
Lyon bowls well flighted. Shafiq takes an easy single to long on. A long on, straight away. None for 16. Khawaja picks it up. Shafiq moves along to 6. What do you make of that? Having a player posted at long on straight away for Lyon.
I mean, it's a modern cricketer. They just don't trust the batsman, because nowadays with so much T20 cricket they play, and they back themselves to go over the top, so it's just a more protection and for the spinners, and I think that's the reason. That's why he's put mid-off back now for Imam ul Haq, so he's happy to give away easy single, bring that slip cordon into play.
Dancing forward is Imam ul Haq before defending Lyon back down the pitch. So Khawaja's at long off, but about a dozen metres inside the rope. So he's still saying to Imam, if you want to take it on, you can hit yourself a 6. And that worked out okay well for Lyon last week in the first innings. That's how he got him out.
Yeah, he got him out at court mid-on.
Yep.
Because the ball didn't spin and he just hit the inner part of the bat.
Lyon to finish. Well forward is Imam. Good start from Australia's #1 spinner, Pakistan. None for 16. Imam ul Haq is 9. Abdullah Shafiq is 6. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres.
Red Energy is the preferred energy supplier of the Formula 1 Heineken Australian Grand Prix 2022. To celebrate, Red's giving away a great Aussie holiday to the Red Centre, Northern Territory, valued at $12,000. Enter a few details at redenergy.com.au/Aussie holiday and agree to chat with us about our great value energy offers to go into the draw, so you and your family can re-energise with Red Energy. Residents of Vic, SA, New South Wales, ACT and South East Queensland, age 18 plus only. Competition ends 10th of the 4th, 22. Eligibility criteria and T's and C's apply. See redenergy.com.au/terms for full details.
Waqar, when you left us in the middle session, it was before Pakistan got busy with that old ball, getting it to reverse. That was the stuff that you did many times at this ground through your long and storied career, and watching Naseem and Shaheen do it to clean up the second half of Australia's batting lineup, that must have been just an absolute joy to watch for you.
Look, I wish the listeners can see the square. It's a very brown square. Even the pitch, there's got no grass on it. It's very dry.
Green bowls, first ball of his second over, tucked around the corner by Shafiq. He moves to 7 with that single, none for 17.
So when you grew up on this sort of pitch or these sort of squares, the ball gets old very quickly, so you have to find a different method to get wickets, and of course you do need a pace, which we've seen from Naseem Shah, bowled quickly, and he bowls good lines and good lengths and attack the stumps. We have not seen anyone being caught in the slip against the pacers, and as you can clearly see now, Adam, but the slip, he's got a second and third slip, which is very full, very close.
Next ball from Green, tucked off the hip by Imam. They take 1 to Mitch Swepson at long leg, none for 18 the score. Imam into double figures.
So the idea to have more success as a fast bowler on this pitch is attack those 3 pegs behind the batsman. So, that's how we learned this art of reverse swing, and then also the bowling the right length. I know, I have been very successful with those Yorkers, and people still feel that Yorker is still a very good delivery. Maybe in a white ball cricket is probably the best delivery. I still feel that. But in Test match cricket,
Green to Shafiq, driving out to mid-off, no run.
In Test match cricket, it's not about bowling Yorkers. Gone those days from the 80s or 90s when people didn't know what reverse swing is, and they used to plant their leg across and get LBW and bowled because the ball swings late. Now, the modern batsmen, they don't do that. They just sit back, they clear their front leg, they make sure they bring the bat in the line of the ball, and they watch the ball very closely. There's no more textbook cricket now. Everyone's got their own method of dealing that reverse swing.
Green to Shafiq, leaving alone. That's fascinating. So when in your era, the reason why the in-swinging Yorker was so effective is that it's pre-white ball. It's effectively pre-T20. That's when the whole ball game changes. But now that they're so conditioned to playing across the line and getting resourceful in the crease, the fast Yorker, while still a weapon, isn't the lethal weapon that it might have been 25 years ago.
Yeah, it should be a surprise ball. You can't really keep bowling those Yorkers and hoping that every ball will go through. That doesn't happen now. Nowadays, Naseem Shah has shown us today that if you hit the length right, you can still go through the defences of the batsman.
Green bowls. Previous ball he overstepped. Doesn't do so here. Defended onto the crease line by Shafiq. Bit of extra movement back towards the right-hander. Good cricket.
But if you are, if you're in a test match situations, you have to, do the basics right. Hit that length. Keep bowling that, keep being disciplined, which Naseem Shah has shown that today, and that's how you pick up wickets. By bowling Yorkers, those days people didn't know what reverse swing is, and so we had more success because of that reason.
Green to the crease, bowls full and driven by Shafiq. Back to the bowler, there's still one ball to come in the over on account of the overstep. Yeah, that delivery that he bowled to Lyon. I mean, I know Lyon's a number 10, but you've still got to get them out. That was exactly what you're talking about. It hit the top of off stump with reverse swing. It wasn't, I suppose, what you used to do, which was hit the base of middle stump.
Yeah, those days were different. Now cricket has changed. There's a lot more white ball cricket. People sit back in their crease. They don't really push forward that much. And
Green finishes his over to Shafiq. You can pick up that conversation with Geoff Lemon after the break. We'll have a change in commentary with Pakistan. None for 19 after 9 overs. Shafiq's on 7. Imam Al-Haq is on 10. And our coverage is for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Want European floor tiles at 28% off? Why wouldn't you? At Beaumont's, Australia's biggest floor tile sale is on now. 28% off select European floor tiles and massive slabs from $99. Save on floor tiles or grab a slab. But hurry, last days.
Thanks to Adam Collins. Yes, SEN Test cricket, none for 19, Pakistan. And you were talking again about reverse and about Naseem Shah. You've been, I imagine you must have to spend a lot of your life talking about reverse swing.
Yeah, and also I worked with him a lot in my coaching days. He was a youngster when we took him to Australia. He was only 16, 17, and he didn't know much about bowling. And I'm so pleased to see that he's grown into a role where he can be a serious weapon for Pakistan going forward.
Nathan Lyon bowling around the wicket to Imam Al-Haq, who's defending back down the pitch. The intelligence was noticeable. The intelligence in his bowling, Naseem.
Yeah, I mean, if I look at the other bowlers, they were very frustrated. Hassan Ali got really frustrated. Shaheen Shah at times got very frustrated, but he didn't.
Lyon bowls to Imam, who defends.
The theory in Test match cricket, which works good and which has over the years, Glenn McGrath has shown you, all the top bowlers, Curtly Ambrose, who have taken big wickets.
Lyon to Imam, defends.
And Dennis Lillies and all these guys, what they did, they were disciplined. And they bowled in pair, they bowled line and length, and bowl maiden overs and frustrate the batsman, and then come out with those Yorkers and have that surprise delivery rather than just working too hard on those.
Lyon to Imam, once again defending from the crease.
Yeah, so what I saw from Naseem Shah today was very good to see, heartening to see, because he looked a very mature bowler. And he bowls really well with the new ball. I was surprised that Pakistan didn't give him a new ball.
Lyon darts one through, quicker one, and Imam goes onto the back foot and defends down to mid-on.
In the first inning. And second inning, they definitely realized that Hassan Ali is not really bowling that well. And so give the ball to a youngster, and he's proved that he can bowl with the new ball also.
Lyon, quicker through the air again, and coming onto the front foot. Imam defends, maiden over comes to an end. Pakistan still none for 19.
There's more to driving on the road than you think. So when it comes to tyres, you need something that's going to deliver performance when you want it and safety when you need it. Maxxis tyres deliver great value without compromising on safety. Get award-winning Maxxis tyres with the latest technology built in for you, your family and your car. Maxxis tyres. Find out more at maxxistyres.com.au. That's MAXXIS. maxxistyres.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Get your free 5-minute safety check. Geoff Lemon and Waqar Younis with you. I'm interested to get your thoughts over the course of the series. Now, this surface has had a bit more in it for the bowlers than the previous two, but it's still...
I'm not sure, not to be honest.
A little bit. It's still primarily, as Cameron Green bowls in at the pads and it's turned away to mid-wicket, a surface where if you get in as a batter, you have every opportunity to bat for a really long time.
You got to have a really good defense on this sort of surface, because it's not a pitch where you can play those free-flowing strokes or those booming drives or even over the top. You have to be really, really close to the ball and be very precise when you're hitting it and what area you're hitting it. You have to be very clever.
Green bowls to Shafiq Bouncer and he rocks back out of the way. Got a bit of lift out of the surface on that occasion.
So you have to really work hard for your runs. It is not a pitch where a bowler will come and it blasts through. He'll pick up 3 or 4 quick wickets. It is a pitch, unless until somebody like Naseem Shah, if he's on the roll, you can do that. I'm not totally denying that, but overall, if you have good defense, you can really bat long.
Abdullah Shafiq waits for Green, comes forward to defend. So as a bowler yourself, how does it make you feel when you see these surfaces dished up, and presumably there's a fair amount of control over it? There are choices being made to give the bowlers very little, to make them work so hard. We've had 2 draws already. You never know, this could be a third one where there's really nothing in it for bowlers.
Look, over the years, Pakistan pitches have not been that slow. I remember my time, or even after us also.
Green bowls back of a length, defended to mid-off.
Pitches have been pretty good. A little bit more grass, a little bit more bounce. I'm not saying they were Brisbane or Perth or that sort of pitches, but good carry, but this time around, I don't know if it is just purely because there's not much cricket has been played for the last so many years, and the square is tired, and I don't know about that. There is a lot of talk about the pitches being they're going to remove these pitches, they're going to bring in drop-in pitches.
Green bowls to Shafiq, who struck on the pad, going up. Waqar's got his finger up. The umpire says no. Sundaresan doesn't agree. Send that upstairs.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it looked pretty straight. We've got to wait and see, because there was no gathering, or there no one sort of thinking of DRS. It might have got an inside edge on it, but it looks pretty straight.
Yeah, big inside edge. Yeah. There we go. We're sitting behind the batsman here, so we just saw the ball deck in and strike the pad. The line looked good.
Yeah, most of the time we see everything. Sometimes we do miss something, and because we're sitting in an angle that sometimes we miss the edge. We might not miss the outside edge, but we'll definitely miss the inside sometime.
Green bowls in at the pads again, and coming across the front pad to defend is Abdullah Shafiq. We get to the end of the 11th over, none for 19. So they're thinking of replacing the entire wicket square.
Yeah, once Ramiz Raja, the PCB chairman, took over in his first press conference, that's what he said. He said he's going to bring in some drop-in pitches, different soils, and try different things in different stadiums around the country. I think 60-odd pitches are going to be revamped, and different soils are going to be put in. I don't know when though, but because it's just taken over, it needs probably a bit of time, and they will work on that square, and you'll probably see different pitches when Australia come around next time. Hopefully not after 24 years. But I mean, hopefully we're going to see different pitches going forward. But at the moment, I mean, even in the PSL, I thought the pitches were a little bit more in it. But this time, I think the Pakistani management, they're heavily relying on their spinners and thinking that, okay, our spinners can do the job, which I have not seen that much. So it's not really even a rank turner also. It is very good batting pitches.
Nathan Lyon will start things up from the Waqar Younis end, where we are sitting appropriately, and defended away into the offside. Yeah, there's been very little turn. Only the footmarks, maybe late in the test matches, to aim for. Not much bounce for the spinners either. Sometimes it keeps low. That's the only thing that can help them. Lyon Bowls to Imam. Flatter and pushing away to point, no run.
It's a lot to do with the soil also. I mean, this soil seems like that it doesn't really have that energy, that bite. That's why all the bowlers, the spinners, they heavily rely on the footholds or footmarks, we should say.
Lion, more flight this time, and another studious forward defensive.
And over the years, Pakistan had success with their right-arm leg spinners, with Yasir Shah, Mushtaq Ahmed, Danish Kanaria, Abdul Qadir. There's so many of them who's played and made Pakistan really, or maybe off spinners who have got those doostras and the likes of Saklan.
Lion bowls in at the pads, whipped away, wants to go for a run and has to go back, Imam. Abdullah Shafiq was not interested, and Imam gets back into his crease.
Saklan, Saeed Ajmal, Zulfikar Babar was a fantastic bowler. So all these bowlers were good bowlers, and I feel what we're missing in this is a right-arm leg spinner. I know Swepson's playing this game, and he's a little bit inexperienced. I'm sure he'll enjoy bowling on this surface, because it will crumble more than what we've seen in Karachi, because the soil is a little bit different and it is a lot drier than what we had in Karachi.
Lion gives it air, and coming forward to defend again is Imam.
Yeah, so, the blocks, when I look at the pitch, I assess pitch by looking at the blocks. And when I look, this one, it's got a little small blocks, like all those gypsum puzzles type small cracks.
Lion, flat, and turned away off the pads. Imam will, at last, pick up a run. He'll even think about coming for a second, but won't. None for 20.
So I feel...
So we've got the end of the 12th over. We'll come back to that in just a second. We've got Shafiq on 7, Imam Al-Haq on 11. Pakistan none for 20.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Searching for tenanted investments? Skip the scroll and head straight to commercialready.com.au. Quickly discover commercial investment properties for sale through an investor-focused property platform. Visit commercialready.com.au. The site you inspect before you invest.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres. Here we are at Lahore. And so you were talking, Waqar, about the surfaces.
I think when you talk about the Pindi pitch was very flat. Normally they leave a lot of grass on it, and it's more bounce especially with the cooler weather there. It starts off seaming around for a couple of hours, or maybe for a couple of sessions, but then it becomes a very good pitch to bat on. But this time around they just shaped the grass, and it was very, very flat, and it was slow and low, and that's why nothing much happened on that surface. Karachi and Lahore, the difference I'll tell you in a minute after this ball.
Cummins bowls and hits the pad. They go up, and so does the finger. Hassan Raza says Imam Al-Haq is out. And the senior player will walk down to his young colleague who told him to review a stone-dead one in the previous test match. Or will he let him review this one? Imam should probably just keep walking off from what we saw. And indeed he will. He's decided not to take the review on this occasion. Cummins gets the breakthrough. First ball of his over.
So I'll pick the right ball to just wait, isn't it?
Yes.
Once again, Imam Al-Haq going across and playing all around it. He wanted to hit the ball on the onside, played with half face of the bat, and this one definitely crashing into middle leg.
Yeah, a bit of angle on it, and I suppose you're always tempted, if you've been given out in that sort of fashion, to see if it might be clipping the leg stump. And thanks to Waqar Younis for his company in the last half hour. He's got to head off to TV commitments. 1 for 20 is the score. Abdullah Shafiq there on 7. Imam Al-Haq out for 11. Pat Cummins striking with the first ball of a new over. And Azhar Ali will be the player to come in next. He made 180 in the first test at Rawalpindi. He's made a double hundred against the Australians before as well in Melbourne back in 2016. Triple hundred in a day-night test match in the UAE. So he's a long innings specialist, Azhar Ali, once he gets set. The Australians will want to make sure that doesn't happen. So they're all gathered for a drink out there while they wait for the new batsman to come out and get set. The ground crew out there to do some tidying up, sweeping the footmarks, remarking the lines, all of the little bits of maintenance that need to happen. The umpire's getting a drink as well. Everybody taking the sustenance they need. 3:30 on a hot afternoon. And that early wicket, exactly what the Australians wanted. 12.1 overs of toil it took them to get there. There is the breakthrough, and a man who made twin hundreds against them in the first test has been sent off. Haven't seen a replay to see if there might have been any cause for him to review, but it looks pretty out. Hello, Simon Kadich.
Good afternoon, Geoff. Good evening to all our listeners back home. Yeah, that looked pretty plumb, and I think that's why Abdullah Shafiq sent Imam on his way. He went down for a chat. I think he was hoping that Shafiq would tell him, yeah, have a go, but I think he learnt from last test. Umpire Raza has been very good.
Yes, and Shafiq, yeah, a little more confident this time to say, sorry, fella.
Yep. 3
reds last time I let you review one. On your way this time.
Yep.
I'm going to leave you to give some thoughts to our listeners, and then Adam Collins will come in and join you, Simon.
Yeah, it's certainly been a very good start by the Australian bowlers, building up pressure in the first 12 overs of this innings. Worked hard for that first wicket. And now we see Azhar Ali welcome to the crease. You've got Pat Cummins fired up after that wicket of Imam ul Haq. The Australians have had a good break, ready to attack this last session.
G'day, Cat. Waqar Younis taking a wicket with his last ball, as he does. He told me on the way in, and goes, got your wicket. Thanks, Waqar. He does love it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
1 for 20. So Imam ul Haq, the man to go. Out for 11 to Cummins, who's swung himself back around from the pavilion end. And how often have we said that in Pat Cummins' captaincy career so far? A bowling change brings a wicket. He's got quite the Midas touch. Certainly that was the case during the Ashes series. Getting a look at the projection on DRS, that was hitting leg stump halfway up. No need to review there, Imam. Lucky he didn't. He wanted to.
No doubt he wanted to, but the thing is, it might only seem like one review. You just never know. It puts pressure on the next guy if it's a line ball decision, and then all of a sudden you've potentially burnt 2. You've got 1 left for the rest of the innings, so good decision there.
And a good story this in Azhar Ali, batting on his home ground for the first time in Test cricket. Pat Cummins on the way, Azhar defending back down the pitch. Azhar Ali, one of the 3 Lahoris in the team. For his part, he's worked it out before the Test match. He's been playing Test cricket for 4,269 days before getting a start in his own ground, which is remarkable for any number of reasons. The fact that he made his Test debut within a year of the terror attacks here in Lahore. But finally, his 94th Test match is here at the Gaddafi Stadium.
Yeah, I remember playing against him when he debuted for Pakistan in England, neutral venue against Australia in 2010.
He does enjoy this ground at first-class level. Cummins to him here, finds the edge, spits out past green. He deflected it down after bouncing just in front of him. Good fielding in the end from the West Australian, who's been in the game so far today. 1 for 21 becomes the score. Azhar Ali off the mark, but Cummins has started this spell with real venom.
Yeah, it's just that length he hits. He's just relentless with it. I say it all the time, but Pat Cummins is just in an area of uncertainty for right-handers, on and around that off stump with a little bit of movement, either off the seam or straightening, and it must be an absolute nightmare for them to face.
So 2 slips up nice and close for Shafiq. Cummins delivers here. Shafiq comes forward in defence. Well played.
And the one that's played him probably as well as anyone is Abdullah Shafiq, and that shot is a great example of why. He gets a good stride into the ball, plays with a full face of the bat. He lines up Pat Cummins pretty well. He's prepared to go at the ball, which a lot of right-handers aren't. A lot of them get caught on the crease in no man's land because they don't want to overcommit. They're worried about getting pinned in front. So they sit back on the crease, and then as soon as Pat Cummins gets them in that position, he just preys on them.
Here is the captain. He's got a second slip, a third slip, hiding the ball before he bowls it on leg stump, tucked down to fine leg, but that's a sign that he thinks it's already might be reversing in the 13th over. Shafiq to 8, 1 for 22 the score. You usually see Cummins doing that when the ball's, let's say, 25 to 35 overs old, not in the 13th of the innings.
Yeah, and that's why this wicket, whilst it might not have the carry in it, because the square is like concrete and so hard and abrasive, it's no surprise that this ball's reversed. We spoke about it yesterday, that the block, apart from the outskirts of it, there's not a lot of grass in the middle part.
Always keeps the bowlers in the game. Cummins to finish here. Azhar Ali on the drive. Lovely shot from the hometown boy, all the way out towards the rope. It'll just be dragged in by Marnus Labuschagne. They're happy with a couple. So a successful over for Australia. Azhar Ali now on 3, Shafiq's on 8. After 13 in reply to Australia's 391, Pakistan 1 for 24.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres. Mitchell Stark prepares to bowl his 4th over, so he's been swung around as well. A change of ends for the Australian opening bowlers. Stark bowled 3 overs, done for 2 from the pavilion end, and had a bit of a concern with umpire Raza about running on the pitch as well, didn't he?
Yeah, and look, that might be why he's changed ends, but I think it's the breeze is the reason why he's changed ends, because the breeze from our end here at the Waqar Younis end, I'll call it, given that he stands right to our
It's
right
perfect,
here.
isn't it? Right beneath us is the Waqar Younis end sign.
The breeze is going from right to left, which is going to aid Mitchell Stark angling in and taking it away from the right-hander, just like he did in Karachi.
So left arm around. 2 slips. Bowls to Shafiq on 8. Wide of the crease on the hip. There'll be runs there. Just one of them. Down to Mitch Swepson does the fielding. Shafiq 9, 1 for 25 the score. But the very fact that Stark's going around the wicket with that aforementioned breeze, and we saw what Cummins was doing last over, they think it's already going.
Yeah, well, that's definitely why they're back in the fray. But what's interesting too is Mitch Swepson was at fine leg for Pat Cummins, and because Pat Cummins wants to be up in the ring, probably to chat to Mitch Stark and potentially obviously look at the field and all that sort of stuff, Mitch Swepson's doing fine leg to fine leg in Lahore in 35 degrees, and it is, I reckon, a good 150 metres away.
Oh, yeah, it's a huge playing surface here. I mean, you might be watching on TV and seeing the advertising boards. That's deceptive. It's a huge ground. Stark passes umpire Aleem Dar. 2 catching men behind the wicket. Bowls here, full and straight. Azhar Ali out towards mid-on, wide of mid-on. So gets a single to Usman Khawaja. He's 4. Pakistan 1 for 26. Mentioned Azhar Ali before at this ground. He's got 5 first-class centuries here, averaging 50. Of course, he's got a very good record in Pakistan as well, averaging 50 at home since Test cricket returned here in 2019. So a man they can depend on at 185 at Rawalpindi in the first Test of this series, and he's made some big scores against Australia across his long journey. I'll need him this week.
How do his numbers compare in the UAE compared to playing in Pakistan?
Stark up to the crease again. Bowls here, and back in the crease goes Shafiq, defending out to the offside, no run. Well, in the UAE, he played 27 Test matches, which is the peak of his career, and he averaged 54.
Wow.
So the fact that he's done so well at home, you can never know in the absence of the counterfactual, but imagine he played his whole career here in Pakistan.
I mean, generally guys play better in their home conditions because they know the wicket, they've grown up on the wicket, and that's what's made them successful, getting to know the conditions and acclimatising. But those numbers in the UAE are very good as well.
Yeah. I suppose my point is that they probably would have been better here at home.
Yeah.
Former captain as well. Shafiq facing Stark on off stump. No movement there, up and down. Nice and full and well negotiated.
Oh, these wickets we've seen in this series so far, you certainly have no qualms batting in the top order on these sorts of tracks.
We were joking at dinner the other night, weren't we? If you had played 4 or 5 Test matches here, Simon, your average might be 50, not 45.
Oh, that would have been handy playing a tour or 2 here. I think I had 4 tours to India throughout my career. and that was always a good challenge. But these wickets here look even flatter than India.
So Stark's got Steve Smith at second slip and Cameron Green at third. Catching mid-wicket as well. Delivers here. Shafiq is forward in defence. Just wide of mid-wicket, out towards Khawaja at mid-on, no single. Up in the mid to high 130s kilometres an hour at the start of this fresh spell for Stark. Yeah, all up. Azhar Ali playing his 94th Test match, nearing on 7,000 Test runs at 43, 19 tons. 4 of those against Australia, including that double we were at a couple of years ago, Simon, or 5 years ago now at the MCG. And twin centuries against Australia at Abu Dhabi back in 2014 as a younger man. Stark, the finish is over to Shafiq on the hip, and again picks out a fielder on the onside. This time Travis Head. End of 14 overs. 1 for 26 Pakistan with Shafiq on 9. Azhar Ali on 4. Our coverage for tyre power, 25% off Kumo tyres. We're getting some analysis on TV during the tea break of the precocious talent that is Naseem Shah and the reverse swing he was generating. And Waqar was adding to that after tea on radio with us, acknowledging, and I hadn't thought of it this way before, I'll be interested in your observations on what Waqar was saying. In his day, he could afford to bowl big, booming, in-swinging Yorkers because players just weren't used to it. It was something they'd never seen before. But now, due to white ball cricket, they see a lot of Yorkers, especially at T20 level. And therefore, as a reverse swing bowler, you want to hit the top of off, not the base of middle. And that's exactly what Naseem did.
Yeah, he's spot on. I think that's where Shaheen Shah Afridi was guilty of going too full in Karachi when they got it reversing, whereas Australia used the fuller ball a lot less, but used their length ball much more with the reverse swinging ball.
Cummins new over. Azhar Ali well forward in defence, out to extra cover, no single.
And what that does is it doesn't allow the batsman to get used to that full in-swinging delivery where they can start to set up, line it up, get their front foot out of the way, but then also get scoring opportunities because they're used to what's coming down. And I think we saw that in Karachi. Uzma Khawaja picked off Shaheen Shah Afridi a lot because he went really, really full. Whereas Mitch Stark and Pat Cummins kept smashing the wicket on a good length, and that's exactly what Waqar's talking about. And what impressed me the most about Naseem Shah, and we spoke about it a lot yesterday, was his discipline to bowl maidens and build up pressure for his teammate at the other end.
Cummins to Azhar, leaving alone outside the off stump.
And it was really selfless bowling, and in the end he got the rewards on the back of that because he built up so much pressure going at less than 2 and over that if the other bowler, whether it was Sajid Khan with that older ball, built pressure as well, he then started to get the results once that ball reversed. But I thought he was magnificent right the way throughout because it was tough conditions yesterday. It was hot. It was day one. You don't expect there to be a huge amount of reverse swing day one because the wicket's generally not as abrasive as it will be throughout the test. And his discipline and the way bowled to Steve Smith in particular was fantastic to watch.
Cummins hiding the ball again, wide of the crease to Azhar Ali. On the drive, finds a gap at cover. He'll only get the single because Marnus Labuschagne is herring after it, throwing it into the non-striker's end. He's 5, 1 for 27 the score. Yes, with Naseem, if there was a criticism of him in the first part of his career, it was that he was profligate. He would take wickets, but he'd go for plenty. And he seems to have made that adjustment. It's remarkable to think that a player of his talent, who they're clearly trying to look after a little bit, was left off the central contract list last year, left out of all the squads. And it's taken Australia showing up for them to kind of realise he is one of our best weapons. We better use it.
Well, he wasn't even in the squad to start the series, and then obviously Hassan Ali and Fahim Ashraf had injuries coming out of the PSL. Naseem Shah had a very good PSL tournament for Quetta, and as a result found his way into the squad on the back of those injuries. Played, and we were a bit surprised he missed out at Karachi, given his airspeed and given the talk about reverse swing there.
Cummins bowls here full and pushed away out into the offside by Shafiq, no run.
Because I think with his development, he's only going to get better by playing more Test cricket. And we've seen it in this series. He had a tough time of it in Rawalpindi, like all the bowlers did. But he knocked over Alex Carey with an absolute ripper from around the wicket, hit the top of off. And then in this Test match, he's been able to bowl both over and around the wicket to both right-handers and left-handers, and worked over 2 of the probably most informed batsmen in the Australian lineup, Khawaja and Smith, and end up knocking Smith over with some really good patient setup, dragging him wide of the crease, getting it to reverse away, and then eventually pinning him in front with one that came back.
Cummins passes umpire Raza, hiding the ball again. Bowls here, Shafiq coming forward in defence. Good contest between the captain and the young Pakistani opener. And as for Naseem, after he's finished this series, he's going off to England to play county cricket with Gloucestershire. That'll be, I mean, he's obviously toured England with the Test team back in, would have been back in 2020 during the pandemic, those Test matches behind closed doors. But he'll get a lot of cricket over there, and that'll help with his discipline.
Definitely, and I think that's a great opportunity for him as a young man to go and experience those English conditions without the pressure of playing international cricket at the level below.
Cummins to finish here to Shafiq. He goes back in defence once more. Good over from Pat Cummins. Well played by Abdullah Shafiq. Pakistan 1 for 27 in reply to Australia's 391. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability. And tyre power, 25% off Kumo tyres.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner or any time, that's how we roll. Pho noodle soups, banh mi baguettes and rice paper rolls. Made fresh and healthy in-store every day. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled. Fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
Australia all out 391. They lost 5 wickets in the middle session of the second day, 5 for 71 to lose the momentum they built up through the opening couple of hours. Green and Carey both passing 50 but unable to post 3 figures. It's Mitchell Starc here bowling to Azhar Ali around the wicket, wasted delivery, well down the leg side. Carey moving away to his left. He's kept well through the series, Alex Carey. Of course, this was the ground where Phil Emery got his opportunity at Test level back in 1994. There's a really wonderful piece written by Dan Brettig for Cricket Monthly a couple of years ago that documents that bizarre week when he was playing club cricket. Got the phone call, said, got to be in Pakistan tomorrow. Ian Healy's broken his thumb. Straight into the Test team. Did a good job. 6 dismissals, couple of stumpings. But unfortunately, when he was batting, had his thumb broken as night watchman. Here is Starc around the wicket. Bowling here, 2 slips, defended into the onside by Azhar Ali. So he had to retire hurt as the Australian number 4, having been brought in as night watchman. Of course, that was the role that Ian Healy played at the time. Had to see out the entire second innings wicket-keeping in Pakistan to Shane Warne with a broken thumb. Got through it, did his job. They ended up drawing the Test match, but yeah, that was his one and only opportunity to wear the baggy green, and rightly proud of it.
Yeah, I mean, he had a fantastic career for New South Wales. I think he's one of the main reasons that Adam Gilchrist had to move to WA to get a game, given that they were in that same vintage.
Yeah, what a great era of domestic cricket, especially in New South Wales. Starc wide of the crease, and leaving alone outside the off stump is Azhar Ali. He captained a couple of Shield wins before he played for Australia, and there was that kind of depth in leadership, wasn't there, with each state team seemingly having 2 or 3 very senior players who could make the step up to international level fairly easily.
Oh, definitely. I think back to the mid-90s when I started playing first-class cricket in WA, and it felt like most of the teams had probably 5 or 6 really experienced players that potentially had played for Australia or were still around in the Shield comp, and then you had a few young guys coming in or young quicks that were making their way, and it was just very, very difficult to get into a state 11.
Let alone the Australian team. We were talking briefly yesterday about Jamie Siddons, who epitomises that. Starc delivers here. Bouncer doesn't get up, though. It just goes over Azhar Ali's head, and let's remember, he was the man who was out-legged before wicket to a bouncer last week. Thankfully, this time it goes above his lid.
Yeah, off Cameron Green, one that just brushed his glove.
Oh,
but that ball is going to be tricky to play as this Test goes on, because Mitch Starc slammed that halfway down in the surface, and this wicket, it's almost like it's got this crust to it on top and it's dead underneath, and it just goes nowhere, and as a result there's no carry in this wicket. Seen so many balls not carry through to the keepers, and on that occasion Alex Carey had to get in the way of it.
So a bouncer that Azhar Ali just got underneath. He was able to share a little smile with Starc there. They both know what's going on here. They've both played a lot of Test cricket against each other too. Catching mid-wicket comes in. That's David Warner. Starc up to the crease, bowls here, full and dug out by Azhar Ali from about the off-stump line out towards Nathan Lyon at point.
Yeah, he's trying to replicate that dismissal from Karachi in the first innings where he just hung the bat at one outside off stump. The feet were nowhere. Ball was reversing, and Cameron Green did the rest in that sort of floating slip roll. He's quite a fine gully, and here at the moment he almost looks like he's at second slip given his wingspan, quite close to Steve Smith, which they have to be just given the pace with which the outside edges travel. There was one that went to his left early off Shafiq from Pat Cummins, and it flew past him to his left.
Yeah, he was just off balance, wasn't he? He was going the other way. I reckon he would have been a decent chance had he been moving to his left naturally. Stark to finish here, full and straight, driven out towards mid-off, no run. End of the over. Azhar Ali 5, Shafiq 9, 1 for 27 Pakistan. Well behind, 364 behind Australia's first innings of 391. Our coverage for tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres. You can already see that the Green's highlight reel at Gully is going to be fairly spectacular. You know, you can think about the great Australian gully fieldsmen and Jeff Marsh, Steve Warp, that comes to mind. There'll be others as well, but they took some blinders of the Australian quicks, and Green's going to as well.
Yeah, particularly in Australian conditions where the ball flies off square of the wicket from cuts or square drives. But Cameron Green is already showing that he's a very, very talented young man with all three facets of the game. Batted beautifully today.
How do you think they'll manage it? Sorry, just to follow up on his fielding position. So he's kind of graduated to the cordon in this series by necessity because of the configurations they've been operating here. So in this case, he's at, let's call him 3.5, 4, fourth slip, maybe a fraction narrower than that. It's hard to tell because they're up so close, but he's moved from the gully to there. I wonder whether they'll be tempted to keep him in the slips. Here's Cummins towards us and towards Azhar Ali. Or Shafiq, I should say, driving down the ground. Beautiful shot. Shafiq's got a fine on drive, and it reaches the rope. He's in the double figures. He's 13. Pakistan up to 1 for 31. Beautiful.
Yeah, one of the toughest shots in the game to play, and that was exquisite. Gets himself in such a good position to play that ball, and then it's just to punch down the ground with the full face of the bat. He's got a beautiful bat plane, does Abdullah Shafiq. He presents the full face. The bat comes through beautifully straight. He looks a class player.
I kind of blurted out on my podcast the other day, this guy's going to make 10,000 test runs.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be wrong there, Colo.
Shafiq facing up to Cummins, defending out to the offside, no run. Just kind of said it instinctively. I'm thinking, well, he's 22. He's going to play test cricket forever unless something goes radically wrong. He looks so organised and he can match it with the best of them.
I reckon he'll make 10,000 test runs in Pakistan, given how good these wickets are. So add the rest away.
He feels that way, doesn't it, that we're going to be calling his name on broadcast for tour after tour after tour. Bold selection last year. And if Abid Ali was available for this series, it's no sure thing that he would necessarily be in the team, but here he is taking full advantage on 13, facing Cummins, edging through the slips and gets 4 more. He played that late. He tried to ride the bounce, and it went between Carey and Smith. So by definition, it's Carey's to die for, but I don't think he was ever really in the game due to the gap between those two fieldsmen. Watching it back here, Simon Kadich, an unusual bit of cricket. He just steered it, almost catching practice, but Carey was never in the game.
No. There's too big a gap between the two of them because of the placement of that ball. He didn't mean for it to go there. He certainly was trying to defend it with the full face of the bat, but caught the edge and couldn't have placed that any better between Alex Carey and Steve Smith. There's just enough of a gap between the two of them, and because Smith's so close, he didn't have a chance to be able to take that from behind.
Yeah, had he been up in his usual spot as Cummins bowls again, short ball in response, and Shafiq sways out the way. He might have got a look there moving to his left, but up so close, even if it is only, say, 2 feet away, when's the dive going to come? It's just not possible.
Yeah, it goes too quickly. Had he been back, yes, he might have been on the right line if he was back another foot or so, but the problem was it wouldn't have carried to him then, because it was only just wide of Steve Smith going to his left.
Yeah, and we saw last week with Smith up so close, it was hard graft for him. He put down Shafiq on day 4 before snaffling him just after lunch on the 5th day, just before lunch, I should say. Cummins to the crease again. Shafiq playing with soft hands out to backward point. Nathan Lyon does the fielding. No run.
Yeah, it's fantastic probing from Pat Cummins. He might have got on driven, but he's a class act, fought back, just bringing his length back slightly and just catching Shafiq. He's always trying to get forward, which you can't blame him for on this wicket. He doesn't want to get pinned in front. The problem is, if you're always looking to get forward and the bowler brings their length back to back of a length, you end up being quite upright and not really pushing back in the crease and using the depth in your crease, and that's exactly what happened to Shafiq.
Warner comes up at mid-wicket for the final ball of the over. Cummins here, back of a length, defended out towards point again by Shafiq. End of the over, 1 for 35 is the score after 17. With Shafiq on 17, Azhar Ali on 5 after the break. Kat, it'll be Geoff Lemon joining you. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50. But wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball. Kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drink Wise.
SEN Test Cricket for tyre power, 25% off Kumo tyres. Simon Kadich watching the action unfold, and hard work for bowlers. That's been the story of the series. The Australians have got one early wicket, early-ish, 17 overs, not so early anymore.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think particularly when batsmen have got the discipline to dig in on this wicket and play with that real tight nature of getting forward, and they have to, defending good length balls, it's hard to just remove them.
Nathan Lyon bowling over the wicket to Azhar Ali, who defends to cover. And they're long innings sort of players. Azhar Ali, we've seen do it for a dozen years, and Abdullah Shafiq, in the short time that we've been watching him, has had a lot of patience and discipline. Lyon to Azhar, who steps across his stumps and whips it nicely out through mid-wicket. That was bold footwork. Gets back for the second run as he places it to the left of Usman Khawaja in the deep out there. 1 for 37. Azhar onto 7 himself.
Yeah, David Warner there was anticipating the ball was going to go straighter to his left, so he started to run left. And then Azhar Ali ended up going to his right, hitting it a little bit squarer as a result. Found that mid-wicket gap nicely.
So Khawaja the only player in the deep, out at deep square leg in case there's a top edge sweep, you'd assume, but Azhar Ali just comes forward and defends inside edge into the pad. Lyon was appealing, nobody else really was.
I think he got outside the line here, got a pretty good stride in the ball. Just having a little chat to Alex Carey now about the DRS, which is just about to expire, and they're not going to go down that path.
Lyon has been keen at times for ones hitting outside the line if he thinks players aren't playing a shot. Certainly a shot there. That may have just hit in line.
Yeah, it spun slowly enough that by the time it hit Azhar Ali, it was close. But I think because he moved outside the line after he'd been hit, it probably put the umpire off a little bit.
Probably going down leg side, if anything,
yeah,
from there.
Gripped, didn't it?
With the amount of turn. That wouldn't have been the worst one in the world that we've seen. Sent upstairs. Lyon gets a bit of slow turn in, and again Azhar is stepping across his stumps, dead batting this one full face.
This is a massive innings in the course of this series, because if Pakistan grind this one out and get towards Australia or even go past, then it puts so much pressure back on Australia if they want to make the running in this test match. Yes, they've got the advantage of Pakistan potentially batting last, but the third innings of a test is where moving can happen quickly, particularly if the wicket's deteriorated.
Lyon bowls to Azhar, who's turning it just down the leg side. Short leg will go and get it. We saw the ball tracking, and that did show that that shout would have been missing the leg stump by a fair way. So the right call made by the Australians. And as you say, if they're trying to make the running in the third innings, they open themselves up to the risk of falling in a heap.
Yep.
Lyon, one ball to come in the over, flights it up and wrists it away nicely to mid-wicket, but won't get a run. David Warner brisk across the turf, 18 overs gone, 1 for 37, Pakistan. And I guess we can throw ahead, look at the sort of possibilities this match could hold if Pakistan get bowled out well behind Australia. Obviously that puts the Australians on top, but as you say, if they get up to a similar sort of score, by that point we're into the fourth day presumably, and from there maybe it leaves the Australians a couple of sessions to try to score quickly, but the risk that might involve.
Well, even the fact that the wicket has changed in that time between first innings to second innings, and then the fatigue factor of Australia having been out in the field in these hot conditions on the back of what happened in those 171 overs in Karachi.
And having come to a position of 0-0 after 2 test matches, neither team will want to give the whole series away, but there'll be even more of a premium on any risk-taking at the back end of this match. We've got Pat Cummins starting a new over and bowling down the leg side. May have taken a touch. Goes away to the fine leg fence for 4 somethings. The umpire says runs. So just a little bit of a touch on that from Abdullah Shafiq. He did.
Yeah, nicely played that. Just tickled it around the corner for 4. That Cummins just losing his line a little bit there. Ball just angling in.
Got that off the full face of the bat in the end, just glancing it away. Lovely, delicate touch. 1 for 41, the Pakistani score then. Abdullah Shafiq on 21. 2 slips, Smith and Green. Very close slips. Alex Carey waiting. Couple of edges that haven't gone to hand. Driving is Shafiq. Back to the bowler this time. No run on that occasion.
Well, the other thing to consider too is that these 2 teams, Australia 1, Pakistan 2 in the World Test Championship, and it comes to a head in 2023, so they won't want to be giving up anything to the opposition when it's so tight, the ladder at the moment.
Cummins bowls to Shafiq, who's defending off the back foot to mid-wicket. Australia missed out on the last World Test Championship final on the basis of slow over rates in one Test match. Got docked a couple of points, and that saw them miss out. So I think they'd be pretty keen to correct that this time around.
Well, they will. And the other thing that has to be factored in is that they've got tours coming up to Sri Lanka and India early next year. And the drawn test that Australia had in Karachi.
Cummins bowls to Shafiq, who's getting a thick outside edge to point, no run.
Has meant that Australia have only won 3 of their last 28 tests in Asia since 2008. Oof. Prior to that, Australia had won 4 consecutive series against Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka and Pakistan. So that is awaiting them in the not too distant future, and that will potentially put some pressure on that ladder when those tests roll around. And India, they're on their way up the ladder after doing a number on Sri Lanka in the first couple of tests there in India at the moment.
And it's easy to look at a team like Sri Lanka and think that they're struggling. They're not likely to be able to compete. Cummins bowls to Shafiq, who defends, but that was the same in 2016, and Australia got absolutely thrashed by Sri Lanka.
Correct.
Whitewash in 3.
You always got to remember the local batsmen love playing in their home conditions because they're used to those turning slow wickets in Sri Lanka. And then the other part of it is Sri Lanka will probably prepare wickets that'll spin from day one, and there'll be 3 spinners in the team. Probably a left arm ortho, a right arm ortho, and potentially a leg spinner as well. So Australia's batsmen,
the left arm wrist spinner
might
get a go.
Yeah, they'll probably have all 4.
I like Shan Sundaresan's the one they brought in last time. Cummins to end the over. Bowls outside the off stump, defended away, and another over ticks by. 19 of them gone. Thanks, Simon Kadich, for your time. 1 for 41 the score. Abdullah Shafiq 21, Azhar Ali on 7. Pakistan replying to Australia's all-out 391. This is day 2 of the 3rd Test match from Lahore. And this historic series, Australia finally back in Pakistan. The Test matches so far have gone off without a hitch. Knock on wood there. 3 one-days and a T20 to come in
after we finish this test match. All of those will be played in Lahore as well. And staying in Lahore to watch all of those will be Bharat Sundaresan. Hello.
Hello, Geoff. Yeah, I will miss you. For sure. And some of the others who are not staying back.
Nathan Lyon comes in to bowl to Azhar Ali, who's defending on the front foot, straight to short leg.
I feel like school's out for you guys much earlier than me. 10 more days of detention and I'm going to enjoy myself. Bigger crowds for sure is what I'm told at the Gaddafi Stadium.
Lyon to Azhar, who walks at him and flicks it to short mid-wicket. No run. You would expect that. You see that change in most Asian countries. Whether you're watching cricket in India or Sri Lanka or so on, as soon as the white ball formats and especially the evening games happen, the stands fill up. Lyon bowls to Azhar, who's defending from the crease this time. His back foot coming all the way around outside off stump as he ends up square onto that ball.
Yeah, already I've heard a few local journalists complain about demands for tickets from family members for the ODIs. I'm sure the tickets are running out fast.
Lyon bowls to Azhar, down the pitch and goes big, down the ground, and Azhar Ali has hit that out of the nunnery. 1 for 47, over long on, into that fence, that bumpy LED fence, and that might have taken a chunk out of the ball. Azhar Ali, under 13, saw the ball pitching in a spot that he liked, skips down to meet it and pops it over the fence.
Yeah, this is something he does so well. He's done this to Nathan Lyon all through the series. And you spoke about this being a historic series. This is a historic knock for Azhar Ali. He's waited a long time for this to get a test innings on his home ground. He's making the most of it.
Lyon, 2 balls to come, and Azhar is happy to revert to his earlier mode. Stays at home, opens the face, pushes the ball to point, no run.
16,504 balls Azhar Ali had faced in his test career before he walked out to bat today, before he got to face his first ball in Lahore.
On his home ground, Lyon flights it, and Azhar Ali steps forward to defend. 1 for 47 the score, 20 overs bowled.
Crust Pizza is pizza perfection. Every Australian has their favourite. Like Jake, who plays Thursday night footy with the boys and loves a pepperoni pizza after the siren. Or Monica, who's conquering esports online while biting into a Crust Supreme. Or Dylan, dedicated surfer and champion of the environment. He's living on the veg with Crust's new plant-based protein range. Crust Pizza. It's pizza crafted for pizza lovers. Order online at crustpizza.com.au.
Test match cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres. Pakistan, 1 for 47. Australia made 391. Abdullah Shafiq doing the job once again, the young opener. Azhar Ali, first drop alongside him. It's coming up to 10 past 4 local time, so that means about an hour and 20 minutes more play possible today. And Mitchell Swepson is going to get a bowl for the first time today. He had his moments in Karachi, good and bad. Struggled in a few of his spells, bowled one really good spell, and several chances missed. Could have been the one to win that test match. Even the catch that went down with 3 overs to go would have left Pakistan 8 down, would have left him a chance to pick up the final couple of wickets. Wasn't able to get that win for Australia. And he's got a second test match to his name now. And he's in to bowl, and Abdullah Shafiq is defending. Thick outside edge, behind point, no run.
Yeah, good start from Swepson. Yeah, it's so important that gets into his rhythm early. You'd expect Azhar Ali and Abdullah Shafiq to use their feet early on to him.
Swepson bowls to Shafiq, lands it nicely. Bit of turn away from the bat already. Defended well by Shafiq.
And I thought it was important for Pat Cummins to come out and announce the playing 11 the day before the test. Just fill the youngster with a little more confidence.
Avoid any speculation. Swepson tosses this one up and lands that nicely as well. So his issue in Karachi was when he tried to give it a rip. That's when he Often lost control of the ball, bowled some full tosses and some stuff down the leg side. That spanked away when he bowled those loose balls. 3 good ones so far. Follows up with a 4th, landing it on the leg stump and turning back a little and bowling fairly quickly up high 80 kilometre an hour range.
Yeah, like you see a lot with modern day leg spinners. 2 men out, you can see one at a deepish mid-wicket and on its sweeper cover.
Swepson gives it flight, and that one does turn. Grips a little from the surface, and Shafiq able to defend it well, but there is enough for Swepson to feel encouraged at this point.
And that's the end Sajid Khan was bowling from when he got that one to grip and get Usman Khawaja out yesterday. So that's a very promising sign for Mitchell Swepson.
One to come in the over. Swepson tosses it up. Big drive from Shafiq, and it's well stopped at cover. Won't get through, even though he's thrown his hands at that ball. 21 overs gone. 1 for 47 on SEN Test Cricket. Bharat Sundaresan will stay with you, and Adam Collins will join him in just a moment.
Yeah. Spin taking effect here in Lahore. Nathan Lyons seems settled well into the spell, despite conceding that 6 in the last over. But impressive start from Swepson. Got a little bit of drift as well. I think the last 2 deliveries, Adam Collins, are the ones that you would have been impressed with, especially the last one where he got the right-hander driving, which is what he wants to see.
Strikes me as a really big opportunity for Swepson this Test match. Just in terms of where he sits in the pecking order, with Sri Lanka next up. Here's Lyon, bowling his 6th over. Azhar Ali on leg stump, turned around the corner to Cameron Green, no single there. And by that, I doubt they'll consider any change in the configuration for Sri Lanka, but if he bowls well here and can get himself going in Test cricket, there'll be wickets for him in Sri Lanka. They'll be far more friendly than these surfaces for a guy that does what he does. Lyon bowls here, fuller, better, albeit up at 92 kilometres an hour. So Azhar Ali is able to come forward and play it out with a nice straight blade, no spin to speak of. Stays at 1 for 47.
Especially if those 2 tests are played in Gaul, which is what you would expect them to be.
Yeah, the word on the street is they're both going to be at Gaul rather than Colombo Gaul. Lyon bowls flat and defended by Azhar Ali. Into the offside, no run.
Yeah, used to be Rangana Herod's favourite hunting ground. I've seen him turn Test matches around on their head with one spell. So, yeah, lots to look forward to for Swepson.
He took a hat-trick against Australia there back in 2016. Lyon delivers. Flight set up. Well forward again is Azhar Ali. Nicely played out to cover. Just 2 catching men, the slip and the short leg. But, yes, if Swepson can consolidate his spot in the team, I suppose, here, and bowl well throughout the course of the remainder of this Test match. Lyon to the crease, bouncing in, familiar approach. There's a single there to long on. Azhar Ali punching down in that direction. Mitchell Starc does the fielding, 1 for 48. Azhar Ali moves to 14. Then there will be a great opportunity for him to be a genuine match winner in Gaul come June, July.
Oh, and it'll be great for Nathan Lyon. He's never really had a regular spinning partner. Australia have tried quite a few over the years.
Lyon to finish. Bowls to Shafiq on 21. Brings him forward once again. Defended out to the offside. End of the over. 1 for 48 the score. Pakistan after bowling Australia out for 391 earlier today. Shafiq on 21. Azhar Ali on 14.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
I like to keep my garden looking its best. The Nilex retractable hose makes it easy to water the furthest corner, and it keeps my yard tidy. Retract like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nilex retractable hose reels, available at Bunnings.
So Mitch Swepson, the man we're discussing, gets a second over here from the pavilion end. He'll be working away from the phalanx of floodlights at that end of the ground. They're 3 deep from the angle he's walking in from to Azhar Ali on 14. Oh, past the outside edge. Beautiful bowling. There's an appeal for caught behind and for the stumping. Carey's done well. It's given not out on both measures, and they go upstairs for the stumping. Well, fabulous bowling from Swepson. Drifting it in around the off-stump line, making Azarali play, dragging the back heel. The question is, did he get his foot back down or not? Up to the third umpire, Asif Yaqub. We wait for the first replay, Bharat Sundaresan and Swepson. Hasn't taken long to be an influence here.
Yeah, we'll just wait the front on replay first. Beautiful bowling, that dip. You saw this the last ball of the last over. Azarali was off balance as he reached out for it.
So we're having a look at Ultra Edge first to see whether there is a nick. Oh gosh, there isn't a nick, but it's the quintessential cigarette paper between the ball and the bat. How he hasn't edged that based on the replay is remarkable. But we now go to the stumping. The foot drags, Carey brings it back on the line. Okay, that's going to take a number of replays to conclude, I suspect. That was a fraction too quick, the first one we've seen there.
Someone just rushed it through.
So watching for the zing bails, they're off now, and I reckon the benefit of the doubt has to go with the batsman. Do you share that view?
Yeah, the problem is the shadow is dark enough for there to be a doubt, and I think
decision
like
given.
Adam.
Sorry, Bharat, it's not out. Thus the roar around Gaddafi Stadium. But that is a great sign for the Queenslander, able to get one to turn and to dip at the right-handed Azarali early in his spell.
Yeah, this is something he could not do on that Karachi pitch. And the ball is gripping here. You saw the last ball of the last over, Abdullah Shafiq. He got him out, stretched him out, just trying to play the drive.
Swepson passes umpire Raza, bowls here flat, carved away out to deep point where he has a sweeper. Azhar moves to 15, Pakistan 1 for 49.
But if you can do this more often, get the ball to dip, drag the right-handers out, tempt them into playing that drive, and beat that outside edge like he did that time, he'll be in business a lot more. And also the next ball, that's why you have the boundary rider out early in a leg spinner spell.
So much quicker with the second ball in the over. 7 kilometres an hour quicker. Bowls here to Shafiq. Flat, plenty of spin. Steers out towards Nathan Lyon at backward point. No single off the back foot. It would have taken a fair bit for Swepson to recover from not only the workload, but the fact that he wasn't able to contribute to a win at Karachi across the better part of 2 days. Went wicketless as well, knowing the criticism would come. Bowls here on leg stump, pushed into the onside by Shafiq, no run. And he did bowl some poor spells, but he created plenty of opportunities across the penultimate and final session on day 5.
The narrative could have been totally different. He could have finished his first test as a match winner. It wasn't to be.
If that catch was taken by Khawaja with about 20 minutes to go. Swepson bowls here. It's full and defended out towards Marnus Labuschagne at short leg. No run.
Already I've noticed one difference with him, Adam. Maybe it's just the fact that he's playing his second test now. He looks a lot more relaxed. You could see he was rushing through his overs in that first test at times. Just desperate to make an impact.
Deliberative, slow approach. Bowls here to finish the over. Nice delivery. Bookended with good leg breaks. One to Azarali, one to Shafiq. They're 15 and 21 respectively. Pakistan trailed by 342 runs. They're 1 for 49. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering affordability with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan. So Swepson sent down 2 overs, none for 1. But yes, he looks like through the course of this last 75 minutes or so of play on day 2, he's going to get plenty of work.
Yeah, I mean, you have to stick with him for a while. And one thing Pat Cummins did, I thought, really well in the Karachi test was he backed him till the end. If you remember, even the last over of the day, the last over of the test match, he backed Swepson to maybe create chances, and he made it a point to mention it in the press conference where he felt that every time he saw Swepson bowl in that last session, he felt like there was a wicket coming. Wonderful words for a young spinner to hear from his captain.
So a strong breeze over Lyon's right shoulder should help with drift. First ball here to Azarali, not much on show there, defended into the offside. Lyon up at 89 kilometres an hour.
There's a right kind of breeze that most finger spinners dream of. So he should enjoy this for sure.
Can he get it to dip as well? Bowls here to Azhar, near the footmarks. Defended into the offside. Not many footmarks to work with yet, but Shaheen Sharafridi did bowl plenty from that pavilion end over the wicket. So some assistance and something to aim for at least. Lyon back to his mark. Azarali on 15. Bowls here. Played from the crease. Just turned around the corner off the front pad. No single to Sweps and no Cameron Green doing the work around there.
Just before you came on, Adam, I was just mentioning to Geoff about how Azhar Ali faced 16,504 balls before getting to face his first one at home.
It's Lyon here to Azhar. Oh, that's a long hop. Pulled down. Turned around the corner. 4 runs. You did not see that from Nathan Lyon very much. Was that a variation? Was that one off the index finger that he used to call the Geoff, the one that goes the other way? I'm not sure. It'll make for a replay that we want to watch. Let's have a look here. Lyon, just a drag down. Just a straight up drag down. He could have hit that anywhere, Azhar Ali. He elected to pull it behind square, and in doing so brings up the Pakistan 50, and he moves along to 19 with his second boundary.
That was like the first ball I bowl every time I get to bowl once in 8 months. Adam, ball just sticks to your hand.
So Lyon again passes umpire Aleem Dar. That's much better on the dance floor. Azhar Ali knocks it out to cover point, no run.
Just on that, I've been corrected, or not, I've been told that BVS Lakshman in fact had to wait 15,464 balls before he faced his first ball at home in Hyderabad.
We're going to have to come back to this. Lyon to finish his over. Brings Shafiq forward. Defended into the offside. End of the over. Azhar Ali, sorry. 1 for 53 the score. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
MTX Club at Adelaide Oval is the place to do business in Adelaide. From the first bounce to the final siren, MTX Club is the perfect place to entertain, dine and network. Become an MTX Club member today. AdelaideOval.com.au.
It's Swepson to continue from the pavilion end. Now to start his third over. He's got Steve Smith at slip. Marnus Labuschagne under the lid at forward short leg. He's got a mid-on, deep square leg, backward square leg on the leg side. He bowls here, and Shafiq's forward in defence. So you've done the number of deliveries he's faced before getting a start at home.
Yep, before facing his first delivery at home.
And I assume you've tweeted that and an Indian fan's got straight into you.
Oh, yes, of course they did.
the daily experience on Twitter. Swepson to Shafiq on 21. Nicely flighted on leg stump. Turn just in front of square where there's a single, but encouraging shape there. Second tester. Man playing his second test match. Been a long day. Shafiq 22, 1 for 54.
Just on BVS Lakshman, very different reasons why he had to wait to play his first test at home, 14 years into his career, because there was a new stadium in Hyderabad.
Yep.
It became a test venue again after a long break.
Back to Azhar Ali on 19, facing Swepson. Bowls here, forward defending, but again, bit of movement with the leg break. With the Australian wicketkeeper arms in the air. He was encouraged by that.
Yeah, this is what Swepson struggled with, if you remember, Adam, on the final day. Whenever he wanted to give it some air, give it some loop, he wasn't landing it, but he's landing them perfectly today.
Got 2 catching men. Delivers here, flatter. Azhar Ali working it out towards deep mid-wicket. Gets 1. Usman Khawaja make that Nathan Lyon sweeping on that side of the ground. 1 for 55 the score. So I worked it out in my notes that it was 4,269 days between Test debut at Lords and him getting a chance to play at Gaddafi. You've done the balls faced. Of course, it was 94 Test matches.
Yep.
I wonder whether there's anyone that's gone even longer than VVS on that measure. Swepson bowls, and forward is Shafiq playing just to the left of the man at Silly Point. Change in field there with Marnus Labuschagne jumping over from short leg, no run.
I could think of John Tricos in terms of number of years.
John Tricos, yeah. Well, yeah, Tricos for sure. He did play Test cricket in South Africa before having to wait 23 years to do it for Zimbabwe. Fascinating career. Shafiq, last ball of Swepson's over, goes back and can't find one. to the left of Mitchell Stark. End of the over. 1 for 55 the score after 25 in response to Australia's 391. Shafiq 22, Azarali on 20. This partnership now worth 35. The 1 wicket to fall in Pakistan's innings, that of Imam Al-Haq, who was league before wicket to Pat Cummins for 11. At that stage, the home side were 1 for 20 in the 13th over. Yeah, but there'll be players, I reckon, who might have made their test debut in the era where they'd lost multiple years to the world wars.
Yeah.
That might be one factor.
Yeah. But of course, in countries like India, where there are always new test venues coming up, and especially in the last 20 years, where it's no longer been just the big cities who produce international cricketers. Like, for example, Cheteshwar Pujara had to wait 6 years before he got to play tests in Rajkot, because that's when Rajkot became a test venue.
Yeah, and Dhoni never played a test match at Ranchi.
Exactly.
He was there as the special guest when Australia played there in 2017. Line starts a new over. Bowling to Azarali, defended back down the pitch. Full pitched again, up at 90 kilometres an hour.
I would be fascinated to see if there's an Australian cricketer who had to wait that long to play a test at home.
That's the better measure, really, isn't it? Because there have been 27 test venues in India, so the chance of missing out like that is a bit higher. Lion bowls, Azarali dances before defending back down the pitch, no run. Maybe a Tasmanian.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. For Tim Payne, waited a long time.
Yes, that's true. Between Tim Payne's, well, he didn't play one at Hobart, so
he didn't.
Therefore it doesn't quite work out. Line to Azar on 20. That's where he stays, back in the crease, pushing the point. You can work it out. A player who's had to wait longer than, 4,269 days between test debut and playing on the home ground. 0433 98 11 16.
Come on.
We've got Pato in the studio there, back in Melbourne. He'll fire him through on our screen. Lion bowls. It's full again. Forward in defence is Azarali. It's important to get the criteria right here. Made a test debut and then played a test at their home ground. There'll be many players who didn't get the chance. We mentioned Dhoni before and Tim Payne, but they must have eventually got there.
Yeah.
2 balls left here for Lion. Azar, forward, hits the high portion of the bat, maybe the shoulder of the bat, so that's better from Lion. An extra bit of bounce that we haven't seen so far from him.
Yeah, and once Nathan Lyon begins to get that bounce with that overspin, just starts feeling a lot more confident. That's what he looks for every pitch he bowls on.
Labuschagne nice and close at short leg. Line to finish. Azarali forward. That's better. Nice high front elbow. 26 overs gone. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket with Pakistan. 1 for 55. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Pakistan in arrears by 336 runs. And all eyes on Mitch Webster. He started well. Still just the 2 catching men. Where will they set up with Labuschagne? He jumped from short leg to silly point in the previous over, and that's where he'll stay. Shafiq on strike. He's 22. Swepson encourages him to go over the top, over cover. Oh, he's hit that so well. Couple of bounces over the rope. Well, that's one way to break the rhythm being built up by a man playing his second test match. Down the strip, up over extra cover. A degree of risk there too, with a fair bit of purchase in the turf and playing away from his body, but that's the kind of player Abdullah Shafiq is. He backs himself.
And it was so important that he went inside out. He didn't try to hit him too straight or mid-off, and thereby exposing the outside edge.
1 for 59 the score. Dare I say it, reminiscent of a Navjot Sidhu against Shane Warne in 98. Always trying to take Warne down the ground. Swepson here, bowling to Shafiq on middle stump. More conservative here, and Swepson staying in the game, racing across, saying, that's mine, no single to me. And there won't be. It stays at 1 for 59.
I just hope Gavin Robertson's not listening to this. Navjot Singh Sidhu gave him many a nightmare.
Hit him for 6 last ball of a session, didn't he? At one stage. Swepson slip and a silly point to Shafiq. Outside the leg stump, so there's an easy single. Pushed out to Nathan Lyon at deep mid-wicket. 1 for 60 the score. 27 of those to Shafiq.
Oh, there is just so much to love about Shafiq, Adam. Like, that's just beautiful batting against spin. Just hit the spinner off his length, get him to change, get him thinking. He doesn't know if you are coming at him or not. And he loses his line, and you just tuck him around the corner for a single.
Swepson's now got a short leg for Azhar Ali. So Labuschane's jumped over. Flat on middle stump. Another single to deep mid-wicket. He's 21. 1 for 61. Dan on the text line says Ashton Agar will be a chance to reach that list one day. I suppose that's right, with Agar having made his test debut in 2013. So if he gets to play in Perth one day, well, it would have to be, when would it be? It would have to be from 2025 onwards.
Yeah.
Chance for that. Sean here asking for Chris Rogers. I don't think that works because Bucky debuted in Perth, didn't he?
Yeah.
Swepson bowls on the back foot, carving away as Shafiq and getting himself a boundary. Oh, big diving stop from Travis Head. I've gone the early pro there. I thought he struck that well enough, but he didn't quite. Really good work, boundary riding from Travis Head, keeping it to a couple. Yeah. Peter Lawler appreciating that to our right. He's coming in a moment. 1 for 63 now the score.
Yeah, never give up on a South Australian when he's chasing, Adam. They always get there.
Yes, my instinct off the bat was he'd hit the cover off that, and he had, but Head had just enough time. Last ball in Swepson's over. Slightly more expensive here. Oh, there's the wrong one. Shafiq picks it early and tucks one into mid-wicket. End of the over. The opener's 30. Azhar Ali's 21. Pakistan 1 for 64 after 27 overs as Bharat Sundaresan makes way in the expert chair. We'll hear from you again before the close of play, and Pete Lawler makes his way to join me. I think drinks are on the field as well. They are. So Pakistan have made it through 27 overs after the tea break, and they've lost just 1 wicket, that of Imam Al-Haq. He was out leg before wicket in the 13th over to Pat Cummins for 11. At that stage the score was 1 for 20, and this pair have put on 44 since then across about an hour in the middle. So 1 for 64. We'll take a break, and after it, it'll be Peter Lawler in the summariser chair and Geoff Lemon replacing me. Pakistan 1 for 64. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they don't dig in, so there's no irritation or ugly red marks. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on Trots Vision. It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts, and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best of all, it's free. Lap up Trots Vision. Lap up the trots. Visit thetrots.com.au.
Khawaja in the gully. Green around the wicket. His first ball. On the drive, Imam through cover. A lovely stroke. Out towards the rope. Imam gets his first boundary.
Cummins bowls and hits the pad. They go up and so does the finger. Hassan Raza says Imam Al-Haq is out. And the senior player will walk down to his young colleague who told him to review a stone-dead one in the previous test match. Or will he let him review this one? Imam should probably just keep walking off from what we saw. And indeed he will. He's decided not to take the review on this occasion. 1 for 64 Pakistan, replying to Australia's 391. The Aussies won the toss on day one and elected to bat. Put together a pretty decent score on a surface where it's been difficult to score quickly. The ball has reversed. It hasn't been a bowler's pitch by any means, but it's been hard to bat as well. So, been a fair grind for both sides. Pakistan managed to
work their way through the Australians. At one stage it looked like Australia might be on for 450 or north of that, but the big partnership between Green and Carey was broken. The Pakistanis wrapped up the tail pretty expeditiously, and now they're doing a decent enough job in reply. Hello, Peter.
Hello, Geoff. Yes. Haven't looked very dangerous, the Australian bowlers, in that first passage of play that we've seen there. 27 overs. Pat Cummins did make the breakthrough. Excellent delivery, but I wonder, Geoff, if it's a sort of pitch that suits your shorter, skiddier bowler than these big Aussies who bash the pitch.
Well, Naseem Shah certainly of that first variety, the way he got it working in the air and skipping off the surface. But Pat Cummins has looked good. The way he does bash the pitch, it seems to work on just about any surface. He's got edges towards the slip cordon. He hasn't had one taken, but he's produced them. And he got the ball to cut back in and get him that LBW decision against Imam-ul-Haq out for 11. So there has been something there for the Australians with the newer ball, but at the moment that ball is getting older and they'll be hoping for a reverse swing more than any sort of true bounce or life from back of a length, anything off the seam.
Yes, it's upside down world for Australian fans, isn't it, or people used to Australian conditions. You like the new ball, you like what it does in the air and what it does off the pitch. But here you're hoping for the ball to, if you're not getting anything early, you're just waiting for that ball to reverse. Pakistan had it going very early yesterday. But I haven't seen a lot of movement for the Aussies. But Mitchell Stark's now coming on from the commentary position end. What's the name of this end? It's not the pavilion end.
No, this is the Waqar Younis end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Named after one of our commentary team.
See him wandering the corridors.
Not always the case that happens. Mitchell Stark running in from this end, and he's bowling wide of the off stump. Reaching for it is Abdullah Shafiq and playing it out to deep cover point. He'll get a couple of runs as Nathan Lyons sweeps out there on the boundary line. 1 for 68. Shafiq goes on to 34.
Well, I don't think Stark will mind him reaching out for those ones, because if there's going to be any sort of shot that's a dangerous shot, it's that one reaching out a little bit too far, isn't it? You might get a nick.
Now, we were talking before the break about Azhar Ali playing his first test on his home ground after having started a test career 12 years ago, 4,000 and something days before he got to walk out on his home ground, and wondering if that was the record. Mitchell Stark bowls outside the off stump and defended away by Abdullah Shafiq. Pat from Hawthorn texted in to ask, did Don Bradman ever play a test in Bowral? No, he did not. I think we can safely say home ground means the closest test ground to you.
Oh, we're only talking test facilities.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fair enough too.
I think grounds where test matches have been played would be reasonable, rather than saying that, you know, they had to have played a test match in Maxville for that to count for Philip Hughes or
Ricky Ponting at Mowbray.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not a lot of tests at Mowbray, nor even Launceston. Although Mitchell Stark was around the wicket, left alone by Abdullah Shafiq. There have been 301 test matches played for Australia by players from Launceston over the journey, but they haven't played any test matches there.
It's a bloody long time in exile, isn't it? He's played 93 test matches before today and not one at home.
So, a special moment. You spoke about Ahsan Raza yesterday, the umpire who's out there after having taken a couple of bullets to the chest here in 2009 on his way to this ground.
Literally.
Azhar Ali, another hometown boy in a long career for Pakistan. Stark bowls to Abdullah, who gets the ball away this time. Off his pads, out in front of square leg. Long chase for Travis Head, back to the boundary line. And they'll come back for a couple of runs. 1 for 68. Shafiq goes up to 34.
And the partnership moves up to 48 off 93 deliveries. It's a nice little effort for the Pakistan side here. Australia will keep running in, as we know they always do. It's only half a day's bowling. They won't mind that. It's not as warm today, is it?
No, definitely a little easier on the constitution today, outdoors.
Still got that westerly breeze that comes in and out.
Some movement of the air, a bit less humid as well, so slightly less taxing day for the bowlers. Still plenty of effort going into Mitchell Stark's run up to the crease, and he's swinging the ball in at the off stump. That line he gets operating around the wicket, the wide line coming in. Stephen also texted in to say, I can't remember if Graham McKenzie, who played his first test in England in 1961, played in the inaugural Perth Test match in 1970.
Well, that's a good point, Stephen. Yeah. The difference here, of course, is that this ground there's been, 40 tests played at this ground?
It's been operational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That entire time.
If there wasn't a chance to play a test at your home ground because they never played tests there, have you missed out on playing tests there? It's an existential question.
Well done, though, Stephen.
Was Garth McKenzie still knocking around in 1970? Is he still in the Australian team at that point? Mitchell Stark round the wicket to finish off the over, and defended off the back foot by Abdullah Shafiq. 1 for 68. 28 overs bowled.
You know, it's interesting that you ask about Graham McKenzie. Born in Cottesloe, Perth, 80 years old now. He played 60 test matches, and I can tell you that he did not play his last. He played his last test match in 71. His career kind of overlapped with the start of Dennis Lilly's career.
And so presumably that would mean he probably did play in that Perth match if it was at the start of the summer in 1970.
Oh, hang on, I'll just get my stats man onto that, and I'll be back to you. Thanks for bringing this up.
Always good to dig into the history of the game and remember some of the greats.
Yes, he took 4 for 116 at Perth on the 11th of December 1970 against England.
There you go.
And that was after making his debut on the 22nd of June 1961 at Lord's, which is where...
Start of a new over. Swepson on the leg stump, turned away to short leg, no run.
Which is where Azhar Ali made his debut, wasn't it, in a match against Stephen Smith?
That sounds about right.
Not against Stephen Smith, but Steve
specifically.
Smith I've been in the sun too long today, mate. Steve Smith made his debut, of course, in that test match.
Yes.
Our colleague Simon Kadic, man of the match, a couple of 80s.
Swepson darts one in at middle, turned away for a single out to deep mid-wicket, 1 for 69. Tim Payne in that test as well. I did see someone suggest that a la Mark Taylor and Don Bradman, Alex Carey got out for 93 in Karachi out of respect for Tim Payne, not passing Tim Payne's highest score of 94 in Test cricket.
I like that person.
Preceding Australian wicketkeeper.
I like the way their mind works.
Cheers to Dave from Canberra, if you're listening in, who made that suggestion. And another question, did Damien Martin ever get to play in the Northern Territory? Well, they did play test matches in Darwin.
Keep them coming, and I'll be calling on my stats man.
Swepson bowls to Abdullah Shafiq, who drives thick outside edge along the line to backward points. So, from memory, they played 2 tests in Darwin in 03 and 04 against Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. I know Martin Love played against Bangladesh. Damien Martin would probably have been in that team at that time. He was certainly playing through that era, played in Sri Lanka in 2004. Had some injuries around that era, I think. Coming forward and defending is Abdullah Shafiq.
What year were they again? Did you say 93?
03 and 04. They had the top end series in the middle of the year, July or August, when they played 2 tests against Sri Lanka, 1 in Darwin, 1 in Cairns, and they did the same thing with Bangladesh.
Yes, he did play against Sri Lanka in Darwin on the 1st of July 2004. And if my computer serves me correct, not my memory,
debuted in 94, didn't he? Turned away the last ball, dot ball to mid-wicket from Swepson, so that it would be 10 years before he got to debut in Darwin, play his first test match in Darwin.
And made a 47 in the first innings. 7 in the second.
So we've got Garth McKenzie and Damien Martin, 9 years and 10 years respectively. Neither of those gets to the 12 years that Azhar Ali has waited, even if we do count their waits for inaugural test matches at their home grounds. Swepson, a lot of flight, ends up as a low full toss. Shafiq paddle sweeps it away. should pick up 4. The ball's slowing up. It just beats the chase back into the rope. And another boundary for Abdullah Shafiq. He's enjoying batting against the Australians in this series. He's enjoying batting in his career, full stop. As they move on to 74 for the loss of 1.
Yep, Shafiq got that 96 in Karachi and the 136 not in Rawalpindi.
Playing his 5th Test match and his 8th first-class match. It's just a frankly ridiculous story. Leg break from Swepson, a bit of turn. Shafiq plays it well enough. Out into the covers. There will be no run. After 29 overs, you're on SEN Test Cricket.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner or any time, that's how we roll. Pho noodle soups, banh mi baguettes and rice paper rolls. Made fresh and healthy in-store every day. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled. Fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
SEN Test Cricket 1 for 74. Looking at players who've waited a long time to play on their home grounds. Rory from Canberra has a doozy.
Yeah.
He says Frank Mitchell of England had to wait 4,850 days between his first test in 1899 and playing at his home ground of Old Trafford in 1912. He only played 5 tests as a batsman with an average of 11. Well, frankly, they should have made him wait longer than 4,850 days with those returns. Mitchell Stark. Bowl around the wicket to Azhar Ali, who's defending.
Had a bit of a weakness outside off stump from memory. Yeah.
Frank Mitchell, yeah.
Josh from Perth. Any South Africans during the apartheid era?
Well,
why is it? If the listeners can ask questions, can other listeners provide the answers, please?
Yes.
Because this is getting a bit difficult for me.
Well,
it's not my strong suit.
I can tell you that John Tracos had, I think, 24 years between test matches. He played 1 for South Africa before they were banned, and then he played for Zimbabwe when he was about 45 years old. When Zimbabwe first came in to test cricket, he took Zimbabwe's first 5-wicket haul as a spinner, John Tracos. After 20-odd years out of the game, at the top level, Stark in at the pads, stabbed away wide of mid-on, won't get a run. Azhar Ali.
If anyone wants to write in with questions about alternative 80s music or obscure alt country or something like that, I'm here for that.
I'm glad you finished that sentence that you stopped halfway through. Well, you nailed the one about the motels yesterday. Total control.
Yeah, and that's a little bit out of my comfort zone, but I was a music reviewer then, so I was forced to go to a few sort of larger concerts.
Stark being held up by umpire Aleem Dar. Another movement behind the bowler's arm. Another kid wandering around. Stark runs in and angles it in at the stumps, and Azhar Ali's falling over a bit but keeping it out.
No movement in the air, is there? Movement around the ground.
Yes.
Movement in front of the sight screens. Including those birds of prey who've made some very aggressive dives in front of the sight screen.
Now, I'm not sure what they're hunting for down there, but they have made some impressive swoops down.
Just looked like a David Attenborough documentary with that wings at that sort of 45-degree angle that they get. They look more aggressive than that one that attacked us the other day.
That one looked pretty aggressive at the time.
Up close it did, didn't it?
Black-shouldered kites, I believe they are. Stark around the wicket, and he angles in once again, and Azhar Ali's stepping across and turning it to square leg. So a bit of a stalemate so far. The one tactic from Stark, does he have the ability to get one to go away or hold the line a bit, get Azhar Ali to commit to a shot, provide some fuel for those 2 slips, Smith and Green, who are waiting. Quite a few slip chances in this series, and Australia haven't taken many of them. They've been hard to take.
Yeah. Well, the slips are very close, aren't they? And that ball's flying off the edge.
If they're further back, the ball drops short.
Yeah.
If they come up as close as they are, they have very little reaction time to catch it.
Green got quite close to one earlier, didn't he? With that left hand down.
Yeah, I can think of half a dozen through the series that have gone through the slips or over the slips or just wide. Stark to Azhar, and that is the one that goes on straight, and Azhar is wise to it. He leaves his bat in the back lift and watches it go by.
Well, he's not doing that thing where he covers the ball up, but he is doing that thing. He swaps hands at the last moment, so that's a bit of a change of tricks, isn't it?
Cups the cricket ball in his right hand so that it's completely hidden, and then comes over.
Was last test he covers at the top of his mark and then covers it as he got closer to the umpire,
and that looked like shiny side out, I think, which means that he is trying to get it to move away from the bat. Stark, one more to come, and he just spears it in at the stumps again. And Azhar Ali is able to keep it out. He's watchful, he's solid, he's on 22 from 55 deliveries. Shafiq is on 38, and Pakistan 1 for 74.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
30 overs gone, 40 minutes left in the day. Pakistan digging in, 1 for 74, moving along at a sedate sort of pace. Mitchell Swepson coming into bowl to Abdullah Shafiq, who's cutting a ball. He's a little bit short, not too short, and a good diving attempt at backward point. Can't reel that one in. Mitchell Stark's taken some skin off his elbow.
Oh,
that stings.
Yep. Another half a metre to his right, and he was on the grass, but he's actually just caught the corner of the square, and it's ripped the skin off the elbow. Bit of claret there.
He did stop it, so he's saved 4 runs.
Great effort.
Managed to get it to ricochet off his chest. Swepson bowls to Shafiq again, who comes forward and defends. So a line in from a listener. This is Rory from Canberra, he was talking about John Tracos. Josh from Perth has one for you, Peter. What is the best Joy Division song from the album Unknown Pleasures? He suggests Disorder. You might have a different suggestion after this delivery. Peter Lawler, former music reviewer, tossed up outside the off stump and cut away. And Stark again is quick to pick up and fire in the throat. They won't get a run.
Good call, Josh. Disorder's a great track, first track. But as I said yesterday, I think track 6, She's Lost Control, is an outstanding song. And of course, it's celebrated in the movie with that fantastic dancing from Ian Curtis. The movie Control, which is a brilliant movie. Good album.
Swepson up to bowl to Shafiq, who leaves and watches the ball spin away. The use of Love Will Tear Us Apart in Donnie Darko as well. I think that gave that song a new boost for another generation, early 2000s.
And that English singer John Young actually did a cover of it, which I wasn't that comfortable with, to be honest. But anyway, at least you could hear the lyrics a bit more clearly than you did when Ian sang it.
Swepson loops one in towards the leg stump. Turned away out to mid-wicket. They will get a run on this occasion, 1 for 75.
It's a very grim film, Control. It's based on a book written by Ian Curtis's wife. And it's an account of their life in Manchester, their squalid life. Well, here, sitting down in Melbourne, we thought they were just lords of the universe, but the reality was quite different.
Swepson darts this one through a little bit. That was the wrong one. Came back in, and it's picked by Azhar Ali. It's turned away through mid-wicket for a run. It is 1 for 76 after 31 overs. I'll leave you with Peter Lawler and this parting thought from Rory from Canberra, who said John Tracos is an interesting one. Not sure they played many home tests where he was born in Zagzig, Egypt.
That's an excellent one. I don't think they've ever played any tests in Zagzig, Egypt. Rory, where the hell did you get that from? And where the hell is Zagzig, Egypt? If anyone's been there, Adam Collins probably has.
I've not, but I'm glad we're still talking about John Tracos 20 minutes later. That's worked out well. Nice text
topic. Have you got something? Yeah.
I stumbled back in and you're talking about Joy Division after yesterday talking about the motels. I keep missing the good chats. Can we go through the entirety of Unknown Pleasures, please? 1 for 76, Pakistan.
Bit obscure, and I apologise for this.
No, that's fine. I'm totally relaxed about letting it drift a bit, given the nature of the Test match. 315 behind Pakistan with, 35 minutes until the close of play. So with a fair win, they might get 8 overs in. Stark sets off for his 8th. Away from us. Waqar Younis end, delivering here to Azarali down the leg side. Doesn't bother trying to catch up with it. Lets Alex Carey do the work, moving away to his left.
Well, if you ever do get the chance, check out that movie called Control. As I said, based on Ian Curtis's wife's book. Ian Curtis sadly died by his own hand in their kitchen in Manchester. It's a grim movie, but it's really compelling film. It's really well made.
From memory, it's in black and white, isn't it? I've got a feeling it is.
Life in Manchester is in black and white. And what a confronting reality it was to see how those people lived when, they were on the front cover of the NME and the top of the alternative charts, and we had all their records, but gee, the reality of their life.
Yeah, absolutely. Mitch Stark around the wicket here, bowling to Azarali, who defends out to cover. The other film that documents Curtis's life is 24-Hour Party People, where Steve Coogan's playing the man steering the ship there at the Hacienda. Anyway, enough of this probably. It is a bit obscure, even for you and me.
Yeah, Sam Riley, brilliant as Ian Curtis in that film. It was just... But Manchester's a great cricket town, and we had some great cricket memories from Manchester.
Oh, too right.
Recent Ashes series there.
Oh, I mean, even the World Cup and Ashes matches that were played there, the Ashes test between Australia and England in 2019 that went all the way to the final half an hour, where Marnus Labuschagne with the ball proved decisive. It's Stark here, bowling to Azhar on 23, full and straight and tucked away, gets at least 1. I'll come back for a second, taking on Travis Head. 1 for 78 now the score, with Azarali up to 25.
I was a little distracted during that Manchester test, as you may recall, trying to explain to my wife how I spent $110,000 in a bar one night.
that was an unusual diversion for you through the middle portion of that series.
Poor Sue. I just remember her voice on the phone. She said, "God, just another day with you, isn't it?"
That was also the venue where there was the World Cup semi-final played over 2 days in 2019, where, in effect, New Zealand batted on day 1 and India batted on day 2 due to the rain that set in. And we covered that on SEN Cricket through our World Cup coverage, and that thrilling finish with Martin Guptill throwing down the stumps, and I think it was running out Dhoni from memory. And then New Zealand made the final, and the rest is history with what happened at Lord's a couple of days later. Stark delivers here as a rally, pushing into the onside, but no single on this occasion. It remains at 1 for 78.
And we've got another World Cup playing in the background now, that Meg Lanning innings. Got to get back and see the highlights of that. God, she's a star.
Goodness me. I mean,
she's enormous.
It's as though the higher the degree of difficulty, the more likely it is that she'll make runs.
She's just got that look on her face.
Yeah.
She out of my way, I've got a job to do. So a little like a Steve Waugh.
Yeah.
Grim determination.
As our colleague Dan Cherney popped on Twitter, when Meg Lanning's batting, I feel safe. Stark. He's got a couple of slips and a catching mid-wicket when bowling at the veteran Azarali. Delivers here wide of the crease, off the hip. Does flirt at this one, but it ends up in the gloves of Carey. No concerns. So Australia have swept the group stage, and they've got one more game, but they've won 6 from 6 so far, and that might be a preview of the World Cup final. I've got a feeling about that South African team. That's the only game they've lost, and they did post 270 plus against Australia's fine attack. So with a good draw in the final 4, I wouldn't be surprised if they go one better than what they achieved in 2017 and make the final in a couple of weeks. Looking forward to that.
Well, if I wasn't here, I reckon I'd be in New Zealand covering that game.
I definitely would be. Anyway, no complaints. It's been a marvellous tour here in Pakistan. Stark to finish the over, his 8th. Azarali looking to drive, but picks out cover. End of the over, 32 gone. 1 for 78 is the score, with Shafiq on 39, Azarali on 25.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
SEN, a test cricket for Henley Homes and Tyre Power. Got some texts in here. Josh from Perth thanking me on the topic of music for the intro song to our podcast, which is Stories by Earthboy, the artist also known as Tim Levinson. So if you like Earthboy, that's where you can find that. And Tom from Thornbury saying 24-hour party people is a cracking film. Couldn't agree more.
Steve Coogan. Outstanding in that, one of the great comedians. He plays Tony Wilson.
Tony Wilson, yeah.
Of course.
Factory Records.
Yes, which of course released the Joy Division album and a few other good bands came out with Factory Records. Then he kind of weeded all up against the wall with the Hacienda nightclub, perhaps the most famous nightclub in the world outside of what's that one in New York, the sort of smooth one where all the cool people went, the disco one?
Studio 54.
That's the one, Studio 54. I'm more Hacienda.
I'm that tragic bloke at age 20 when I took a photo out the front of the Hacienda, which was by that stage apartments. It was gone. Yeah. We've got Cameron Green replacing Mitch Swepson for one final blast for him before the close of play. By one final blast, I don't imagine they'll finish with Green, but they'll give him one look. He's bowled 3 overs, done for 11 so far. Shafiq's still there on 39, looking $1 million. He's on strike. Green's got 2 catching mid-wickets right next to each other. Bowls here on middle stump, defended back down the strip, no run. Pakistan at 313 in arrears at 1 for 78 after bowling out Australia for 391 in the middle session of this second day, taking 5 for 71 after lunch. Australia did well before the long break, adding 88 runs between the start of play and lunch without losing a wicket, but then Norman Ali got them going, removing Travis Head for 67, and then a procession reverse swing prevailing. Green bowls on the back foot, pushing Shafiq to backward point, no run. He stays on 39.
24-hour party people, of course, starts at that famous gig at the Lesser Free Trade Hall in Manchester. We're back at Manchester, of course, where the Sex Pistols played, and they said there was about 11 people in the audience and 4 bands were formed that night. They were inspired by it.
I think there's 41 people were there, and 410,000 people say they were there, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Like some of the great moments at the MCG over the years. So a slip and 2 catching mid-wickets for Green, bowling to Shafiq. Squares him up. That spits out towards cover, but no concerns. He played it nice and late.
Yeah, that was the gig that kind of changed music history in England in the 70s. We got away from prog rock, thank God. When the Sex Pistols played it, was a very ordinary gig, but the Buzzcocks, Joy Division, The Fall, The Smiths, Magazine, Happy Mondays, Oasis. Or a million flowers bloomed from that very minor gig, and it's quite funny at the start of the movie.
Green bowls. Shafiq plays late under his eyes, back down the track. It's music film reviews with Pete Lawler. Talking Manchester. You know what? While we're straying, I want to tell you about a cricket match played in 1964 down the road from here.
We'll get back to the cricket soon. Seriously,
we may not get a better opportunity given the status of play right now. A game between Railways and Dera Ismail Khan.
Oh, I know this game.
In Lahore.
Beautiful game.
December 1964. And it set a number of records. I'm going to walk you through them over the next 2 overs or so. Green, while we're here. Green bowls and Shafiq comes forward in defence. Railways were quite an experienced team, and they rattled up 6 for 910 across a couple of days to start the match.
Yeah.
As you do.
As you do.
A chap by the name of Pervez Akhtar made 337 not out. His only first-class 100. Made of the triple. That was that. Some other high-profile names in there. But, yes, they've battered around a team of inexperienced operators who'd never played first-class cricket before for the club Dera Ismail Khan, in their first-class debut.
Yes.
Shafiq facing up. Green. Gets it on leg stump, turned around the corner. They might have spat off the inside edge. Just watching the reaction of Green. We're behind the batsman here. End of the over, 33 gone, 1 for 78. Maiden there, Shafiq 39, Azarelli 25. The deficit 313, so a good bit of movement there from green to finish his over. In reply, the visitors all out for 32, with Afak Khan taking 7 for 14. Then they had to follow on, and the second time around they were all out for 27, with another Khan, Ahad Khan, who didn't get a bowl the first time around, taking 9 for 7, which meant the margin was an innings and 851 runs, the biggest margin in first-class cricket history. And Dera Ismail Khan didn't play another first-class game for about 20 years, unsurprisingly. And that team, that ragtag team of students, none of them played another first-class game. That was it.
Well, that poor team, they came from the wrong side of the river. They happened to coincide when they decided to expand the first-class system in Pakistan. So this poor local team that played with a tennis ball, didn't have a proper wicket, and in fact wasn't a proper team.
No.
And couldn't field 11 players. They had to cross that major river up there in the Indus Valley.
Cummins bowls, couple of slips. Shout for league before, he was up late, but when he did go up, he went up vociferously. Now, Azhar Ali has been given not out, and Patrick Cummins will have a decision to make, consulting his wicketkeeper, Alex Carey. Against the flow of play, 3 seconds to go. They're going upstairs. Right. So it looked to be trending down the leg side. That's the way that Cummins was going.
Yeah.
And then once the ball hit the pad, he thought about it, then he went up, and then he really went up. They've got the reviews. They may as well use them on a surface. It's not going to give them much. This could be a crucial moment in this test match. Watching the first replay here, I think his initial instinct was right. I reckon that's going well down the leg side. Pete Lawler?
Well, Steve Smith indicated immediately that that's going down the leg side, and when Australia asked for the review, Alim Dar gestured twice. There's no way that's going down the leg side, boys. You're not going to get that one. And 100% correct there, I'd say.
So you don't often see Pat Cummins make intemperate decisions when it comes to the DRS, but
No.
that's a stinker.
Yeah, it is.
Asif Yaqub, the third umpire, has gone through the formalities. Now we get to see ball tracking. It's hitting outside off, but the impact is outside leg. So that's missing leg stump by a couple of stumps. And Australia lose their review. Yeah, an odd sequence of events. It was as though the cordon liked it so much, or at least Carey, that Cummins got involved. He goes again here, bowling to Azhar Ali, who leaves alone outside the off stump. That's better.
Well, I think he should have taken notice of his vice-captain, Steve Smith, on that occasion, because he was in better position. I wonder if Cummins lost track of the ball or something, because it just looked to be going down leg to me, and Smith was adamant it was going down leg, and so was Alim Dar.
Well, Smith didn't appeal. Smith didn't even appeal.
No, he just said it's going down leg.
So this was adding to the confusion there. The camera's panning to Marnus Labuschagne.
It's his fault. He has got a guilty look on his face.
It wouldn't be the first time that Marnus has said, go, do it. Cummins bowls to Azhar Ali, who leaves alone again. A nice shape for Cummins there away from the right-hander through to the gloves of Carey.
Marnus is a guy who's never out himself, but every time the opposition batter is hit on the pads or swings at one, they're out, aren't they?
Absolutely.
I discount his opinion quite often. We left Dera Ismail Khan on the Indus River, trying to get across that raging torrent there that runs down from the Himalayan mountains. Then they had to get this rickety public bus. And this epic journey to get to that game. And none of them had ever been to the city before, I think. They were village cricketers.
Cummins bowls as a rally down to it, defending out to cover.
In the real definition of the word. It's just south of Islamabad, but it's not a very big place. It's the 37th, actually I've just Googled it, it's the 37th largest city in Pakistan.
But it still gets a run on the map when you're flying over the top of it on the aeroplane. So I was thrilled to see. I'm thinking, I've heard a lot about this game of cricket over the years, and wow, I'm flying over Dera Ismail Khan. It says a bit about why I was so popular in high school. That excited me. But it did, I promise you. 2 balls left in the over. Cummins to the crease, bowls here, a couple of slips, through the gate, shout for caught behind, did it hit an inside edge? Umpire Alim Dar says no, and this time Cummins won't be tempted.
I tell you
He liked the appeal and the cordon liked the appeal, but maybe on the basis that he's already burnt one in the over, he's not going to risk it a second time. The clock runs down to 0. There was a sound, that's for sure. Now, what was it? Let's watch the replay back. Reverse swing. Yep, front pad. Good call. Not to go upstairs.
Did that not get a bit of a tickle on the bat at first. I thought it... Oh,
yeah, looks like front pad, and that would have been well outside the line of the off stump.
But more interesting, that significant shape there.
Yep.
That ball's going.
He had it going in his previous spell, Cummins. Bowling late in the day here. Waqar Younis end to finish to Azarali. Squares him up. Squirts out past backward point. There'll be runs there. Nathan Lyon in hot pursuit. They take a couple. Azarali to 27. Pakistan 1 for 80 after 34 overs in their reply to Australia's 391. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. We'll take a break. And for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
There's no time like the Easter holidays for four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4. We know that every four-wheeler family is looking forward to a school holiday adventure, and we're here to help to make it as safe as possible. Check out our quality four-wheel drive accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics, and our wide range of premium Aussie-made LED lights, including ultravision lighting, setting the standard in performance. Feel the freedom this Easter with Go 4x4. Go4x4.com.au.
A good text in here from Peter. Would Kepler Vessels had a bigger gap between his debut and playing at his home ground in South Africa? I might get Bharat Sundaresan on the case on that one, who's sitting to our right. But that's a great call, of course, given that Kepler Vessels made his test debut in, was it 1982, 83, and didn't get to play at home in South Africa until, I suppose it would have been 1992. So at least a decade would have elapsed. Cameron Green bowling to Shafiq. Over the wicket, on leg stump. Again, that movement. They'll get a run here, a leg by probably. Wait for the signal. Just seeing now from umpire Raza. Is it off bat? It is. But the point here is, as you pointed out in the previous over, they are getting this ball to go now. Shafiq's up to 40, 1 for 81 the score.
They certainly are. Shafiq, 40 from 98 deliveries. He's been out there for 148 minutes, and he's certainly enjoying this opportunity to bat in front of his home people here in Lahore.
So Kepler was born in Bloemfontein. Let's see whether he played a test match there deep into his career when he returned home. I don't think he did. I don't think they started playing test cricket there till a fraction later. Green bowls here. Short ball. Azarali's underneath it. Nice and early.
Just got the floating slip in there. Steve Smith at a sort of 1.5, isn't he? If Cameron Green wasn't bowling, I'd put him there because he covers a lot of ground. He can kind of reach from first to third more easily than most mortals. When Bharat is finished signing autographs and having selfies done with fans here, he can come back in because we've got some questions for him.
Yeah, he's going to return to the summariser chair in the next over, I think, Pete.
Yeah,
you can stay put for 4 more deliveries, but Brad is making his way to the table now as Green bowls over the wicket. Defending is Azarali out to the offside, no run.
I know it's late in Australia, but let the kids stay up because Bharat's coming.
Yeah, it is getting on a bit, but this is the time to plug in. Who knows what might be possible in the final 20 minutes of play. This is when Travis Head was caught behind around this time yesterday. If Australia can get a second wicket here, it'll be their day, despite losing 5 wickets in the middle session. 2 catching mid-wickets. Azar on strike on 27. Good in-swinger again from Green, trending back towards the off-stump, but kept out safely by Pakistan's number 3.
Still running in, still bowling at about 140 kilometres an hour. That's good pace from your all-rounder, especially after he's had a decent knock this morning. Was he 71, I think he made?
Another text in here from Dono saying, speaking of music and people from Thornbury, I'm not sure who from Thornbury we cited, but I'll believe him. One of his favourite songs is Thornbury by Ruck Rover with the lyric, south of Preston, north of Northcote.
South of South Preston, north of Northcote.
Oh, right, I see. Right, yeah. I see what he's trying to say there. Thanks, Dono. And Josh from Perth, Peters, he's recommending a band for you, Cold Cave. Green again. Loads of movement there. That has done plenty after passing the stumps. I said that it might just be a short burst from Green before the close of play, but generating that kind of late swing, if he can get it on target and get it hitting one of the front pads, he'll be right in the game, especially if it's Abdullah Shafiq, who's made 329 runs in this series. Second only to Usman Khawaja, who's posted 392. Shafiq with his unbeaten century at Rawalpindi and 96 last week at Karachi. Azarali on strike here. And taking this off his hip from green out towards backward square. No single to Usman Khawaja. Make that Nathan line. The second time I've confused those two. It must be the old baggy greens they're wearing. End of the over, we'll have a change in commentary with Geoff Lemon replacing me, and after that, it'll be Bharat Sundaresan to replace you. The score's 1 for 81, Pakistan. They're 310 runs in arrears. Pete, some thoughts from you, then Geoff.
Yeah, well, this is a very important period for the Pakistan batsmen. The stumps is in sight. This is a time when your concentration can tend to waver, when you can't think about just staying there, perhaps not playing with that positive intent that's needed. Pakistan is still 310 runs behind with 9 wickets in hand. Shafiq 40 from 98 deliveries, Azhar Ali from 27 from 73 deliveries, and the Australians have looked more dangerous in the last 3 to 5 overs than they have probably for the whole innings, wouldn't you say, Geoff Lemon?
I would. It's that end-of-day syndrome. Cummins in the bowl and a little bit of deck there from one that bangs hard into the pitch. 1 for 81. And you can get the batting side tentative towards the end of the day. Not quite sure whether to stay or go, attack or defend. That defensive mindset can sometimes bring players undone. They know there are only 16 minutes left. Abdullah Shafiq and Azhar Ali can come back and start again tomorrow if they're able to get through this last period of play. And that can be the bowler's opportunity to strike. Cummins bowling to Shafiq, who's defending. And I suspect that's what we'll see for most of the last quarter hour. Hello, Bharat.
Hello, Geoff. Yeah, this is witching hour. When it comes to Test cricket in the subcontinent, we are in Lahore, further east than Karachi, so it does start to get darker much sooner. If you remember, 5:15 in Karachi, it was still bright sunlight.
Yeah, it's interesting with countries that are broad from east to west on one time zone. Durban in South Africa is another one like that, where it gets pitch black almost by the end of play, where in Cape Town it's still shining brightly at the same time, the same season. Cummins bowls just outside the off stump. Good leave from Shafiq. Reads the line of it well. Cummins is giving it some exclamations because he thinks it was fairly close to the off stump. I think that was just a well-judged leave.
I think that was just Cummins not being happy with himself for having bowled a no ball. The previous one was just called belatedly. It was well wide of off stump. Play acting, maybe just trying to get into the batter's mind.
Trying to convince Shafiq that was so close, so close. It wasn't really. 1 for 82 when we factor in the extra run for the no ball. Cummins up to Shafiq, who's leaving once again. And this time, well, Cummins has his hands on his head again. Really playing up. I'm not sure if his acting is as good as his cricket.
Well, yeah, and credit to Abdullah Shafiq. Just gave his senior partner at the other end, Azhar Ali, a thumbs up and walked away. Wasn't prepared to stand back and see Pat Cummins put on his theatrics.
Long walk back to the top of the mark. Cummins, 3 balls to come in the over. 2 slips. Short catching mid-wicket. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg. Cummins bowls to Shafiq, who leaves. And Cummins again has a laugh. He seems to be finding everything very funny out there today.
Yeah, can happen to you when you spent a long time under the hot sun, I guess. Now, Pat Cummins senses that such an important period, not just in today's play, but in this innings as well. This ball is into the 36th over. Does start to go very soft from this point on. Maybe you have 6 or 7 more overs. You can reverse and make and have an impact with it.
Cummins to Shafiq, who plays a shot this time. So there's nothing for Cummins to laugh at. If he finds it so funny when a player leaves the ball, he should watch Craig Brathwaite's innings from the West Indies England Test. He will be laughing for hours.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite at one end, Manas Labuschagne at the other end. Dreamy sequence for Pat Cummins.
Well,
you would imagine.
The Labuschagne leaves are in themselves comical. Abdullah Shafiq's just leaving in a straightforward way. But
that is true.
Cummins seems to find it greatly entertaining. Comes in to finish the over and draws the toe of the bat as Shafiq plays a forward defensive. Down to mid-on, 36 overs gone. Pakistan 1 for 82.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Want European floor tiles at 28% off? Why wouldn't you? At Beaumont's, Australia's biggest floor tile sale is on now. 28% off select European floor tiles and massive slabs from $99. Save on floor tiles or grab a slab. But hurry, last days.
In Test match cricket, Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan with you in the dying moments of the day. The dregs, the last 11 minutes. The Australians desperate to get another wicket. Something to give them an opening as they start on day 3.
Yeah, Marnus desperate to get a ball, just walked up to Pat Cummins, offering his services if he needed someone from his end. Wouldn't be a bad shout, to be honest. Some leg spin from Marnus Labuschagne.
Cameron Green it will be instead, who runs up to bowl to Azhar Ali, who defends. Straight ball. Getting a text in. Damien from Melbourne says he did some work with Gav Joshi the other week, and he is a Bharat super fan. Well, he's a Bharat colleague, really, more than a...
Yeah,
I suppose he's a fan as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he's a fan. We spent 1.5 months in a camper van in England. That doesn't make you a super fan, then nothing else will.
They say don't meet your heroes. Don't spend 1.5 months in a camper van with them, might be the more apt. Green bowls a swinging delivery, outside edge from Azhar Ali along the ground, perfectly safe, but that ball did something in the air. So, not entirely without hope for the Australians that they might draw a mistake that could get them a wicket. 1 for 83. Azhar Ali 28 with that single. The ball curled away from him, took the edge and rolled along the carpet.
Yeah, and another thing Cam Green has done really well in this short spell is he's attacked the stumps. His height, you never know. One could go up, one could stay down.
We've got 1 slip and 2 catching mid-wickets now for Cameron Green. Gives you a clue about the angle he'll be bowling. In at the stumps, and Shafiq is stepping across and defending. And the ball trickles into the non-striker stumps, knocks the bails off.
Yeah, funny how the bails come off and the ball just rolled and patted the stump. This comparison to when Hassan Ali's delivery, which albeit was a slow delivery, or a slowish delivery, smashed into it, and yeah, the bail just stayed on top. No, I'm not dragging it to you on another one of those bails conversations, no. Jeffrey, don't worry.
No, but still, it's a curious moment. Hassan Ali could have used that bit of luck. Green bowls swinging into the stumps again, and well played by Shafiq. So there is still a little bit of movement in the air. Cameron Green.
If I had to just put my journalist hat on for a second, Jeff, if Cam Green gets a late wicket here, it would confirm that he would do the press conference at the end of the day.
Right.
He's done enough. 79 runs. Played some exquisite shots. One of his better test innings.
Yeah, Cam Green will go up anyway. Alex Carey went up in Karachi for the 93, so he won't need to go up again. Green bowls very full, and Shafiq defends. It's a low full toss by the time he strikes it. Shafiq on 40.
Yeah, there's been one section of the crowd who's really into David Warner. They've been thanking him. He's been waving at them. It's been going on for nearly 45 minutes now. They've been relentless. He's been relentless in acknowledging their love. You can hear it through the FX mics for sure.
Green bowls to Abdullah Shafiq, who will get a run here. Reaches outside the off stump and drops the ball away towards point. He'll keep the strike. 37 overs bowled. 1 for 84.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Cairnstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test Cricket, 1 for 84 Pakistan. Geoff Lemon, Bharat Sundaresan with you. And towards the end of the day.
Geoff, Hugh from Brunswick, my favourite suburb in Melbourne, has something to say about us and especially you. Says great commentary tonight, everyone. Thank you, Hugh. Hey, Geoff, surely someone said that you sound very much like Brendan Julian.
Maybe I am Brendan Julian. Just incognito. No, nobody's ever asked me to host Getaway. Got a bigger body of work, Brendan Julian. In at the stumps comes Patrick Cummins. Abdullah Shafiq defends.
I've seen him in quite a few TV adverts as well. I didn't know he was a big TV advert guy before I moved to Australia.
Well, he's a striking-looking gentleman.
Ah, indeed.
We've often thought there's the Gregorian calendar and the Julian calendar, but if they just did the Brendan Julian calendar, it would sell very well. A lot of copies would be sold.
Especially when he takes his suit off and he gets into his casual gear. Yeah, yep. I will have to agree with you there.
Cummins up to bowl to Shafiq, who's pinching a single out towards cover. Just a little forward defensive, but he decides he's hit the gap nicely enough to get through for a run. 1 for 85. Shafiq on 42.
And not to get too carried away, but especially at the Gabba. I remember just walking into that press conference room and seeing Brendan Julian walk out of the changing room at the end of the day's play. It's a completely different person. Caught my eye for sure.
Some sort of casual knitwear, sort of sweater thrown around the shoulders.
Oh, very stylish.
Some linen trousers, that kind of thing. Open neck shirt.
Always so. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't look stylish in his broadcast gear, but extra points.
Here comes Pat Cummins bowling in to Azhar Ali, who's stepping across, getting a thick outside edge to point. No run. They've got an extra slipper in now, so 2 slips and a gully really. Usman Khawaja's come into that gully position. Nathan Lyon at point. They've left cover open in case Azhar Ali can be lured to play through that gap. Mitchell Stark at mid-off. David Warner at mid-on. Marnus Labuschagne at a short catching mid-wicket. There's a square leg too. And a long leg. There's Cummins. Bowls on the leg stump. Flicked away past that square leg position. Travis Head trots back. But it's Swepson in the deep who has to cover a lot of miles around from long leg. Azhar Ali will pick up a couple of runs. He'll go to 30. Pakistan 1 for 87.
It is a little strange seeing Usman Khawaja back at gully. It seems like Cameron Green has owned it ever since he made his test debut, and for good reason as well. Also his catching abilities behind the wicket being recognised. He's been at slip every time Australia have gone from 3 slips down to 2.
Cummins bowls to Azhar, who leaves with a little bit of a flourish. Threw in a bit of the Steve Smith there as he comes over the top of the ball and swishes the bat around.
Yeah, a lot of the Pakistani batters have been trying it out, the lightsaber leave. So Marnus Labuschagne coaching his good friend Mohammad Rizwan before the start of play yesterday.
How to leave the ball and influence people. Cummins into Azhar Ali, who's leaving once again outside the off stump. 38 overs gone. Pakistan 1 for 87. So Australia 391 earlier. Pakistan trying to close that gap. They're not far off getting the lead down to 300, get under 300. That's the first little milestone to tick off. A lot of work for them to do tomorrow, assuming they can get through the last couple of minutes. So there'll be 1 over to come, and it will be Cameron Green to bowl it.
Yeah, they've done really well so far, these two. Like I said earlier, over number 39 now. And nearing that part where it gets easiest for batting. We'll come back out with 9 wickets intact tomorrow morning. I think Pakistan would back themselves to, if not the whole day, at least for a major part of tomorrow and get as close as possible to that Australian total.
Green taking his time to set up the field. So 2 slips. Smith and Khawaja set a bit wide of Carey and very close, as the Australians have been setting up throughout this test match. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg, long leg, defended back to the bowler, who throws down the stumps unnecessarily because Abdullah Shafiq had not left his ground. Warner's appealing at short mid-wicket. Nobody else is appealing. Warner is still standing there with both arms aloft as Abdullah Shafiq did step out of his crease, and Cameron Green did have the stumps to aim at, but Shafiq skipped back in time, just got out of the way of the stumps and said, all right, fella, if you want to have a throw, maybe it'll ricochet off and I'll pick up 4 overthrows or something like that. Why not?
Why not? Late in the day, Alex Carey got 5 runs.
If it bounces off the body, then etiquette says you're not supposed to take the extra run, even though the bowler's thrown it at you ferociously. Get out of the way and let them hit the stumps. Different equation. I don't know why, but it is. Green bowls outside off, and a good forward defence from Shafiq. Very crisp, elbow high, full face of the bat. Nice shapes in defence.
Yeah, I mean, had to shadow practice it as well. Yeah, just to make himself feel even better. And Travis Head actually was asking the umpire to go upstairs, as if he hasn't had a long enough day out there.
Abdullah Shafiq, he's batting with the Malik bat. Not Shoaib Malik's company, but it should be. Green to Shafiq, who plays that crisp forward defensive again, but he'll get runs for it. Just times it nicely enough to pick the gap between point and cover and come back for a second. So that's a low effort, low risk way to score runs. He's up to 44, Abdullah Shafiq. 1 for 89, Pakistan.
Another sign of a classy player. Plays it late, and he can manipulate the ball at the last minute just with his hands. Just open the face of the bat at the last second so that the ball kind of rolls off that part of the bat into the gap.
If you can score with your defensive shots, you make the life of batting much, much easier. Green up to Shafiq, who gets an inside edge from that forward defensive. Rolls away towards Warner at short mid-wicket, no run. And just a couple of balls left in the day's play.
Cam Green has been very focused on attacking the stumps in this spell. Wouldn't be a bad idea with 2 balls to go if you could just slip in a bouncer. Not sure whether Abdullah Shafiq would be expecting it.
Apparently Stu from Doreen said he was amazed to realise that I'm not Brendan Julian. The voice similarity is uncanny. If you want me to do an answering machine message as Brendan Julian, happy to do it.
Maybe a cameo, why not?
Cameron Green. 2 balls to come in the day's play. Bowls to Shafiq, inside edge into the pad. So Green drawing a couple of minor errors, but Shafiq's still there. 1 to come.
I'm sure you're as tall as Brendan Julian, though.
Yeah, I think we're about
the same height. Now I just need to see a picture of you two together to prove to our listeners that you are 2 different people.
UAE 2018, we did radio commentary together when Australia played Pakistan. I'm sure there's a team photo from the end of that series where you could line up the heights.
Wow. Imagine listening to the same person twice at the same time.
Like, this guy's doing a long shift. No, he was special comments and I was ball by ball, so we were on together. Like, these people are saving money. They're just pretending to be 2 different commentators. 1 for 89 is the score. 1 ball to come in the day's play. Long pause for Green. Makes Abdullah Shafiq wait. 2 slips awaiting. And Shafiq comes forward and just takes a run, pushes it to cover. Casual, as you like. He will have strike tomorrow morning. Pakistan finished the day at 1 for 90. They've faced 39 overs. Shafiq on 45. Azhar Ali on 30. And Bharat, we have an interestingly set up test match after 2 days.
Yeah, very strong finish from Pakistan again. They finished yesterday well with the ball. And these 2 batters, stylish batters, have done everything right. They've kept the Aussies at bay. Australians have thrown everything at them, used all 5 bowlers. But they've done it without too much fuss either. Abdullah Shafiq looking as steady as ever, and Azhar Ali playing his first test match at home looks equally comfortable.
He's got a big smile on his face as he walks off the field, runs his fingers through his luxuriant hair. He's got quite the mane, Azhar Ali, very stylish beard as well.
Yep.
As he's heading off the ground. And if you did not catch up with the last couple of days' play, Australia won the toss and chose to bat yesterday. Warner was out for 7, Labuschagne for 0, Steve Smith for 59, Usman Khawaja for 91, Travis Head 26. And then today, Alex Carey and Cameron Green batted on, put on a century partnership. Carey out LBW Noman Ali for 67. Green bowled by Naseem Shah with one that reverse swung in for 79. Mitchell Stark caught Noman Ali, bowled Shaheen Afridi, trying to clear mid-off for 13. Lyon bowled by Naseem Shah, one that came off the pad and ricocheted into the stumps for 4. Mitchell Swepson bowled backing away, trying to slog Shaheen Afridi for 9. And Patrick Cummins, 11 not out. Australia were all out for 391. In reply, Pakistan lost Imam ul Haq, LBW to Cummins for 11, but Abdullah Shafiq and Azhar Ali have seen things out till stumps. Shafiq on 45 not out. The young man will resume tomorrow. Azhar Ali on 30, and they will be trying to get up somewhere near Australia's first innings total of 391, see if they can pinch some sort of lead, and on they will go. Thanks for your company over the course of the day. Thanks to you, Bharat Sundaresan. Any last words?
No, I mean, I think both teams would be relatively happy with the way things have gone. Australia starting at 232, 5 for 232. Wouldn't have been sure of, how long they could bat for. Alex Carey and Cam Green did a wonderful job with that partnership. And then Pakistan came back with the ball. Naseem Shah starring again. And again, a good finish by Abdullah Shafiq and Azhar Ali. Games even Stevens.
Game is very well set up. This has been SEN Test Cricket. Thanks to everyone who's been part of the call today. Waqar Younis, Adam Collins, Simon Kadich, Peter Lawler, the other voices you've heard throughout the day. And thanks especially to you for your company. We will be back with you from Lahore tomorrow, day 3, to see if either side can take the ascendancy in this series. It's 0-0 so far. If anybody can get a result here, winner takes all. SEN Test Cricket. We'll see you tomorrow.